Euro car parts. In fourth with Josh Cook at the wheel. Fifth is number 326, hashtag best, Chris Etheridge at the wheel. Sixth place is the WRC Developments 486 car. That's ahead of OPCPR with Ron Johnson at the wheel. That car's been driven by Tom Ingram at the start, 431. Eighth place is car 309 Fighting Talk with Ollie Samways at the wheel. Ninth place is CMR Racing Car Motorsport with 63 laps completed. And rounding off the top 10 currently as we sign off our full Cameron Henson, Rob Lewis in a moment, is JW Bird in car 449. Well, if I might say so for myself, Scott, with Mr. John Neal, and
good night, everybody.
And very well the mix. Thanks for joining us. You'll hear my voice very shortly as I go back into the comms tower to go and give us some kind of limited visual comms only work. I'm sure it's with Rob in that too. And for myself, thanks for watching and that side of things. Enjoy the overnight stream. We'll try and give you some comments wherever we can. Let's give the final sign off before we go to our overnight stream. Let's throw down to the fourth member of our very valued team once again, Rob Lewis, to give us a run through of what to expect.
As we get ready to close part one of the 24-hour live stream, I just want to grab this man, Greg Rose, actually, because he's the team manager of car 558. Have you been up to see the Clarks yet?
I'm just going to, but you stopped me.
Oh, right. Okay. I better let him get on then. We'll hopefully find out some of the great unanswered questions from the first part of this race. We will find out by tomorrow morning what happened to the Emax cars. We had the City Car Cup that qualified on the front row, but sadly had a bit of contact 4 minutes in. We also had the car 346 that we were really rooting for a top three position in this race and fought for victory the last time we had a 24-hour race here in 2023, fighting against a Trojan car. Scuderia Polo Rosso and Trojan, at the moment, they are looking pretty good up the front and unbeaten, and Josh Cook is driving a mega stint in the beautifully prepared Euro car parts entry. There's still a lot of questions to be answered as we go through this 24-hour race. And as we go into the night and go down to the pit lane, we look at the bright lights and the bright colours of the cars here at Silverstone. But the commentators need a bit of a rest, so from Richard John Neal, from Andy McEwen, from Scott Woodwis and from myself, Rob Lewis, it's goodbye. The stream part number 2 that's on the lock-off cameras up on the bridge there and around the circuit, you will still be able to tune in, look at the cameras overnight, look at what cars are going around and look at the standings. We're going to try and get some lone commentary on there from Scott Woodwis and myself at times as well to update you throughout the night. But for now, from the stream part 1, it's goodbye.
Brilliant stuff. Nice little structure. That was awesome. Just in time as well. I can barely even think. Oh, look at that focus. So you're going to stay on a bit with Scotland, aren't you? Yeah. And that thing, yeah? Yeah. Oh, that sounds good. It's pretty through to the lock-off part. Oh, you'll see them now. Yeah. They might have to adjust the brightness. Oh no, it's when you're hearing it here, it's this monitor boosted it. Football just noticing it. No, when it comes through here, it's quite grainy.
Well, hopefully you can hear me on this one. We're just switched over to our circuit commentary feed, which we're tapped into. So for those who are watching on the stream, if you can hear me, good evening. Scott Woodward here in the commentary box. I've got Rob Lewis taking a very quick break next to me here as well, who's going to be joining me also for as long as he wishes to do so. We're now going into the nighttime stint for the Brscc 2025 24 hours. And yeah, I'm getting the signal loud and clear. Excellent. So you should be able to hear me here. So we've actually housed ourselves now in what is the relatively new commentary box here at Silverstone. It used to be on the outside of Woodcote, but they've now changed it to what used to be the podium suite above the Woodcote suites here. Very, very spacious room. We've got an access to a full bank of CCTV cameras as well throughout the whole circuit, so if we need to try and check anything out on the circuit, we can give ourselves various different feeds out here. We've also got the feed up here as well, a live timing screen alongside us as well, and also my laptop here to keep tabs on things too. So we are now currently around about 3.5 hours into this 24-hour race, and to give you a rundown for those who are joining us on part 2, if you are, thank you for joining us. You can see a few of you already starting to filter in. Let's give you a reminder of the rundown of the racing order so far then, as in where we are. We did so at the end of part number 1, but we'll do it again for those coming in just in case for their benefit. So it's 421 Alpha Trojan, the defending winners from 2023, who are leading the way with 67 laps completed, and they are 49 seconds ahead of what's becoming actually quite a tight battle between JW Bird Motorsport and Scuderia Polo Rosso, because they are now only half a second separated on track for second place overall, half a second between them last time by. So JW Bird Motorsport, which currently has at the moment, let's have a quick look, Philip House at the wheel, and Frank Clayton is back at the wheel of the Scuderia Polo Rosso car 310, and they are nose to tail for second place. Then a further few seconds back, almost a minute behind them, is the battle that's going on for 4th and 5th position. So Josh Cook and Chris Etheridge for Euro Car Parts and #Blessed in 4th and 5th. Then we have 6th position, which is the higher of the two WRC Developments cars. Ed McDermott at the wheel there. He's a further 44 seconds back off the battle for 4th. 7th place is the Ron Johnson driven OPC PR car. That's the car which also has Tom Ingram in its driving strength. That's currently in 7th position. 8th is now Ollie Samways for Fighting Talk in car 309. And then they are 8 seconds behind OPC PR. Then a further 46.2 seconds back is Stephen Cogswell in the CMR Racing Par Motorsport car. And then 10th position is Jordan Robertson for the second of the JW Bird Motorsport cars. So both the JW Bird cars up into the top 10 in these early stages of this endurance race. 11th place is Gary Mitchell for Rab Sport Racing. So Rab Sport slowly and steadily working their way up the order. 12th place for Andy Burton Power Racing in car 337. Ryan Slaney Smith for the first of the Rautech International cars, currently in 13th position, ahead of Jeremy Crook, who's in the Emax car number 15. That's the City Car Cup car, the only City car we have in the field. And that car, again, is climbing up the order after its early troubles. That's now into 14th place. 15th place is Jolton Chaboy in another of the Emax cars, 585. They're ahead of Rupert Briggs, currently at the wheel of the 393 RPE Lusso car. 394, which is Project 63 with Stuart Simmons at the wheel. That is currently in 17th position. 18th is Daniel Dewell in the highest of the two Silver Lake Racing cars, 458 at the moment. Will Gibson, who is the current Legends champion, is in 19th position. Rounding up the top 20 is Greg Owens in car 345 for Emax Motorsport. 21st is James Crosland for RPE Lusso. That's the third of the RPE Lusso cars, I think. Second of those, because the third one is a bit further back, which we'll get down to. Doing more a bit of a full run through the order in terms of where cars are. So if you've got a favourite car in particular, we'll give you a quick run through each of those. We've got car 250. That's our only European entry. That's the Bent Hansen car. That's BM Sport in 22nd at this point in time. 23rd is car 558, which is Alan Preble for the Silver Lake Racing team. 24th is the Luca Proietti Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly number 434, ahead of Andreas Keller in the MH Racing with SCR number 487 in 25th position. 26th is where we find the Martin Roche number 581 car, the second of the Rautech International cars. 27th is the Sandy Brownlee car in 27th position, just ahead of the third of the RPE Lusso cars. That's the Matthew Pomeroy machine. 29th is Aaron Grizzly for Emax Motorsport. And in 30th place is the 442 Team Insane machine. Adrian Lanley, of course, driving that car. 31st is where we find Rachel Shepherd. She's in the Red Sky Racing car, one of the few cars that had issues and is trying to claw its way back up the order. 32nd, where we find Mark Gilding in the Army Motorsport car, 560. 33rd place is where we have Tom Magnay in the Automax Racing car, 542. That's been called to race control not that long ago. In 34th position is Emax Racing with RRM, and that is Hayden Payne, or Hayden Payne, we say it twice. 35th is Carl Helgeson for Team MKD in car 378. Then the last few cars were a couple in the pit lane at the moment. You've got the Stephen Bell's number 597 Cartwheel Capers car in the pit lane, as is also car 531, which is Isaac Dolan for DSC Motorsport. 38th position is where we find Jack Watts for VPC Motorsport. 39th is where we find Luke Francis, that car back out after its incident up at the first part of Club. And that is the AF Racing car 427. Still classified as 40th at the moment is the car that stopped out on track. That was the leading Emax car, Stuart Ratcliffe, in 40th place, car 346. Then the car in 41st place, which is Team Brscc with BPC Motorsport. Paul McCurlin currently will have that car. And then the only car which has done barely any laps because it's had been in the pits, I think possibly for doing, that was the car that had an engine change and it's still doing it by the looks of things, is SF Racing with John Wall, who was the last driver in that car. Has only completed 7 laps all race, which is a little bit tough. My esteemed colleague Rob Lewis has found a microphone, so
Hopefully it works. Oh, it does.
I can hear you. Yes, there you are. So you've been trundling up and down the pit lane. In terms of how this, you said something off like in terms of how this race was playing out, and the simple phrase you said was, "I wasn't expecting this." This is a race that isn't playing out to what you thought the story was going to be?
I spoke to all the teams up and down the pit lane this morning, and I had this idea in my head that with the new full course yellow rules, it was going to do its usual as you go into the race. I thought we were going to get at least a couple of decent full course yellows. Oh, we got some audio. There
you go. You're back again then.
Bear with me. We're just dealing with some audio issues up here. But no, I thought it would be a little bit. There has been a little bit of rough and tumble. I thought potentially because there's not as many novice drivers as you normally get at this 24 hours, the numbers are lower this year. We can't get away from that. And I think a lot of the teams have really dialed into, right, we can go with strategy, we can put the fast driver in first, let's put the sensible driver in there first. All of the teams have done that, so I think the racing was hard, fair. We had 1 or 2 casualties, but mainly it's been mechanical. Mechanical issues are why the cars have been coming into the pits, predominantly. Not a lot of damage going on. Apologies to anyone that subsequently suffers damage, and I've put the commentator's curse on everything.
Just a little technical rejig, shall we say, whilst Rob slots the other headset on to have a chat here.
Yeah, that's my bad.
There we go. Speaking loud and clear. We've got, I need to make sure I've got this also plugged in as well down the bottom. I'll grab the extension cable whilst that's happening. Try not to unplug literally everything else whilst I'm doing that.
And I like a bit of fun, so let's have a look at the chat that's going on at the moment, Radio Le Mans style. So what are the guys in blue doing? I can tell you exactly what they're doing out there, folks. They're up to shenanigans. They're up to absolutely no good.
Any ideas on which team that is?
I'm not sure what team that is, but they are providing the absolute entertainment, and by the look of it, an all-pro wrestling move going on down here. At least some assault. There we go. So we've got some more assaults going on in the pit lane at the moment. Don't hit him too hard, guys. Come on, let's be a bit gentle. But no, back to the racing that is currently going on at the moment. I think what we need to think about is going back to the start of this race. There are still 10 to 15 teams that could win this. We've seen Emacs have problems with car 346. They've come back from worse before, and Glenn Finn is the master tactician. Hopefully he can hear me down in the pit lane because I'm pumping up his tyres here, but he is the master tactician. There is not a strategy in the land he probably hasn't thought about. He hasn't got the strategy book, as we always used to take Nicky out of. He's got the bookcase. So he would have
bookcase.
he would have thought about this extensively. But a few other teams I really want to shout out about as well. I spoke to Chris Diamond as well. I'm loving what CMR Racing and PAR are doing. They're going about things the right way. The OPC PR team, Ron Johnson at the wheel as well. Go on, Ron. Rocket Ron, I'd like to call him. Obviously, they've got Tom Ingram at the wheel, British Touring Car Champion. We all know that. The guy's a racing legend. He's a fast racer. There are other drivers in that team. I mean, he comes and races for his good friend and sponsor, Ron Johnson. They do it for fun. But the fact that CSR have got podiums before, the way they prepare their cars, they had the dash of that car out this afternoon hunting some electrical gremlins to do with the speakers, I believe. But they've got themselves into the top 10 alongside CMR Racing. Fighting Talk as well, 7th place, and they've just snuck in there. They're doing the right things. They're getting the job done. They're not really being noticed, which, you know, some of the best results in racing history of the teams have just come out of nowhere. And Burton Power as well. So Andy Burton and co, they're normally involved in another endurance racing series. They've decided, you know, they always come out and do the 24 hours each year. It's a group of friends getting together. They've had a few issues with the ABS. Hopefully they've cured those problems. I'd like to go and see the Burton Power team at some point and just ask if they've cured those issues. But they're sitting 12th as well out of 42 cars that started this race. So again, they're going about things the right way. They're 2 laps down on the overall leaders. They're putting out the 3-minute 5 laps, but if they just keep putting the stints in there, they're going to do equal stints. They've got a couple of novice drivers in there as well. So it wouldn't escape Burton Power to get a top 10 result out of this either.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's because their experience from doing endurance events, not just in C1s, but in other endurance events, we can call it that, so we say. So they've got the experience of being able to run cars like these long distance. Just looking at what we have on the timing screen and what we can see on the screen here, so what you'll see is this is the feed we've got. Someone did ask if whether we get a view from Angus and Beckett. This is the view that we've got, and what's the program it in. So you've got the view, which is pretty much a combination of what we have looking down the pit straight. We've had the past a couple of times we've done this, so we've got the pit straight, the cars coming down. You'll be able to see like the top half of the pit lane with cars coming in, so we can get a little bit of a view on what's going with pit stops. We can see one of my comments saying, dude almost was it dude almost tripped, or was it the one below that, saying that Luke Turnbull saying Ron Johnson is a strong manly name, not going to lie. I wouldn't disagree with that.
No, he also follows it up with a proper dependable name. Do you know what Ron Johnson kind of reminds me of? It's a proper NASCAR name.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I think...
You're probably thinking Junior Johnson, aren't you?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit, yeah. He was a character. I don't know much about too much, but what I've learned about him, looking at some stuff, he was a character.
And then you know me, I like my V8s. Dick Johnson will always be one of the great race car drivers. So
yeah. I never saw much when I was younger of the Australian V8s, but he, for me, when I first got an education on who he was the Sierras.
Oh yes,
late 80s,
when he
90s.
Came here in the TT and absolutely buoyed everyone in the Sierra, and it blew a head gasket.
Yes,
there
absolutely.
we go.
Yeah, because that was. Well, we're going off topic here because we've got limited views here, so we're trying to keep people entertained with topics. So feel free to join in the comments as well. That was the days in the Group A when literally you had pretty much, it was 3 or 4 different teams or different builders of Sierras trying to claim they had the fastest Sierra. It was mainly between 3. It was between Andy Rouse, Rudy Eggenberger and Dick Johnson. It was those 3 that would kind of argue out across the globe, arguably, who could build the best Sierra RS 500.
And I'm going to shock some people here. It's not going to be very, it's not going to be very British and patriotic. But if I were to buy a Sierra, I would have bought a Dick Johnson one. Rob Gravitt went and did that, and it didn't do too badly for him, did it? So Back
champion in 1990.
There we go. Back to the comments. Luke Turnbull has replied to us. You've hit the nail on the head. Days of Thunder 2, Ron Johnson. Love it. Brilliant. Thanks for keeping us entertained there, folks. And if you're down in the pit lane and listening to us as well, get in the comments. Come on, let's have some entertainment. We're going to try and keep going for as long as we can, or until we start to flag. Equally, if you get bored with us, just...
Yeah, also we're just a pair of commentators who are just shooting the breeze and just seeing what comes out of my mouth, basically.
It's a stunning evening out here. I mean, if you look at that red sky at night, racing delight. Everyone in the pit lane's pretty much settled down. I'll tell you what, I'd like to know what's happened with Silver Lake 558. I haven't seen any penalties come up yet. I might give my old pal Greg Rose a text and just ask what's going on, or throw it in the group chat. Yeah. And see what's going on.
Two cars that have been in the pit lane for a little while, and I think they're just finishing off their pit stop. You can just about see it on the screen there behind the timing tower. It's Project 63. That essentially is a team that's essentially AB Motorsport. It's Ali Bray's squad. We were wondering if Ali was actually here. I presume maybe.
I haven't seen him. I'm disappointed in that. I'm not angry, just disappointed. So if you're listening, Ali, come on down. I want a bear hug.
Yeah, Ali Bray. Ali's another one of those teams where, particularly in recent times, he does give just about a lot of things. Good stuff. Luke Turnbull saying teams have done a great job with the car lights as well. They have, I think, particularly this year. It's good to see you get some identifications. One car going past the pits there, which had some almost kind of an American-style flag with like the stars and stripes on top of it, but it just went past on the screen there. So you'll see a few different solutions, and teams will offer different solutions. They'll put lights on the roof, they'll put strip lights all around the car, on the bonnet, on the side, around the door mirror. All of the door numbers are illuminated and lit up as well. So the window numbers are lit up, so you can identify which car is which. Correct me if I'm wrong, did we have much of that in the last couple of seasons? Because that feels like it's a new thing we've had, particularly for this year, because the numbers seem a lot more prominent than they have been in previous years.
I think those on the rear quarters that light up. So they've always been a rule on the rear windscreens, but this year they've really brought it in for the side windows, and it's caught a few teams out. Philippa Etheridge has commented, shame it's not in night vision, you can't see what car's what. Unfortunately, even with the technology we have nowadays, the cars are racing around on track. It is still quite difficult to see what the cars are for. And with the lighting on the car, as well as making it look cool, it's not predominantly for people watching on the stream, it's so their team members can see what car's what out on the circuit. Right. The problem is, if everyone stuck a blue light strip on the car, you've still got 41 cars with a blue light strip. So the teams get really creative with the lighting on the car just to make sure they can be seen by the pit crew. And because we haven't got race radios or anything like that, you're reliant on the person that is out on the pit lane looking for the car as it comes past, whether it's going to signal to come in, etc., etc. Plus, you know, and that kind of adds to it. But we'll try and identify the cars. If you do see them on the stream, or we see any issues, we'll try and point some out to you.
There's a comment I want to come back to in a second, but just following on from that point as well, it's also a matter of, even though yes, these cars are not the fastest, teams, when they've got to make split-second decisions, so they've got to figure out which car's which, particularly if they're seeing the darkness, and particularly also from the front as well, because we don't have numbers on the front. So if a car's coming towards you with just headlights, if you know kind of what setup your lighting is on the car, with the strip lights, whether it's on the roof, around the car, wherever it is, you've got to be able to identify it quickly.
Yes. So
particularly in nighttime conditions like this now. So having those lights around, it's more purely for personal identification for the teams to figure it out on that side. There was a comment that came in. It was from one of our where was it coming from? It was Divide. He said, I see all these cars with the night lights, and there's this one car with essentially a unicorn horn. I believe he's talking about the big blue aerial. I think that's Midway Motorsport. That's their one, if I remember correctly. So Midway Motorsport, who are currently in 27th. Yes, but there it goes. It's gone past the pit straight just now, going down the pit straight. You might just see it on camera in a second. Here it comes. So there goes the unicorn horn.
That is prominent, isn't it? And
that's currently sat in 26th position. They've just made up a place because Project 63 has just been in. And there are some teams actually there are some that don't even have any lights on them at all, like strip lights. But there's different solutions, whether it's different things. I think the one's got slightly looks like a bit of like a Marlboro logo on the top of it.
Philippa Etheridge has come back in the comments. Thanks, guys. Just trying to follow my brother. I'm hoping it is the car in third place, the #blessed car, the Lewis Hamilton tribute car, I like to call it, because of the wonderful wrap scheme that they've got on it. It was really nice to talk to Aidan Hills when he came out of that car after his first stint. He was absolutely shattered, and he was a bit gutted because he felt that when that full course yellow came out, the first one we had in this 24-hour race, he saw the car go off when the steering rack broke, so the AFR racing car, when it broke, he saw that happen, and he was gutted that he didn't think, oh, there's going to be a full course yellow here, I'll dive into the pits, and he felt that had he done so, he could have grabbed the lead of the race. But as it so happens, #Blessed are sat in 3rd place. They've got some gun drivers aboard that car. Aiden, hopefully, well, he shouldn't be listening to us, because I saw him in the pit lane before the end of the live stream, and he looked absolutely exhausted. So hopefully he's got himself a bite to eat, he's fueled up, and he's going to get himself some rest. And that's what we're talking about, folks. We're going into the night time on this 24-hour race, and everyone thinks, it's good fun. You've got to do the right thing. You've got to rest. You've got to keep eating the right foods, getting the nutrients in.
Now then, message on the timing screen has come up, it's quite significant. Team manager of car 599, that's the Euro Car Parts team, to race control.
Oh
now,
dear, Josh Cook out in that car at the moment.
Now, 99% of the time, when you get the message team manager to race control, quite usually a penalty follows, unfortunately.
Well, we haven't seen anything in the Silver Lake car yet.
That is true, we haven't. So maybe they're sort of deliberating, or they're trying to argue the case whether they should get a penalty for whatever it is that they have or not. But that's another one which is quite interesting. So
we'll go back to the comments while you just check that out. So I'm going to go with Divide. It's D1V1D. If I ever enter one of these races, I'm making my lights a smiley face shape. Dedication to all the random helicopters that catch my attention whenever I'm out having a walk. Just them looking down and seeing some Citroen smiling at them. I quite like that. If you could get the what was it, the Fatboy Slim smiley face, the yellow smiley face. If someone could get that on a C1, I'm talking to you, pit lane, if you're out there, for the night lights next year. I don't demand much, occasionally, apart from when I come and accost you and want to chat on the pit lane commentary. But if you're going to do a smiley face on the car, please do that one and light it up to make it look pretty.
Definitely so. Yeah, so we're getting to that point now. We haven't quite reached what I've had it termed as the witching hour yet, which is midnight. We haven't got to that just yet. We've still got another 2.5 hours.
9 now.
It's 9:30 now. Yeah, we've still got another 2.5 hours to go to get to that point. But yeah, just looking to see if there's anything. Having a quick look to our bank of CCTV cameras just to see if there's anything. What's fascinating is that those cameras have now gone to practically night vision now, which is quite interesting. Some have, some haven't just yet, depending on lights around the circuit. I can also see as well around where you might just see it in the background, but the wing complex, the wing building, has basically got all its lights on inside, so it's kind of illuminated that area of the circuit, which is quite a nice setting to have. And I said this when I signed up on the broadcast, but there really is nothing like motorsport at night. Motorsport at night there's just something different, something special about it. I call it, all your senses are heightened, particularly, your sight and your sound and the feelings that you get about things and the smells.
Whether it's Le Mans, Daytona, even the start of the Bathurst 12 hour, where it goes from the darkness in the morning up into the light. You are absolutely right. And the fireworks that go off at Daytona, there's a famous clip, I think, was it on board the Cadillac, where you had the fireworks going off as they're powering through. Yeah, absolutely stunning.
The phrase I like to use describing it is just pairs of headlights dancing in the dark.
Yes.
That's the best way to describe it, because it is. The first time I came up with that that came to mind was when I helped out on the media thing. It was about 2013, I think it was, when I helped out the first time on doing some media stuff with the C120 with the 2CV 24 hours at Snetterton, 2013 I think it was, and I took myself down to Murray's at about roughly 1:30, maybe 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
And all you could hear was just the chug of the engines and 2CVs.
Yeah.
But the great thing was, and the sight was, and for me it just enchanted me. I was just enchanted. The whole kind of sight of the headlights just kind of just piercing through the dark, but just curving round through Coram and then through Murray's and back off again. It was just a fantastic sight, and so I've always thought it's a brilliant thing, and so that's why for me going forwards, I don't want to talk about myself and what I want to do in motorsport, but not if, but when, because I can see it clearly when I go to do events like, I get to the point where I'm commentating on events like Le Mans and Spa 24 hours, etc.
Yeah.
That's going to be the point that I'm going to enjoy the most. The whole point of kind of, I mean, just it's when these races come alive. Yeah, you get the battles in the daytime, but when it was like the rest of your senses just shrink, and so you kind of, everything else is heightened. Your sight gets heightened, your smell, everything gets heightened when the sun goes down, and so it just brings an extra element of beauty and story and just everything else about it in terms of spectacle when you watch motorsport at night, and I've always been entranced no matter what it is, no matter what race it is. If it's nighttime racing, there's something about racing at night that just makes motorsport better across the board, and it's almost a little bit too hard to explain, but it's excellent to see.
Back to the comments. So we can confirm Philippa Etheridge is supporting the hashtag Brscc. Well, Philippa, touchwood, he's doing very, very well, and thank you for tuning in. Sophie Stewart was supposed to be there supporting JW Bird hashtag 449, so that'd be car 449, but decided to write off my own C1 last night instead. Well, Sophie, we hope you're okay, obviously.
Yeah,
first things first, your car's wrote off, you can get another C1. Preferably get one built by JW Bird. Come and join us on the grid, why not? But in all seriousness, rest up. You're probably going to have a bit of whiplash by the sound of it, so take some ibuprofen and maybe get some of that soothing oil stuff that cures the old muscle aches, because that may hurt in the morning. But as long as you're okay. Jeff Hillier I'm going to go with. Go Rutek. Hi to Sarge and the rest of the team sitting in 13th from the family. Have a safe and fast night. Carl Barton is gutted we can't be there. The first one we have had to miss, but locked in on the live stream.
Yeah.
Thank you for tuning in, guys.
Going back to Rutek, as Jeff points out, that they moved up from 13th to 11th. So you can see they're just on the fringe of the top 10. We've got a pit caller coming in. It is
558. So what's going on here? That's Alan Preble into the pits.
And they're not going, it's not the penalty box, it's not been called up, so...
That is a team that is not expecting that car.
That's unscheduled. Yeah, and there's quite a lot of frantic activity. You might be able to see it just on the screen. You can see just at the top of the shot we've got here, the stuff in camera. They're up at the top there, so you can just about make out in the distance. Lights are off.
We're just going to try and grab the binoculars and see what's going on here.
It's the same thought through my mind. We're both fans of the movie Snatch on that one. So Rob's having a quick gander to see what the case. Everyone's kind of just, well, they're not touching the car at the moment.
They haven't touched the car, so there is a fuel jug coming out. Are they preparing for a pit stop? It looks like they are. A fuel jug is coming out.
It looks like a pit stop that either they weren't expecting to make or they were, but no one was ready for it.
Right, so they're jacking it up on the right-hand side. They're going to go for the left as well. So have we got tyre issues? I mean, looking at the time into the race. So I'm only assuming that Alan, unfortunately, has either felt a tyre go, starts to delaminate, grab an issue. It looks like they're swapping tyres on the car. Yes, and new tyres going onto the car. This is I'm currently looking through the binoculars at what's going on. They've got a wheel change going on. The team manager, Greg Rose, is looking on. I think they've got a couple of scrutineers there just having a ganders as well, making sure everything's done legally and properly. They're just getting the wheel nuts secured on now. And I haven't seen Alan get out of the car, so it could well be he's still going. The problem is the podium's in the way as well from our commentary box view, so I can see lots of legs, and it's trying to work out who's getting out, who's doing what. I can't see Alan either in the car or outside of the car.
There's a fire extinguisher, so they're also preparing to possibly put some fuel in as well.
Yeah, so they're fueling the car. You've got two people fueling the car, so they're going to turn this into a pit stop. Now, whether he had tyre issues, because that's the other thing that I found out up and down the pit lane. A few people have said to me that they're finding the tyre wear a bit strange. It's the tyres are wearing a lot harder than they thought. Car 581 is into the pits, flashing its lights with a left-hand indicator. Slowly making its way down the pits now. Luke Turnbull might have been told to come in for safety reasons with the tyres or something. I can't see anything in terms of a black and orange flag. Normally, Luke, in these cars, you would feel these are shaved road tyres, so you'll feel the tyre start to delaminate or go down to the cords. So he would have felt something, either that or it's decided, no, I need some more fuel in it, and he would have had the stop, get me some fuel flash up on the screen. Either way, definitely unscheduled, and the team certainly weren't prepared for him to come in, but it's okay. The car looks in one piece, that's the main thing. They're just getting fuel into the car now, so they've changed some tyres, they're putting some fuel in. Back to the comments, we've got Divine. Get my boy George Goodsmith in this. He's famous here in Spain and recently broke the record for most consecutive hours driving at a track with 25 hours in a Skoda Fabia. Oh, that's right up your street, Scott. It's what you drive, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah. I have a silver Mark II Skoda Fabia. I do indeed. We've got an Emax car in the pit lane. That is 343 in the pit lane.
343. So
that in from 28th position. We've also got one of the Rutek cars in as well. That is outside the top 30 by the looks of it.
Yeah, so that was a 581 car I saw coming in. It did give a 2 as it came down the pit lane. So
by mistake, it's in 26th, so it is actually in the top 30 at the moment.
Yeah. So, Alia Cox, which cars have pitted, please? So, well, they've all pitted at some point. I'll be amazed if a car hasn't pitted yet this far into the race. But in terms of pit stops, the highest placed car that's made 2 pit stops is JW Bird in 7th place. Car number 347. They've done 75 laps so far. Lap times wise, they're not doing too bad. Their fastest lap of the race so far is a 2:58, so that's quite brisk for these cars. Incidentally, fastest lap of the race set so far is that car out in front, Alpha Trojan, currently being driven by Austin Mundy, and that's a 2:58.709. It's nowhere near their qualifying time, but it's still impressive nonetheless. But currently in the pits, if you do get yourself onto, as well as having the live stream here, if you can get TSL timing up, you can track the driver's pit stops. You can look at the lap times, and if you've got the little cog on the left hand side, that means the car is currently in the pit lane. And Cherie has commented straight away, there's no bars on you, Cherie. She also commented as well, she can't wait for the C1s to come to Snetterton later in the year. Well, Cherie, we can't wait to go there either. I love Snetterton as a circuit.
It's interesting because I've heard some people that not all, but I've heard some people that are not that keen on Snetterton, whether others are.
I don't know why.
It seems to be maybe it's because it's out of the way in Norfolk, or in terms of where it is, like in the east of England, or anything else. I'm not sure. But I've heard others kind of like not so keen on Snetterton, and others certainly are. I mean, for me, for ages, it was my home circuit for about 10, 11 years when I lived in Norfolk, in Norwich.
Okay, so apologies for anyone listening at home. I'm going to go as far 558 has completed its pit stop, and they are making their way back up the pit lane, so that's good to see the Gen 2 C1 back out onto the circuit. So I'm going to put this question to you now, Scott, and feel free to chime in the comments. Do you prefer the older Snetterton that we used to see in the 90s with the fast runoff, or do you prefer the 300 layout?
That's the question. I know the purists in the old school, they go, oh, why not the old layout? I prefer that one before, but
I like the 300.
I mean, the 300, I think it does offer more overtaking opportunities. It's a longer circuit. It gave you upgrades that the circuit needed. Yeah. Because without it, it was going to fall behind. So I think the fact that, you know, that Jonathan Palmer brought it in as part of motorsport division and actually has done the work that he's done to build it up to the spec it has and to make those upgrades, it's certainly worth it, I think, and definitely something that's pretty good. I think in terms of if you look at the old layout, it was obviously faster because it was 2 long straights.
I mean,
a couple of short,
some of the Super Touring
shoots.
Races certainly in the 90s were absolutely epic.
Speaking of those, I actually went to the first night race in '99 at Snetterton. I was there as a young 8-year-old spectator.
8 years old.
Yeah, 8 years old. And I remember I watched the first Super Tour, the first race, the sprint race. It was in the twilight, and I watched it from the inside. I watched it right from the inside of the S's. Yeah. So I had a pretty clear. But I think where we stood, it was right near where there was the open gate where we would come in. There's like a fence, the gate on the inside, and so we had a pretty clear view of when Ivan Muller harpooned James Thompson's Honda right in front of us. And then the second race, we watched the feature race. We watched it from the outside of the S's on the exit, on the banks, and so we had a view of when I think it was Rydell got shuffled off. Yes,
there was him, Aiello, Leslie.
There was a concertina effect, and they all kind of went one into the back of the other, and it ended up with, I think it was Rydell's Volvo being dumped off into the grass on the exit of the S's. And also, of course, there as well was when Thompson lost his wheel and went spinning off at like a top of the.
That was really when his championship unfolded that year, wasn't it? It was that round where it kind of really. The wheels literally came off it. The comments are rolling in. I'm liking this now, Scott. We've got
have you set up a debate?
So we've got a stop-go penalty, a 30-second stop-go penalty for car number 333 for the full course yellow speed. So this is the first.
That's the CMR car, Palm Motorsport.
So that is the first penalty. I believe this is the first penalty dished out for the full course yellow regulations.
Because we had the 10 seconds earlier on. That was for. That was not tagging out properly. Yeah, that was earlier on.
And car number 599 into the pits, and it looks like they're serving a penalty of some sort. Although that didn't come up on TSL, which is a shame. So they were called to race control, car number 599. So that's the Euro Car Parts car. So Josh Cook is into the pit lane, and he is serving a penalty by the looks of it. the marshal stood underneath, so it's underneath the podium. So if you're looking on the live stream, ladies and gentlemen, on the main picture, you see the car in the distance with the blue stripe on it. That's Josh Cook sat there. He can't order a burger and chips. He's just got a service penalty, and then head back off down the pit lane.
Best way to spot it, if you can't probably make it out, there's a pair of headlights on, but you see where the Brscc flag is, right just above that was the car moving now.
And out he goes again, so he has served some sort of stop-go penalty, makes his way back down the pit lane, and I don't believe he can serve a pit stop, so if he wants to pit, he's got to go back round and come in again. Car number 378 is now into the pit lane as well, potentially to serve a pit stop. There's been nothing on the timing screens from race control. Should we get back to some of the comments?
Yeah, just going back, before we get to Stetson, there's one question actually I think is quite a simple one to answer, which I think I know the answer to, unless you're about to correct me. Divide asks, are any of these cars road legal? I think the simple answer is yes.
Yes.
They all have to pass an MOT.
So yeah, great
to be race legal.
Effectively, it used to be a case of they had to be MOT'd, but I think, and Robin will slap me silly because I can't remember this off the top of my head, but I believe the car has to be in an MOT roadworthy condition. In fact, Divide, that's a great question, because a few years ago, Sylvain Rubio, Josh Cook and Jade Edwards won the 3-hour race on it was the March
23?
March 23, so they won the 3-hour race here, and I believe Sylvain drove the car home and then went and did his weekly shop in it. No, seriously, there's a picture of him outside Waitrose and he's filling up the boot with his bags.
I presume you put the rest of the seats back in?
No. No, completely race ready. He just he put all the gear in the back, drove it home, emptied all the gear out, and he was like, oh, I need to go and do some shopping. So he went to Waitrose and did his shopping. All they have to do, obviously, is bang the plates back on. So
yeah, I suppose so, yeah.
Which is fantastic.
Right, we've got another stop-go penalty for another full course speeding. Car 564. Rutek, is it Rutek or Rautek?
I should know that, shouldn't I?
I heard it said as Rautek earlier on by Andy, so I was going with Rautek.
Let's go Rautek.
But Rautek, so that's the 10th place car. That's the Rautek International 564 car.
We've got a recovery going on down in pit lane. We can see flashing lights further down. It's a shame it's behind where the camera is sort of locked off, but we've got a bit of recovery work going on as well.
487 in the pit lane. So too also is Bacon Racing by Liquid Molly. They're both in for scheduled stops.
Yeah, Bacon Racing. I'm just going to have a look on the.
And that's actually, I think that's a position battle between those two, because they were battling over 22nd position overall. Yeah. And last time they came across the line, there were 11.5 seconds between each other on the same lap. Also as well, I've got 442 coming in below us as well.
581 is in serving a stop-go penalty of some sorts. That'll be the penalty, the fourth course yellow penalty. Team manager for 486 to race control. It's almost as if the Clarks have like, right, we've had a bit of dinner, we've chilled out, we've got into the race, we better start dishing out some penalties. Or it seems that way. Please don't hurt me, Clarks.
Either that or the nighttime Clarks have taken over. And there's been a list of investigations to go through. And so right, go start sifting through those. 310 has come in with hazard lights on.
Yeah.
And there's a few cars that are making some stops here mid-lap, but 310 that's come in, which is that's Polo Rosso.
Straight into the garage.
So Polo Rosso.
That's huge. Third place, straight into the garage. So there's an
and
issue
hazard
here.
lights on, so that's obviously something mechanical. And straight in to fix that. So.
And that promotes #Blessed up to second.
And and all the bad luck they had last year, and it was genuinely going up to this point incredibly well. They were third place, really strong pace.
2023
brand new built, brand new built car for them as well, as Frank was telling us earlier on. Another pit caller, 393, which is coming in.
Oh, that's coming in with damage. So
damage on the right rear.
Yeah, the right rear. They've lost a light in that.
393 is outside the top 30, I think. If I look correctly. No, it's not. It's 19th place RP Luso with Briggs at the wheel.
Yeah.
So RP Luso. So I think now the sun's gone down, I think there's a few cars that are starting to go bump in the night.
There's a few incidents happening, folks, which is, well, certainly spices things up. It's a shame we got the locked off. Car number 486 to race control.
I don't know what's happening with the race leaders, but they're all getting into trouble or getting into problems.
Car number 486, that's a WRC Developments car.
And that's the other one, and they've already had enough trouble with the 586 car that came in earlier on.
David Drinkwater will be banging his head against a brick wall.
Well, all the leaders will be, because that's Polo Rosso with trouble.
Yep.
And down in the pits. WRC Development's being investigated now by race control. The Euro car parts cars come in for a pit stop. The CMR cars will come in too.
The plot thickens, Scott. So we've got a picture from Nick Ramsey Golf. Polo Rosso is in. They've hit something hard.
Oh, let's have a look.
So we've got a picture come up here. Unfortunately, we can't share our WhatsApps onto the screen.
Yeah,
Scuderia Polo Rosso Big problems, hit hard. Thank you for the brilliant description, Nick.
One of the mechanics in the picture clearly has his hands on head.
Yeah,
not
so
impressed.
looking at the damage on that, I would say that's probably popped a radiator. The front's folded in fairly badly. The lights still work, but the team are getting to work. So unfortunately, and was that Frank Claydon behind the wheel of the Polo Rosso car?
Let me have a look. I'll use this plug-in app for live timing that I've got. It was... Let's have a quick look. Yes, it was Frank Claydon at the wheel. Correct.
So I've also got a big shout out to Scott Evans, who's normally would be here with Sandown Motorsport. They've decided not to do it this year. He's actually staying over in the Hilton Hotel over the back. He's having a watch from the balcony, so he's tuning in there. So good evening, Scott. Hope you're enjoying the racing. I think he's feeding some information to the SCR group chat, which I happen to be in. SCR, you can see on the screen, they've got the MH racing car, and now they're going into the pit lane. They're going into the garage, sorry. They were into the pit lane for a stop. They've pushed it into the garage, so they've got some work to do. I do know they were dropping gearbox fluid of sorts. Chip was describing to me earlier on that when it came in for a pit stop a while ago, it was dropping gearbox fluid, but not enough for them to bring it in yet. So I'm wondering if now they've taken the chance to serve that penalty. We've got more people ahead of us. So if you're watching the camera on screen, so up by the balcony, you can see just above the Brscc flag, you can see a sea of high vises. It looks like they're getting ready to receive another car for a stop-go penalty. But on the hangar straight, we've got a car pulled to one side, so we've got yellow flags out on circuit. This could be another full course yellow, you know. We've got a car, according to the CCTV, we've got a car stopped out on circuit. It's got its hazards lights on, so it's obviously waiting for the AA. And we've got some frantic pit lane activity. So we've got bunching of cars, we've got action. It's starting to spice up, Scott. What's going on?
It is. Well, now the sun's gone down, everyone's going bump in the night at the moment.
Yeah. Now, we were talking about Snetterton, and now it's all spiced up. See what happens. Let's go back to some of the comments just before we try and get some more information on that. Alia Cox came back to us. Thank you. My partner is in the pit lane, so I'm trying to keep an eye out for 315. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Do we know why DSC Motorsport had such a long pit stop? I will add that to the list. There's going to be a list of things I will need to go and find out tomorrow morning once the live stream gets going again with all of the fully working cameras. Dzeus 83, Snet 200 was awesome, but I love the technical bits of the 300. I do too. In any race car, I really do think that the 300 is a great little technical circuit. We are preparing for a full course yellow. So we've got a full course yellow in effect around the circuit, a full course yellow in effect. We've got a car abandoned on the hangar straight with its hazards going. So we can't, unfortunately, because of the mass of lights going on, we can't quite see what car it is that needs recovering. But the circuit at the moment is under a full course yellow. So while the cars trundle around, see, that would be the perfect time to make a pit stop. And hopefully it gives the likes of Scuderia Polo Rosso more time to repair the car. MH Racing with SAR, it gives them more time to repair the car and not lose too much ground on the other cars and drivers. MH Racing in 27th place at the time they came into the pit, and Scuderia Polo Rosso have now dropped to 7th, so that's dropped them right off this lead battle, which is currently Alpha Trojan in first, hashtag Blessed in second, and WRC Developments, they've plucked away and they've got to 3rd place. And Euro Car Parts, despite serving that penalty, Scott, they're up to 4th.
Yeah, indeed. And I think benefiting, of course, from the fact that Polo Rosso has had issues. So, of course, with the fact they're in the pit lane now. Also in the pits, yeah, MH Racing are in 2. And of course, they've got hashtag Blessed Squad in from 2nd place now. They're making their current pit stop. Etheridge in. I've got, if anyone uses the timing app at all, or the plugin for live timing, timing 71.
I tell you what, hashtag Blessed, sorry to interrupt you and cut across you there, Scott. Hashtag Blessed have just played an absolute blinder. They're in 2nd place. Chris Etheridge has been in the car for a while, so I think they were due a bit of a pit change. Aidan Hills did a grand job of bringing that car in. They've decided they've got a full course yellow. They are going to bring that car in for a little pit stop, so They've got the fuel jugs going in at the moment. It would be interesting to see what driver goes out next. Aidan Hills haven't taken the opening stint. So #Blessed are currently getting themselves another pit stop in the bag there. So playing the strategy game. Alpha Trojan have decided to stay out. They've only pitted once in this race, so they're going to keep on gaining the ground currently, but I think #Blessed are playing the long game and seeing if they can jump them with the pit stops. Although, as I say that, I've jinxed it. Alpha Trojan, the leaders, into the pits. So, frantic pit activity going on at the moment. We've got a visitor up in the box in Lindsay Close. She's popped in to see myself, Robert Lewis and Scott Woodwis on part 2. We're on the locked off cameras, so we haven't got the full live stream going on overnight. We've got more pit lane visitors for a penalty. I missed that out the window. The Euro Car Parts car is in as well, Scott, so they're taking the opportunity to have a pit stop under the full course yellow. So Josh Cook is into the car, and I'm wondering who they're going to hand over to, whether it's Aidan Moffat, Jade Edwards. Ryan Bensley took the opening stint there, and as well as being the sharpest dressed racer in the box with his wonderful race suit, he took the car to he had a decent opening stint, got the car in absolutely unfazed, and he's looking pretty good. So
definitely so. So yeah, it does seem as though, like we were talking about here, I guess for Lindsay's benefit as well, it does seem as though it's I don't know what exactly is going on at the moment with all the front runners, but they seem to be all hitting trouble in this short 10-15 minute window.
Hey, it's good for us, Chief.
It is, yeah. Plenty going on, yeah, definitely so.
Car 586 into the pits, so that's a WRC Developments car that hit problems earlier in the race. That was just a radiator cap, Scott.
Yeah.
What are the chances?
And it's completely just upended their entire race, where they're now a couple of laps down, having to battle their way back up through the order. They're back up to 13th, in all fairness, still 2 laps down, but they're just in the pit lane now. They're one of several cars. But as expected, a ton of people are taking full advantage of the full course yellow right now.
Absolutely. The strategies are starting to come in now. See, I knew this was going to... No, I didn't really, but...
I think we've also figured out which car it is that stopped out, unless you figured it out already, on the back straight, because...
Montgomery. So they're
it's
in
the City car, I think.
Yes, 29th place, unfortunately. The City Car Cup has stopped, and they hit trouble 4 minutes into the 24-hour race. I felt so bad for Glenn Finn when I spoke to him earlier on. He was absolutely gutted. He was like 4 minutes into the race. They were on the front row. Stuart Ratcliffe, I need to find out what happened to the 346 E-Max car. The way it just pulled over, carefully stopped. I mean, Stuart Ratcliffe is a very experienced and a great racer, so that's experience talking. He got the car straight over and stopped, but by the sound of it, the car was hunting. It was trying to get power, and it just wasn't happening, so he managed to pull it off. Paul Cole, E-Max have been in ages. Which one, Paul? Because they've got 6 out. Let's have a look. So we've got... Let's go through the E-Max.
Maybe 3. Well, they've got a couple of cars at the moment. They've got 585 in at the moment from 14th, and also 345 are also in from 24th place.
Yeah. So green flag. So we are away from the full course yellow procedures. The green flags are waved, and everyone can start racing again.
They can, and that's the thing with the full course yellow. As soon as it goes green flag, no waiting to get to the start and finish line like you do in a safety car. As soon as the green flag, that is good. Now, interestingly, the 346. It's just showing it's being left the pits. That's the car that ground to a halt a couple of hours ago. So that car's showing them in pit. So whatever the issue was, they're obviously taking it back and fixed it, solved what the issue was. Yeah. Now it's back out. Granted, it's now several, that's an understatement, several laps down now. My timing app I've got here, which is like a plug-in I've got here, 346. Yeah, they're currently 40th at the moment now, having completed 49 laps. So that is the Stuart Ratcliffe car, so they're now back out again.
The Littles will be absolutely gutted. Another car, obviously another car that seriously hit troubles at the moment, and it's currently got Paul McCullen at the wheel, is the Team BRSCC with BPC Motorsport.
And that car's now been through 2 engines now over this weekend.
Yes. So having complained about the engine that had some issues yesterday, they decided to change the engine after qualifying, because it turns out it wasn't the drivers that were a bit rubbish, it was the engine.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah, right, chaps. Okay, pull the other one. But unfortunately, Andrew Schofield went out, did the first stint, and I think they could hear that engine knocking in Oxford. It was that bad when he pulled it into the pit lane. It was rattling a beauty. I thought the bonnet was going to fall off. It was rattling that much. Car 333 beeping its way into the pit, so they're getting ready for a pit stop. The Par Motorsport. We've got a bit of red, we've got a bit of blue on that one. Have a look at this coming down. It's definitely, we've got stars and stripes.
I mistook that for stars and stripes. I thought it was a stars and stripes setup, but it goes the lengthways on the bonnet on both sides. It's quite interesting. And we got the other Rutec car in as well. Rutec. Again,
we're still trying to decide.
We'll wrestle with it. So it's definitely the 564 car, because the red car 581 is back in 27th place at the moment.
We have a driver change, car 326, and Chris Etheridge has he's going to go and get himself a cup of tea. Colin Bysouth is going to be in there, and we've got another penalty. Car number 486. WRC Development, second place. They have got a 26. That's very pedantic. That is a 26-second stop-go penalty, and that is for full course yellow speeds. We've just been sent a warning message by Andrew Schofield. Andrew, we didn't want to offend you, sir, but
yeah, we didn't want to offend Andrew. The rest of the team we don't mind about, but Andrew will care about it.
Yeah. And car number 421, Katie Ramsey Goff, you absolute legend. She's just sent us some intel. The leader of the race, car number 421, Alpha Trojan. They're in the garage.
What is it with the leaders at the moment? They're all hitting troubles at the moment.
Richard John Neal and Andy McEwen have gone home and it's lit up.
I'm actually trying to keep notes in terms of what they've got. So 486 has been given a drive-through.
Yeah.
For full course yellow speed.
At what point do we put out the Leslie Nielsen meme with all the chaos going on behind him, and he's saying, just calm down, everything's fine, and the world's on fire behind him?
I don't know why I thought the wrong man to come over in this. I thought it was the guy that went, hello, or whatever it is. But what was the... so I'm trying to figure out all these notes, because I want to add these later on to these guys. So 41 we say has hit trouble, and actually in the garage right now.
Yeah.
I'm sure Casey's down there, whoever can give us info. In the garage. And that was basically... That was in the garage at basically 10 p.m. So
like Kingdom for a Liqui Moly pen. I was going to start making some notes as well, because we're going to need to cover some of this stuff off tomorrow.
Yeah, the team one of the teams this has benefited the most actually. He's been calmly and quietly getting on with things. They're currently in the pits at the moment with 309 Fighting Talk. Ollie Samway's currently at the wheel at the moment. Up into third place
but
now.
Ollie Samways, I remember him doing the previous 24-hour race here. Might have been 2022. Ollie, if I get this wrong, feel free to give me a slap. Honestly, it was either 2022 or 2023, but he drove absolute great guns. They did a brilliant job. And the Fighting Talk team, they've always been, not really, sorry, understated is probably a bad word, but they've always punched well above their weight. Probably hence the name Fighting Talk. 343, another Emax Motorsport car, that has just left the pit lane. But as it stands, WRC Developments, caught 486, takes the lead of the race and has a 26-second penalty, while the Alpha Trojan car that is now in second place, Austin Mundy's just pulled that in. Fighting Talks in third place, they've just come into the pit lane. JW Bird Motorsport, they're in fourth place, car number 347. There is nothing that Nick Beaumont and Phil House want more than to win this race.
They were on, if I'm right, they were on the podium last time in 2023, if I'm correct.
Yeah, podium's good, they want to win it.
Yeah.
You can see the hunger in Nick's eyes, he wants to win it.
Definitely.
So Alpha Trojan have visited the pits. Basically everyone's visited the pits for various gremlins. I've had no word from the Silver Lake team, so I can only assume they're ignoring me. So thanks guys, if you are listening in the garage, love you too.
So the notes I've got so far, in terms of what we've had in the last 15 minutes, so the last half an hour or so, is that 599 have had a stop-go penalty. Polo Rosso are in the pits with big damage on the front end. What exactly we don't know, or when that's caused it we don't know. 486 were called to race control. They've had a drive-through for a full course yellow. Alpha Trojan, the race leaders, are now in the garage. I called it, they went in the garage about 10 p.m. So they're in the garage at the moment now. And then Emax have had some dramas of their own, because the number 15 City car we think is the one that stopped on the hangar straight.
Yep.
So that's out. And now but the silver lining, the 346 car is now back out after 2 hours after stopping at club and its mechanical issue.
So to give you some more intel, the Alpha Trojan car has come into the pit lane. They've got a cracked rear beam. They're going to have to go for a beam change on that. That's going to take up a big chunk of time. They've now dropped down to 4th place. So has that just cost them the 24 hours?
Well, there's still 19.5 hours of it to go, so...
I'm trying to be dramatic.
Yeah, and I'm trying to be realistic. I bet it's not the most glamorous thing, but it's just keeping it informative. So 4th, 5th and 6th right now currently showing on the screen are currently, well, Alpha Trojan will drop down anyway, but OPCPR are in, and so are Fighting Talk making their stops.
Ron Johnson, the greatest NASCAR name to ever live, is in the pit lane now. Hopefully he'll hand over to one of the other drivers that don't have as good... I mean, Tingram's a good name. Okay, I'll allow Tom Ingram. If you are listening, Tom, love you really, but Ron Johnson, there's something very much American NASCAR about that name.
Definitely so. I guess the silver lining for WRC Developments, even though they have yet to make their second stop, they are currently leading the way, 486. So they currently have a lead of almost a minute and a half over JW Bird in 2nd place in the 347. And then #Blessed, who've been steadily climbing up the order now into 3rd place. Again, another team also that's going to benefit from this unless they make their second pit stop soon. Burton Power Racing in 7th, and on the verge of possibly breaking into the top 5 as well.
They have just broken into the top 4. Burton Power Racing have jumped 3 spaces. They've made 1 pit stop so far. 3 minutes 3. Go on, Burton Power. Brilliant from that team. So we've still, like you say, we've still got 19.5 hours to go. So we've still got quite a bit of this race to go. But go Burton Power. Fair play to you guys. You're doing really well. And long may this continue. We've had a lot of comments come in, Scott. We're going to have to weed our way through these because there is quite a lot.
So we can get to the top of those comments and kind of work our way down if we can find it. Where did we last get to?
Quite a bit. I'm going to scroll up. If you are still listening, guys.
Let's go around from...
There we go,
around about here. Yes, there we go.
So Luke Turnbull,
shopping. Lots to get
so Luke Turnbull, he's obviously talking about the story about Sylvain going to get the shopping. Shopping just smashing about against the roll cage. To be fair, the spare wheel well in these is quite a nice little shopping bag area. So it wouldn't have been smashing against the roll cage. It's all good. If you crash, drive home, get your toolbox, fix the car, and drive back to the track. As simple as that. It depends. I suppose if you own a quick fit, it might go fairly well. But that's kind of what the garages are for in the pit lane.
That's true.
Luke Turnbull does agree. There is some trouble going on since I think as soon as the lights have gone, everyone's turned feral.
That does seem to be the case. The night time is doing quite strange things. Right now, Alpha Trojan are quick back out already.
Wow.
And they were in the garage, it said, for 12 minutes, 15 seconds, and Austin Monday's now. Right. So if that was a beam change, I'm guessing, by your reaction, that's a damn quick beam change.
It's either that or they've assessed it and they've gone, right, go out, get some laps, see if it gets any worse. They're obviously investigating something. Of course, if we had friends down into the pit lane like Nick Ramsey-Goff or Katie Ramsey-Goff and they can hear us, maybe they can get some more information for us up here in the commentary box so we can pass on to you wonderful people there watching on YouTube. I wonder if we've got any international viewers.
I'm sure we have.
I mean, we've had British Formula 4 today, an international championship in terms of the driving talent it brings in. We've had the Supercar Challenge here from our friends from the Netherlands. Hopefully they're having a safe trip home. We've had Britcar here today, but now we've got the main event, the 24 hours. So we're hoping we've got some international viewers for this. We have got a team from Denmark here this weekend, which is great.
We do. 564, that's the Rautech car coming in for a stop-go.
Yes. So would that be... So that's still... No, the 486 car. So that's got to serve its stop-go penalty of 26 seconds. But they are still leading this race. And JW Birds, oh yes, they have jumped up to 2nd place with #Blessed being driven by Colin Bysouth. That's got a full tank in it. That's up to 3rd. And as I said, Burton Power Racing, they've done 1 stop. They're playing away. They're doing, you know, rough lap times. They're doing...
4.8. Oh, they think they did have it. Yeah, that's their stop go, and that's 26 seconds. So that's for their stop go. Yeah, that's what we've decided.
Apologies at home for the interruptions. Myself and Scott keeping the conversation flowing. But the cars, where we are in the commentary box, So if you actually look on the screen, you could probably see us if I wave. No, you won't be able to see my arm there, but where the car is sat serving its pit stop-go penalty in the pit lane, there's a little white commentary box above that. You'll see all the lights shining in the room. Well, myself, Scott and Lindsay Close are sat up here at the moment just watching all the action that's going on and commentating on it. Once again, if you're watching on YouTube away from the circuit, welcome. It's nice to have you on there. Throw some comments in if you've got any questions you want to talk about the racing that's going on. If you're supporting anyone that's here this weekend, throw some comments in and we'll give you a bit of a shout out.
WRC Developments 486 now back down pit lane after its excursion into the pits to make it stop go.
That was a fast 26 seconds.
Well, probably fast for you.
Probably fast. It was just me wittering on. Sorry, people at home.
What's the phrase? Time flies when you. Time flies when you're serving a.
Some good questions coming in here. Jeff Hillier, can you take a stop-go penalty during a full course yellow? The simple answer is no.
That's a good question. At least that's answered.
It's generally the case. Car number 250, and that is the European car. I felt the rumble as it came into the pit lane. So the European spec cars generally have an aftermarket exhaust. You can feel it as it comes under the commentary box. But no, full course yellow in most endurance series. Well, I don't know about WEC stuff like that, but certainly UK endurance series, you cannot serve a penalty under a safety car or under a full course yellow, because effectively it's an advantage. You're negating what the penalty is. So no, as soon as the full course yellow comes out, sorry, you've got to wait and serve your penalty.
Do indeed. I don't want to tempt fate or touch wood, but it seems as though that after that mad spate of 15 to 20 minutes...
Let's not go there, Scott. Let's not go.
Am I tempting fate too much by that?
Yeah, I think you are, my friend.
Yeah. So we're coming up now to 5.5 hours complete. Incredibly, it's 10 o'clock. We've done 5.5 hours of the race, which is quite crazy. But it's where we are at the moment. As it stands then, with only a couple of cars in the pit lane, including Polo Rosso and the other one being BM Sport, also in... BM Sport in the garage, because I can't see their car out in pit lane.
I think they are. Now, they are situated up by... well, they're in the top rows of garages. They were up sort of next to Burton Power.
But I can't see a car at the top of the
the
pit lane, so they must have gone into the garage.
Yeah, I can't either. And unfortunately, it's behind where the camera that you would see onto the live stream.
So in that case, then now we've got the front runners back out, and just about everyone that's currently in the top 10 is actually on track. We can give a bit of a rundown of where we are. So despite having, well, I say despite, they'll have served their penalty, but I think they should still be in the lead. Is 486 WRC Developments leading the way, 85 laps completed at this point. Second place is number 347 JW Bird Motorsport. They're currently sat quite nicely, so about last time they came across the line it was a minute and 20 seconds, but I'm sure that'll have come right down after the stop go. Hashtag Blessed are up to third. Colin Bysap is at the wheel of that car now. You can see Hashtag Blessed having quite a nice trouble-free run so far, touch wood. Fourth place is currently Andy Burton in the Burton Power Racing car, 337. Aidan Moffat's now at the wheel of the Euro Car Parts car, 599. He's taken it from Josh Cook on their last pit stop sequence. The Silver Lake car, 458 up to 6th. So they've made some good progress in that car. Daniel Gill at the wheel. And then 7th place for another team that's been silently moving up the order, Fighting Talk. Alex Williams at the wheel of that car. Alpha Trojan are now back out, as we said, after that brief stop in the pit lane, whether they fixed anything or not. But let me look at their last lap is an out lap, so there you go. I mean, if they fixed it or it's not affecting things too much, because their last lap they just did on a fly, and that was a 3 minutes 0.6. So either that's just them being freakishly fast. Right, now WC Developments are back in again. A lap after they just came in for their stop go. This is the race leaders in again.
Serve their penalty, and they're going to go. So we can just see in the distance someone's waving a lollipop. So this is a scheduled stop.
Mandatory stop. Interesting now, our Scandinavian friends, the team manager of that car has been called to race control. So that might be a penalty incoming for them. So WRC Developments enjoys its moment in the, well, not sun, but you know what I mean, in this point in day, moment in the moon, maybe, do you call it that?
In the midnight glow.
In the midnight glow, let's call it that. by leading the race, and they kind of come in, serve their penalty. Now they're in for their scheduled stop. That now hands the lead over to JW Bird. I know you said not long ago that these guys are not desperate, but they really want to win this. The fact they are leading now with 5.5 hours gone.
And you can't begrudge them that. The passion that Nick Beaumont and Phil Howes put into it is, and they've got a Gen 2 car sat in the garage there as well. I can't wait to see that out.
Ah, okay.
Which I believe that might be the ex-C1 Racing Club car. Robin, if you are listening, drop me a text and confirm to me, but I'm pretty sure they bought the Gen 2 car off of Rob Welsh, the development car. So, car 345 has left the pits, and Andy Steele is now aboard that car. So car 486, the WRC Developments car, Ed McDermott brought that car in, so he's out in it at the moment. And Phil Howes is actually out in the JW Bird car, and they take the lead of the race. So WRC Developments in the pits. Ed McDermott's going to get out of that car, and I'm sure hand over to another driver. Colin Bysouth is still ploughing away, car number 326. And Andy Burton, so Mr. Burton of Burton Power, is out in 4th place, really going well. And again, I've got to tip my hat to Burton Power. They're ploughing away. They're doing it. Their fastest lap is a 3:01. They've got nice average lap times of about 3 minutes 3, 3 minutes 4. They are just ploughing away, keeping out of trouble, keeping out of any issues, and they've got themselves up to 4th place. And they are still only one stint in. They must be near a fuel stop now. They must be. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, it's them and car number 458 are the only ones that have only done one pit stop so far, so they are really longing out their stops. It's really going far on the fuel. Alpha Trojan now in 8th place. And it's all gone quiet against Scott. There's not a lot of action in the pit lane, he says. Wait for the 10 cars to come screaming in.
So you tell me not to curse it, and then you make that comment.
Should we go back to the comments? I was going to say, speaking of the comments, shall we go back?
Yes.
Liam, can spectators stay watching this for the full 24 hours inside the track? I'm pretty sure you can.
I think so, yeah.
There are people that come and camp here. It's a small amount. It's a big circuit, Silverstone, let's be honest. But there is a small amount of people that do come and camp. And I'm pretty sure Carl Barton that commented earlier, he comes with a group of friends and they come and camp and they cycle around the track, watch a bit of the 24-hour racing go at different areas. Divide also comments, I doubt anyone will stay awake the full 24 hours without developing a severe caffeine addiction. I take umbrage to that. I'm only on my 17th cup of coffee, all right? I mean, my eye's twitching and I can't stand straight, but that's not important right now.
Yeah, hence why he's comfortably sitting down at the moment.
It was a long 3 hours on that pit lane, but it's nice to get amongst the people. It's one thing I love about the C1 Racing Club is the people.
Yeah.
There are some, Robin's the head honcho and he tries really, really hard to get the cars together. It was seeing what happened last year when the 24 hours at Anglesey got cancelled, and the hurt that really caused that he had to do that to protect the club. But the hard work that goes on behind the scenes that Robin and the guys do, the teams that come down, the likes of Emax, the BPC, Josh Cook now normally brings out, him and Sylvan and Jade, they bring their car out and they have the enthusiasm, they put a lot of stuff out on social media, and it's great to see because it really is a one-off endurance racing club that is just fantastic to be a part of.
We've got some support for the Brscc car. Matthew Brown saying, supporting 410 had a tough start with the engine, waiting for Charlie Snell to come out and beat the best lap time.
Well, he is the driver coach.
Yes. It's practically set in stone, he's driver coach.
Yeah, especially after the beating that he gave Luke Souch in the first round when they had a bit of a practice 3-hour race, and Luke talked a good game and he's raced his Mazda really well, but even his dad was saying earlier he just needs to find the right pedal. So after changing the engine and getting rid of that excuse, what excuse they will come up with after launching the first engine, the jury's still out on that. We'll see how they get on. Is there any sign of Paul McCurlin in yet, actually? Should we check the...
Let's find the time thing at the bottom here. Let's have a look.
very, very. I'm borrowing Scott's laptop. I feel quite weird actually just jumping in there. Let's see who's out of the car. Paul McCurlin's still out of the car, so we're still chopping those laps in.
Yeah, I've got a little analysis thing here. Actually, I can see who's doing what stints and what stops. It looks though in terms of a stint, looking at some of these drivers. Some I've done is when he's 40 laps on a stint. JW Bird in 347 did quite a job there to get 347.
And they're averaging a 3:02, so it could well be they're driving to a datum lap time to really long out the fuel on these cars so they can get as many laps in as they can.
Yeah.
Undisturbed.
Yeah. I'm trying to look at some of the data for some of the laps that's been done here. Oh, of course, I've not done that many laps. So Paul's done 35 laps. He's possibly coming to the end of his stint.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Might well be coming in quite soon. So it looks as though on average, looking at round about somewhere between 35 to, if you can eke it out, because full course yellows will come into play on that too as well.
Yes, absolutely.
35 to 40 laps on a tank, depending on how the race goes, if you've got full course yellows or not. Which is interesting. I did get some love in the comments with one or two people from the coverage, if we go down towards the bottom, because we're coming right down to the bottom here. There's a couple in here. Now, Alex Fraser said he wanted to know if anyone's watching overseas.
He's in the Falkland Islands.
How about the Falklands? He's in the Falkland Islands watching this and chatting to my partner, who is back in the UK, also watching. She told me you guys were streaming. Well, Alex, thanks for watching all the way from the Falkland Islands. Appreciate your company.
Give our regards to the penguins. They're awesome down there. My dad did a lot of work out in the Falkland Islands, and he loved it. Absolutely wonderful place, the Falkland Islands, and the penguins are really cool.
Yeah, it's what's interesting was that there's a little bit of a theme as well. Also, is that there's a few teams in here who said they wish that they were here on the grid. Another one here is Ashley James asked me, says, "Gutted we're not out in our 569 Ugaduga Racing C1 with you this weekend. Let's just call it Gremlins and work from back in March." But a big shout out to SCR and MH Racing. Go for it, Ollie. So
thank you for the shout out.
Yeah,
Mr. Aspen.
And from one commentator extraordinaire to another, that was a shout out from Pit Lane Jamie. That's Jamie Peters Ennis, who's watching from home as well.
Oh,
good to see you watching on the stream.
Did I see one there from David Meenan, of former 24-hour or C1 24-hour winner there, David Meenan. Okay. David, hi Robin team, watching from home unfortunately. Gutted you're not here, David. I think it's time you got the band back together. Burton Power in the pit lane, I've just noticed out of the corner of my eye, Scott. They have come into the pit lane from third. Andy Burton, my hat off to you, sir. That was an outstanding stint. Well done.
Yeah. Interesting comment as well from somebody who said it's the first ever 24-hour race, but the person who sent it is literally sat right behind us. She's not even sorry. Sorry, I thought I called that out. But no, fair enough. It's everyone has the experience for the first 24-hour race, so it's great to see. I think mine was literally, I think it was the 2013 C1 CCB 24 hours, and you kind of get hooked a little bit on it in terms of like just. We were talking about this earlier on. I'm talking of the benefit kind of out more to Lindsay, but also to those on the stream here as well. As we said earlier on, there's just something different about motorsport at night. It's just it just heightens all the senses and it just makes the sport that little bit more beautiful. I don't know what it is, but there's just something about motorsport at night that just raises everything up to 11. It's brilliant. It's a great atmosphere, and what's always a great atmosphere is down in that pit lane, because I remember in races in years before when we've done it. Particularly, I think we did the first one that was under BRSC. Was it 22? I think it was 2022. I think it was. And I remember being in the pit lane at one point, and I could smell food cooking. There was music playing in the garages. People were having a bit of a dance in the garage too. But you laugh a little bit, but it's such a magnificent atmosphere. So which is great stuff. So, and this is what this race does. It's some people look at it, it's not Le Mans or Nürburgring or Spa 24 Hours. It doesn't need to be. But those are great races, and everyone loves those races. But it's these proper, almost like grassroots 24 hours like this that kind of brings a lot of different people together to give them the experience of racing at events like that in such different cars. It's magnificent to watch, and magnificent to see so many people enjoying it.
I mean, how many other events around the world can you buy? I mean, there was a comment here about buying a cheap car, affordable cars. Effectively, these cars are on road tyres, they're road legal. Oh, another commentator extraordinaire, Dave Goddard. Good evening,
Indeed.
Sir. Great to have you come onto the comments there, Mr. David Goddard. I hope you're well. David Meenan, I do apologise. It was a double 24-hour winner in different cars.
You've been told in two different cars, so you've been told.
Overseas in Suffolk at Hybrid Tune. Unfortunately, couldn't be there, but can take some comfort that absolutely correct. All of the cars in this field are running hybrid tuned ECUs. It's a lose-win for us.
I've never heard the term lose-win. I've never heard that before. That's a new one on me. It's excellent stuff. Just see if there's anyone else. If there's any. Choose your lane, pit lane. Divided to choose your lane, pit lane or void. It's basically illuminated pit lane or just complete darkness.
I think that's the brightness settings on the on the camera doing that for us.
Dave, I'll give you this one. If I was being reading me, I'd say he's stolen my term, but I'll give it to him because he's commentating himself. There's a cacophony of commentators here. I call a collective of commentators a cacophony because it makes a lot of noise and makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Absolutely no sense. And the other term I like to use is when it comes to commentators is that half the time you can't understand it, can't make out a word what we're saying anyway. And the other time you can, it's complete rubbish. So, and I generalise that on that side.
Charlie Alien has commented, and thank you for commenting in. Shout out to CMR, great driving, Steve. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, but JP's is currently in a freezing cold tent in my neck of the woods in Brands Hatch. Because of course
he's there with the GT World Challenge. There we go.
So I did catch literally a handful of seconds of some highlights from the qualifying session, but it looks as though it was relatively okay weather down there. So,
yeah.
So it seems as though all is well in that sense.
I think it's been scorching weather anyway. I think Thruxton's got a meeting on this weekend. There's lots of racing on, and of course it's a bank holiday weekend. I mean, we get the day off. Well, I won't have the day off on Monday because I've got to fix my race car ready to race in a few weeks, but I think everyone out there will be enjoying the 3-day weekend. I know several people in this pit lane will probably be glad for the rest. Once the 24-hour race is over and done with. But when we've got the likes of Jamie Peters-Ennis, we've got Dave Goddard tuning in as well, who does do some fantastic commentary work with another racing organisation in the UK. So great work, guys. Luke Turnbull, Defo. Had the pleasure of Dave in my ears for all of Thruxton today. Fantastic. Great to hear, Luke. So we had a lot of chaos earlier on. And now we're winding down a bit. It's quite nice. Although the Silver Lake team are mobilising. And 458, that has just jumped up to 4th place, have only done one stop. They are the only car in this field that haven't done a stop yet. Their team are ready. The cans are ready. The fuelers are ready. Right, pit stop, Scott.
What, so they haven't done a pit stop, like an actual proper pit stop yet? All race so far?
No, they've done one.
Oh, they've done one?
No,
okay,
they're the only one that's done one. Sorry, it might be me that's a bit tongue-tied. But they've done one, and they're the only one that's done one. So they must be running on fumes, or they've got a special fuel tank in the a la TWR, and it's all in the roll cage or something.
I see.
Like that. Yeah, that's just... Yeah. I know what that dodgy Greg race is like.
Yeah, or did the old Group B trick with the Lancers, where they kind of just had they made a roll cage out of toilet rolls.
What was it the NASCAR where he made the fuel lines uber long?
A smoky eunuch?
That could well be. So the tanks had to be a certain size. So he was like, okay, well, it said nothing about fuel lines.
Apparently there was a basketball trick as well. What they do, they in order to get an extra 2 or 3 litres, Lindsay's not a... Lindsay knows this story. I'm impressed. In a good way, I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. But there's a trick with the basketball. Apparently you can have a certain amount of capacity. So what you did was he deflated the basketball.
Yeah.
I think put it in the tank, filled it up, and obviously once you've done that, you took it out, you get an extra 2 or 3 gallons worth of fuel.
Yeah.
And I think you also would put like a wider fuel line, so you get an extra gallon of fuel or something in there.
Yeah.
I think there was a story as well when he built this car, and it was so highly illegal, you could tell, and he brought it into the what I want to say scrutineering, but what do they call it in a tech inspection? That's it. And they go over and said, "You've got 10 violations." Smokey just jumped in his car, shut the door, and went, "Make that 11." Just drove off. So he was. I think I saw a video. It was one of the videos. I think it's VinWiki. I think on YouTube, where he talked about the guy. He got some really good stories on there. Apparently, he said that Smokey claimed that that half of the NASCAR rule book and the little changes they put in was because of him. So,
good man.
So he pushed the boundaries in terms of.
Yeah, he didn't really bend the rules. He snapped them clean in 2.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm guessing Dave just jumped in also because he's had a full day of commentating and also refreshing himself. He's asked about 346 and what happened to 346. We need to remind ourselves of what 346. That's the Emacs car. That had some kind of a tech issue that we haven't got the bottom of exactly what that was.
No, I need to speak to the Emacs team about that at some point, probably tomorrow morning.
So it got to a point where it was going slowly up towards Stowe Corners, roughly about what, an hour and a half in or so, roughly that, or maybe
bit more than that, a couple of hours.
Maybe 2 hours in.
Stuart Radcliffe was in the car, so they've just done the stop, haven't they? So they had a full tank.
So they just made a stop. The car crawled to a halt and it stopped on the first initial part of the pit lane, coming into in what is the Grand Prix pits. And that car was running quite well in the top 5, and looking, that was the strongest Emacs car, about 5th or 6th. It was the strongest Emacs car in the field. Stuart Ratcliffe was at the wheel.
If ever they had their gun car to win the 24 hours, that was the car.
Absolutely. And then that car's been in the pits for just over 2 hours or so. And then it's just come back out recently, but it's way down. Unfortunately, far out of any contention, unfortunately, whatsoever. And it's currently sat at the moment in 40th place, so it's lost quite a lot of laps. It's 32 laps off the lead. So unfortunately for Emacs, what probably could have been not totally the car they were hanging their hat on being the strongest in the field, unfortunately, that car sadly is essentially just going for as good a finish as they can make in the next roughly 19 and a bit hours. Well,
Fighting Talk have made their way up into 5th place. 4th place at the moment, car 458, Silver Lake Racing. They are in the pits, and I can tell you they're filling it up with a bit of fuel as well. It looks like it's petrol, it's certainly not diesel. And Greg Rose and the team just getting ready they've got the jacks ready, they've got the pit bull ready, the team are poised and ready to go, but the car is difficult to spot because they've put a camo livery on it, Scott. That's most unwelcome view from up here in the commentary box. We'd like to see the cars, please, Jen. Speaking of which, the Army Motorsport car, it's an absolute nightmare to spot because they've put camouflage all over it. So hope you're well down there, boys, and listening. It's the most common dad joke you could probably make with the camo livery, but genuinely with the Army Motorsport guys, it was a pleasure to chat to you earlier. Great to see the team in action, and a member of that team, Chris Dancer, as well, Jonathan Chandler. Great to see all you guys. Great to see the Army Motorsport team here. Andy Burton has passed the mantle to Tommy Valentine, so the Burton Power car heads out, and I dare say Andy Burton, great driver, he's drove a brilliant stint, and he's handed it over to Tommy Valentine, who's a bit of a handy peddler himself. So I think if Tommy does the same thing, gets his head down, I think he's a little bit quicker. They've come back out in 12th place, he'll get it back up the places. But as it stands, Scott, we're just coming up to the 5-hour mark of this race. Things have started to open up a bit with JW Bird leading the race currently, car number 347. They're in first place. 20 seconds behind is the #tagged Bless car, the Lewis Hamilton tribute car, being pedalled by Colin Bysouth. And in third place, being driven by Aidan Moffat, is the Euro car parts car, which I really like. I like a blue car anyway, Scott. I'm a sucker for a blue car, but the Euro car parts car does look pretty good. In fourth place, currently being refueled and retired as the team get to work as the Silver Lake Racing team. You can just see it on the stream. The top of the stream, they're getting to work on the car there. In fifth place is Fighting Talk. They're 2 laps down from the leaders. In sixth place is the Alpha Trojan the 2022 winner. I put my words back in my mouth.
Put your teeth back in.
Yeah, 2023 winner. Alpha Trojan with Adam Willis at the wheel. JW Bird Motorsport, the second car, that is in 7th place. The WRC Developments 586 car, that's the car that hit trouble first up in the race with the radiator cap coming adrift. So it's good to see them inside the top 10. And the CMR Racing Par Motorsport car, they haven't let that penalty affect them too much. The 333 car, they're in 9th place, and the WRC Developments car number 486, that is rounding out our top 10 here at Silverstone for the 24-hour race of 2025.
Yep, as you say, just over, coming up to almost 5 hours in.
Yep.
And for those who've been joining me, the last roughly, this is our first hour and a half or so, we had that period of those just coming in about 15-20 minutes where just all the front runners just went completely bonkers.
Everyone just decided
it was either incidents or mechanical problems or having a crash or a penalty or being investigated, all sorts going on. And I think the only couple of teams that kind of got away with it without really basically unscathed without anything happening are our current top two, which is JW Bird and #Blessed. They kind of, everyone else, Euro car parts had the penalty. Silver Lake, of course, had some issues with one of their cars. Alpha Trojan came in with what we put was a cracked beam, but if they've actually fixed it that quick enough, then fair play to them. Obviously, developments. Actually, interesting enough, the 586 car, which had that issue on, that's in the top 10 now. It's in 8th.
And Paul McCurlin has pulled the Brscc car back into the pit, so he's ending his stint. So it'd be good to see how. Well, it's not BMW, so he won't be too happy about that. You know, he's a bit of an aficionado for BMWs. But thank you for the comments coming in constantly. By the way, guys, we will get back to those shortly. Yeah. Paul McCurlin has come into the pits. Car 458 has exited the pits, and they will exit in 6th place, 3 laps down from the leader.
So, on that stint, it looks as though that Paul's actually completed 40 laps on one stint. So that's the maximum you can probably do on that one. So,
on, Paul.
A decent stint. Obviously, they are. Unfortunately, I don't say this with any Mickey taking, but because of the fact they've had some engine issues, they are way down the order in 41st. So they are far out of contention of anything else at all. But I think they're just doing it now purely just for the fun of it, and just to enjoy the experience.
At what point can we blame Brscc?
I thought we said we couldn't. It wasn't his fault.
I don't know. Jury's out there. Tell you what, get in the comments. Do we blame Andrew?
Otherwise, if we do, we get another message. I don't want another message from Andrew Schofield. And not least one that's him telling me off.
Fantastic. To be fair, it will be interesting. We've got Luke Souch to come. We've got Greg Graham to come in that car. And we've got their driver coach to come as well, Charlie.
Yes, we do.
So it'll be interesting to see who gets the fast lap in. Although Greg Graham, the pride of Scotland, got the fastest time for that car in qualifying yesterday. So,
yeah. Quick question from Ghetto Works. When are the camera uppers back on stream? 9 o'clock tomorrow. Obviously, they have to go home at some point and take a break because they've been basically going all day from around about 10:30 today, this morning, kind of covering all the races and all the support races that we had, of course, on the first initial part of the 24 hours, so they have to go and take a break. Of course, our colleagues, Richard John and Andy McKidd, have also had quite a busy day on the microphone and wandering up and down as they have done too, which is that us hardy souls in the box, myself and Rob, are doing what we can for however long we feel like we can go for, or we want to go for, over the next couple of hours or so at least, just to give you some extra insight into what's going on in the race so far.
Car number 15, that's the City Car Cup that's back in the pit lane. It didn't visit, it's not finished a stint. It wasn't that long ago that it had come in for a visit to the pit, so I'm wondering if they're still suffering from the contact earlier in the race that they just needed to come and sort out. They are expecting it. They've got the lollipop out ready for it, so it is an expected visit. So back to the comments.
We've got a couple of viewers from one of the Escapade places as well, I can see. For Chris, he says, cheers guys, loving the commentary, thank you very much. Keeping us going through the night at the rooftop of Escapade at Beckett's, Bragg and Andy. So, well, sounds like you're enjoying yourself. It's not a bad spot to be, is it, for a 24-hour race?
No,
on top of one of the Escapade, what do you call them, villas or houses, suites, what would you call them?
Posh houses.
Posh houses, okay, we'll call that. It's good. Well, I was about to say huts, but that's too primitive, isn't it? Kind of saying it's not a hut, is it? You can just call it accommodation, but either way, it's a house basically, isn't it? It's one of these sort of Escapade houses, if you like, villas, whatever you call it. I'll call it something. But they're on top of one of those, watching it. I'm sure they've probably got a beer on the go as well, watching from the rooftop, watching a 24-hour race. There's almost nothing better than that, really, which is a great setup.
Exactly. Chris says that Ghetto Works, come on CMR, up the Croydon boys. Richard John Neal would love that, being a Croydon local himself.
Yeah, 8th place for them at the moment, currently still circulating well, 3 laps off, well, let's say technically 2 or 3 laps off the lead, but still lapping pretty well. Lapping currently in the 303s, so decent pace at the moment during the night stint, not too bad.
Adrian Martin, 309 team. Hope Graham Soundways is keeping the kettle on and keeping you all fueled up from the support camper.
Got a nice comment from Jeff Hidio as well. Not that what I expected, but we're getting some nice comments from the comments show. We're just ironically for us, we're just talking and just talking about the race and just trying to make it some kind of entertainment. So the fact you guys are taking some entertainment from it, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. Jeff Hillier says, I've just commented to the wife that we've been watching for an hour, which is totally not her thing. And she said, it's because the commentary is very engaging, those guys are very good, so keep going. We'll go as long as we can.
We try our best.
Yeah, but thank you for watching. Again, given the fact that it is now currently 25 to 11 in the evening, there are still 361 watching of you. For all of you that are watching, whether you're lurking or just watching or actually commenting, thank you, we appreciate it. Because of course, we put this on obviously to not just for the race for people to take part in, but also we've done a live stream for people to enjoy it. And of course, we haven't got full cameras until 9 AM tomorrow, but we're doing something at least in these kind of midnight hours whilst the rest of the crew are taking a very well-earned break, everything they've done, just to kind of at least give some guidance in these next few hours in the dark. Because yes, there will be a period when we inevitably have to go and take a break at some point and go and take some
we need
sleep.
to have a bit of a nap.
Yeah, some nap and just a bit of a refuel and just recharge. So there will be a handful of hours when there won't be any commentary on that side. But if you bear with us and depending on what time we can and what time we're able to kind of get up and go again before 9 o'clock, I'm sure we'll try and fill in some gaps until we go back to full cameras and comms, so that then there's a bit of info as well. And we're also trying to take notes throughout what's happening with some drivers, so we can keep our colleagues updated by the time we then allow them to kind of hand back and get involved as well.
I have the feeling I'm going to be very busy tomorrow morning trying to get the info.
Possibly, yeah, possibly. It's interesting as well. Millie's commenting saying, my boyfriend is in the BPC Motorsport team and I know nothing about racing, but I've been watching this stream for the past hour now and have learnt loads.
Millie, I can tell you, your boyfriend has worked absolutely loads in that team. He's changed a gearbox all on his own. He's done an engine all on his own. If he's looking after the Brscc car, he's had to do a lot to the car, let's be honest. I don't know
quietly.
Yeah, I don't know who your boyfriend is, Millie, but if he's with the BPC team, he'll be having a good time. The Watts family that run BPC Motorsport, fantastic outfit down there. The BMW, nice looking BMW 1 Series they had in the Club Sport Trophy, is a gorgeous car.
Those 1 Series Super Cup guys is part of the now amalgamated BMW Super Cup, because they've amalgamated with the Compact Cup in 2025. They are quite good bits to get. They're effectively the rear-wheel drive version of the Audi TTs, because a lot of the, interesting enough, a lot of the bits that are on in the kit for the Audi TT, there are some that both the TT and the 1 Series share in the same kit. So that's what I mean by it being basically the rear-wheel drive version of the Audi TT Cup. So those will build up as much as possible, and we'll have a few more as cars are being built, and those will take off, I'm sure, in the next season or two.
Adrian Martin, 309 up to 4th. Go boys, fantastic from Fighting Talk. Brilliant stint from them. They're currently lapping, so their fastest lap is a 3-minute dead. They're not breaking lap records, but you don't have to. This is endurance racing. We are literally ticking on to the 5-hour mark in a 24-hour race, and teams like Burton Power and Fighting Talk, they get it. And to a lesser extent, CMR Racing with Power Motorsport, they're getting the basics right. They get the pit work done right. They're keeping out of trouble. I mean, to be fair, Power Motorsport have Chris Diamond at the wheel, who is a very good driver coach and a very good racing driver.
Yeah. A couple of good comments come in about surviving the night and in being part of 24-hour races.
Yeah.
David Meenan says, long race. The mad thing about this race is with the start time, with dawn at like 5 AM, you think you're nearly there, but have 12 hours to go. So that's the agony. It's like, dawn is broken, 7 o'clock, oh, I've got 10 hours to go. It's like, but you get through it. But there's actually also as well, David also gives some very good advice. The best advice I can give, and when I've told the drivers around at the Mont 24, is get through the night and race through the day. And that's a really key piece of advice, because also, we've seen already the front runners here hitting troubles with penalties or with issues or mechanical problems or having an accident and they have to repair damage.
As soon as it went dark.
Exactly, and that's the key thing. It's for some teams, like just surviving the race, if not just surviving the night, is an achievement. And you'd be surprised if you keep the car out of trouble, keep your nose clean, just keep good, consistent lap times. It might not be the absolute fastest, but you know, if one of the front runners, like they have, 1 or 2 have hit troubles, whilst they're in the garage, the laps you're getting on them, you're laps ahead of them by the time they come back out, and you're finishing ahead of them. So the key thing is keep it consistent, keep it just solid, but keep it safe on track. Don't take it, given the fact you've got much reduced visibility apart from whatever lights you've got in front of you available, don't take unnecessary risks when there's no point to take the risks when you've got the visibility to afford to take those risks, if that makes sense. And then I think some teams will be pleasantly surprised, more than pleasantly surprised, if they survive the night and even challenge themselves not to look at the timing screen overnight, and then looked back in the morning and saw where they were. They'd probably get a massive shock in the best possible ways to where they are compared to where they thought they'd be. because others will have just hit trouble, whilst they've just kept it pounding round, not done anything silly, just kept the car on the road, kept out of everyone's way, got their head down, kept consistent, and that can get you a better result. And sometimes, it's the age-old saying sometimes, slow and steady wins the race. In some cases, like a 24-hour race, sometimes, not necessarily fully like slow, but you can still run a good pace, might not be the outright fastest pace, but still run a decent pace, and you can get higher up the order than you think.
Absolutely. David Meenan has come back and commented, I think we went a lap down one year in the first 2 stints with the safety car falling wrong. So effectively the safety car came out and pulled out into the front of the wrong car, so they almost fell a lap back because of the way the safety car queue fell. But pulled it back throughout the night and early morning, keeping it clean and racing flat out from dawn. Jeff Hillier, wash your mouth out. This is not VW Beetles. This is Citroen C1s.
I think he's referring to a joke from Divided there. He was talking about, I've got an idea for a racing format. Instead of numbers, we identify cars by the music they're playing. Imagine seeing a car playing My Chemical Romance followed by someone playing the Beatles.
Well, you say that,
that's where that comes from.
Before we had the receivers come in the past couple of years, which a lot of the guys now plug into the stereo system on the car so they can hear it through the speakers, you would have it that a few of the teams would blast out normally some club music of some sort, some dance music. So it wouldn't be it wouldn't be remiss at 4 o'clock in the morning. You would hear the cars go by and it'd be literally as I come up the pit.
But it used to be the case in some of the previous 24 hours, so forgive us, that's what you were talking about, but even some of the ones that used to race at, rest in peace, Rockingham, we could get some of them that would drive along. And I'm sure there's even onboard footage somewhere, there's just on YouTube, of 1 or 2 of the cars racing in that race, where they have got the radio on.
Yeah.
And it's either just, not necessarily a CD, it's tuned in just to, like, I don't know, Radio 1 or Capital or something else, or Kiss FM or something. Yeah. Just because it keeps them going.
Either that, or they tune into the circuit commentary, because the best bit was, if the circuit commentary was on an FM frequency, there we go.
They've got us just commentary.
They listen to the commentary on the car radios, because it's almost the cheat code.
Yes.
Because if the commentator's saying, oh my word, there's a car off and there's bits hanging off the car, the driver's going to sit there listening to the radio going, that car's going to pull into the pits, you know. Or, well, we could come into the pits here before the safety car comes out and that could jump us up the order. I'm sure, David Meenan, if you are still listening, did that ever happen to you guys on the hybrid tune team? I'd be intrigued. Mel Robinson, any update on what happened to the chickens, number 310?
That is a good point. We haven't heard from them so far, yeah? Since they came in.
Are they still in the pits? Or are they now out on circuit? I can't see anything.
I hate to say it, but they're outside the top 30. That's
no.
So
the front end was quite stoved in on that. They are 37th and still in the pits.
That's genuinely, I'm not saying it for the sake of it, that's gutting.
Yeah, that's definitely
because what's even more cruel for that is they were in a position where they were as fast. They were one of the fastest cars out on track in the early stages.
Yeah,
it was them, JW Bird with Rory Clark, and Alpha Trojan.
Yeah,
they were one of the 3 fastest cars up there, and I genuinely had them as a dark horse to possibly even get on the podium at least with that pace.
I'm going to call commentators curse, and I'm going to say it's completely my fault, because I did say when we came up in the box, oh, it's Scuderia Polo Rosso and Alpha Trojan out front and untouched at the moment, and they've both had issues. Sorry, guys. I'm really sorry.
Race leaders are in. 347 JW Bird has just trickled down pit lanes. This will be who is this going to be? Phil House. So he's going to be handing over to. Well, we've had Phil House and we've had Rory Clark. Yeah,
Phil, if you can hear this, get yourself a cuppa, good sir. That was a brilliant stint. And they've got JW Bird into the box seat there. So as we enter our 6th hour of this.
Speaking of which,
race. Oh, Lindsay Close, you absolute hero.
Yeah, absolute angel for giving me a cup of tea. She's bringing you one as well. So I think she's all right with that one. So we'll see that on stream. Thank you. She's
and a big shout out as well. I'm hoping a few of the boys and girls up and down the pit lane can hear this. The coordinators, the marshals, our lovely Orange Army, all of the officials that are out there at the moment working on this 24-hour race, and the Brscc, we've taken the mick out of the likes of Paul and Greg and everyone racing out in the car, but the hard work that they have had to go through getting this 24-hour race together. I really hope we can come back and do this next year. And I can tell you one thing, we're going to come back with more cars. And we're going to make sure we get more Europeans over. Let's make this an international event. I want most of Europe to come over. Let's get some Aussie C1s over. I'm pretty sure they exist.
Does such a thing exist?
Let's make it exist. Let's put a V8 in a C1 and see what happens.
Yeah, but that's going to make the winner obvious, though. You know, like, come on, we don't want it. We want the unpredictability. Yeah. That's what makes motorsport so special. Unpredictability. You're absolutely right. I mean, a big thank you to every single person within Brscc that's made this possible, and of course all our coordination team, who are up and down, and those who are taking the shifts. You know, who are, I think, shout out some in particular. Again, this is not all. There's not all of them, of course, but there are some who are in the mix as well who are kind of doing their duty. Of course, Lindsay, of course, as well, of course, doing a grand job.
Yeah.
Andrew Payne's been around helping out. He regularly is coordinating Pro Sport Sprint at the moment, and also I think Production Cup. But he's now also helping at the pit lane also as well. Also great to have back as well. The one and only Charlotte White as well. He's doing a fantastic job back at the race weekend as well. Really great to see her back as well, and doing a genuinely phenomenal job as always. It's great to see her back, and yeah, just everyone in race control and everyone who's in race admin. It goes without saying as well, but all of our marshals, who are the ones who are out on post right now, are the ones I think will have the most admiration and respect for, because there's not many people that would purposely choose to go and stand at almost 11 o'clock at night at Silverstone at night watching C1s go around and marshal, purely because they love motorsport and want to be part of the sport and part of the event. So a massive thank you. And also, do you know what? This typically works. I'm going to do so if we can. Although, once I get to that in a second, I can see a yellow flag, but I'll get to that in a second. I'm sure people will try and pick it up in the comments. If you love the marshal as much as we do, just throw up some orange hearts in the comments, or also orange, some kind of orange emoji, orange hearts, orange circles, whatever you want to throw up in the comments, because I think it's safe to say marshals are probably the one thing in motorsport that is universally loved by everyone, because they put in a massive amount of effort in their own free time, in their own spare time, to be part of these events, because they love the sport and want to be part of it. And it's just a phrase I'm about to say next, you know I'm about to say, but it feels like it's an overused phrase, but every single time it's always true. Without marshals and volunteers in motorsport, this event wouldn't happen.
This doesn't happen.
No events in motorsport happen.
No.
So thank you to all of them for all the work they do.
Ash Morton, his team down, especially down in pit lane as well. Everyone round. There we go. Fire up the orange hearts. Come on, you guys. Fantastic. I want
to see the comments now full of orange hearts for a little bit.
It's starting to happen.
And they fully deserve it.
The other thing I'm loving seeing in the comments, I think my V8 in a C1 has really got people inspired. I'll tell you one thing. So every year, myself, Scott, we've done Race of Remembrance every year, and that's got some great racing machines. And I've always said to myself, so I race myself in the modified Fords. I've already got a race car. I've always said to myself, if I win the lottery, I'm going to build a C1 with a turbocharged 2 litre, but I'm going to build it like a Pikes Peak version. Massive aero, flat floor, big diffuser, big wing. Built, you know the old Suzuki Escudo thing that was on Gran Turismo?
Or the Cultus as well.
I want it to look like that, and then I would enter Race of Remembrance in it, just because it would be purely bonkers.
I would love, and I would love, and forgive it slightly blasphemous here, but in fairness, it is the same car underneath, so forgive if I say the words Toyota Aygo, I know that's blasphemous on the C1 stream. But what I've always loved is, when I was younger, actually, my first car, I wanted the Toyota Aygo, which is quite interesting. But what I would love to do is, I would love to essentially make like an Aygo WRC.
Right.
So basically sort of widen the track on it, put like a slightly wider body kit on it, put like a Corolla or style, WRC style front splitter and rear wing on it, and then put like a bigger engine in it, turbocharge it and make it four-wheel drive.
Yes.
And that thing would be an absolute rocket out of there. Magnificent stuff.
Loving all the orange hearts onto the comments. Big up. Luke Turnbull, Holden C1 24 hours. I love it. So Divide. It turns out he's quite astute at doing that on the commentary somewhere. Apparently there's a video somewhere on the internet. We'll try and look that up. Dave, commentator Dave Goddard, stick a superbike engine where the rear seat should be. That would be fun. Yeah,
twin engine.
It would literally spin on its own axis. That would be fantastic. David Meenan, Faithless Insomnia. I can't get no sleep.
I don't think anyone's getting sleep tonight. Not in this
race. Definitely not in this race with some of the repairs that are going on. We're loving all of the orange hearts. Absolutely loving all the Orange Hearts, David Meenan, Turbo C1 class, you say? Mike Harris, I'm hoping that's the Mike Harris that's raced with Silver Lake with WRC Developments. First C1 24 hour I have missed since 2017. Holiday clashed, have a good one. Great to see you tuning in, Mike Harris. Absolutely fantastic. Dave Goddard, they did build a one-off mid-engine Toyota Aygo as a concept
I do remember that.
It was called the Aygo Crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to both reach our phones to try and figure that. I remember there was like an extreme version of the Aygo they made. I can't remember exactly what the specs were. But I'm gonna have a quick look.
I've got more info from Nick Ramsey Goff on the chicken. So Scuderia Polo Rosso, they've got a new front end going on that car. It looks like they've had to do significant work with the radiator ramp pack.
Yeah, that is a plain white front bumper on that car now. So. Yeah. Let's go. This Aygo Crazy, which I remember they did make something on those lines,
yes,
so I'm going to look at it. So it has got, it's kind of a little bit along the lines of what I'd wanted it to do. It has got like a wide arch, almost like a body kit. Not quite rally style, but it's like a widened body kit. So they widen the track on it. It's got a little rear wing on the back as well.
Yellow flags down at Copse Corner.
Now, the bonus of us being in the com box here as well is that we actually get the benefit of seeing, I'm not kidding, the entire bank of CCTV cameras. So what we can do is, let's just drag the cameras down to cops.
So I can see the light.
And we'll go cops, we can drag them into different positions so we can see who's done what. We'll go cops out as well. And we'll go to maggots.
Okay.
Now, we're trying to have a look around, see if there's anything that's possibly, that's the National Pit Straight.
Now it looks like on the right hand side there is a car parked, potentially pit exit. There's some marshals walking over. So, have we got a car that's cut out or conked out as it's come out of the pit lane and is causing a bit of a hazard? So let's see. Apologies, folks. We're just looking at some CCTV. If you are still listening, don't go away. We do still want you here.
We are doing some investigative work. We are going full course yellow. We've gone full course yellow.
You're doing investigative work. I'm trying to work out the technology. What button do I press?
I'm the one with the mouse in my hand. Well, it's a cup of tea in my hand right now. The second. Let's have a look. So we are having a look around.
Full course yellow.
Yeah, full course yellow.
So they've got to recover a car from somewhere.
I guess we keep it kind of trained on these cameras here. We can try and figure out.
Now, does that mean we are going to get a plethora of cars into the pit lane?
Wouldn't surprise me if we did.
Benefit from that. So, as it stands, we've got #Bless leading on this full course yellow. In second place, Aidan Moffat, Euro Car Parts. He's got it up to second place. Astounding work from Aidan. But what would you expect from a brilliant touring car driver, a race winner?
Yeah.
It does look like there's a bit of recovery work going on the inside where the pit lane exited. There we go, Scott, on the right hand side.
But roundabout, so
go down a bit. So there's car headlights there, and I could see some flashing torches. Sorry, you guys can't see what we see.
You can't see it. We can't give you the benefit of looking at CCTV
rubbish
cameras.
On Test Match Special. I would be absolutely rubbish on Test Match Special.
I'm gonna make Dave Goddard laugh this one and say, Eggers, for goodness sake, stop it. He's gonna be killing himself laughing.
That is a classic. That is one of the all-time greats from Test Match Special. Those of you listening from abroad, cricket, fantastic cricket season coming up. One of the all-time great radio shows.
I'm waiting for the comment from David in a minute once he stops laughing his head off for 5 minutes.
Couldn't quite get his leg over, apparently. Anyway. Now, so the plot thickens. Well, not a C1 only, but there is a championship in Norway with the C1 Aygo and Pug. There's one here too. It's called the City Car Cup.
Indeed.
But in Norway, obviously those cars sound a bit cool in Norway. So if you fancy it next year, if you get the Norwegian C1s, I reckon you guys should come over and have a crack at this 24 hours more.
Do it.
What do you reckon? Both circuit racing and rally. Oh, I want to see a rally the rally C1. So that's what Sven Group does, isn't it?
I see.
Yeah, it's the junior spec car. Yeah, it's all pieces. Sorry, I'm very tired, folks. So yes, it's like the 1000cc junior class. Sort of entry-level rally cars, and it's the C1s, the Aygos, sort of Formula 1000.
Just keeping looking on the CCTV cameras.
Ah,
again,
Chris,
around.
you legend. So there's a car in the gravel at Beckett's. We'll need a tow.
Ah, right, right. So let's go and have let's bring in the.
They had some early yellow flags for that because the yellows were shown at Cops.
Wait, I'm guessing they were doing it much earlier because, of course, it's night time, so there's not as much visibility. Right, here we go. There is a car being recovered. There is a snatch vehicle recovering it. Just, you're absolutely right, going to Magnus and Beckett's. It's on the infield section.
So by the looks of
it's where the interlink is, where you go from, if you're turning right onto the National Circuit, onto the Wellington Straight.
So do you reckon they've got a bit too much curb and just lost it a bit?
Possibly. The other one, the other game we can play is spot the car that has the orange triangle next to it. I have to go to the regular timing thing on my laptop to figure that one out for a second. And there's no car showing a exclamation mark just yet, so it's not there in terms. So we can't figure out exactly which car it is yet.
No.
but we do know it is being recovered. It has been recovered. Because there is a recovery, like a snatch vehicle, which has its hazard lights on.
Yeah.
Which is on the infield, and I think it is trying to either reposition itself or move a car which is possibly tied to it.
Yeah.
I might see if I can possibly put that. Right, I've just brought that. I've hit full screen now, and that car which has gone off is now reversing. Wish I could zoom into the CCTV, but I can't. So I can only show you the view that I've currently got at this point in time. So whichever car was in the gravel at Beckett's has now been recovered. It's now just reversed itself back onto that interlink. I'm guessing it's now just waiting for the signal to be unhooked, possibly, and ready to go again. I would presume.
But the danger with that is, especially if you've been off into the gravel, is you get all the rubble and the gravel up into the car, and you could potentially hold a radiator. Fighting torque into the pits.
The car that's in the gravel. If I'm looking on the bigger screen right now, it has been recovered and it is finding a gap in the road to come back on, and it is on track once again. So
I reckon as soon as the snatch vehicle's in, we'll be going green from this full course yellow.
I think so. Now the thing is, I guess one thing we've got to look out for here is any cars that come into the pits, I guess, within the next, couple of minutes?
Yeah.
Because I wonder if it's been off, if it might come in as a precaution.
So is that the RP Lusso car?
Yeah, I think we found the culprit.
Full course
Possibly.
yellow ending in 10 seconds.
Because that car has now been extricated and the snatch vehicle is now firmly behind the barriers.
Green flag, we are racing once again.
All good. So, crisis averted, car is okay and ready to go. Chris says, we've got it covered over here for you lads. Good to have some spotters out there at that point of the circuit. If you can see as far as the arena section as well, we'd appreciate it through the
God bless you, Chris. Thank you.
Let's have a look. More comments coming in. We've got nearly 400 people watching us for this nighttime stream, which is fantastic. If you can as well, of course, be sure to share this around. If you want to come and join us on, what do we call this? Radio La Toaster or something?
Radio La Toaster. Tell you what, we'll put it out to the people. Can you give us a decent radio name for this?
Yeah, and please, please keep it stream friendly.
I was going to say stream friendly and PG. Let's not go
keep it stream friendly and safe for work, please. On that side.
I'm going to go with Radio Demi Baguette because they are C1s.
Oh, okay. Radio Demi Baguette. BPC 387 is in. So that's in for, and also so is EMAC. Well, EMAC's just completed that. Stuart Ratcliffe has now got back into the 346 car that's been way down the order. So I think that's been in and had a pit stop because it's been in for 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Also, a question we can also answer as well is who actually jumped into the Brscc car after Paul McCurling got in.
Well, hopefully they just sat in the car and not jumped in there. It sounds painful.
Let's have a quick look. It's Luke Souch, so he's now jumping in.
So they're not really going for pace in the next stint then?
Jokes aside, when it comes to night time, I can understand that going out in the night time is possibly going to be a little bit terrifying because ultimately all you've got is the headlights in front of you and possibly some of the lights around you on the side of the circuit and anywhere else in order to try and figure that one out. So ultimately driving at night, for someone who's, I'm guessing apart from the night-time sessions that he's done as well, this is his first proper time actually racing a car competitively at night, so I could totally understand. I wouldn't begrudge any of them if they kind of come back and say it's absolutely terrifying.
The good thing is, with the split of the cars at the moment, obviously we've seen some bangs going on where the traffic's kind of met each other. If Luke can get his head down and just find a nice gap in the circuit where he can either hang on to another car and get the tow of a car with similar pace to him, and they can just sort of tow each other around, or he could just get his head down, you know, get his 2.5 hour stint in the bag, get his 40 laps in, whatever he wants to do, tickety boo. So we're just waiting for the Polo Rosso car to be back out.
Yeah, but I have to say, I think for anyone in terms of endurance racing, fair play to those who are doing the night stints at the moment, because it is a tricky one. It's a tricky one in terms of anything else. Right, am I seeing what I think I'm seeing in pit lane? Scuderia Polo Rosso is back out in pit lane, so their repairs have been fixed. I think they're just going to put some fuel in the car now. But the chickens are back in business. They are multiple laps down, yes, but they're still alive. They're still fighting, and that car is coming back out. If you're watching on the stream, you'll see the red car now, which has a white bumper, just towards the offset left of the shot, just where the top of the Brscc flag is. If you can't fully see it, just literally up to literally a fraction up to the left from the top of the flag, what you can see on the screen, that is the Scuderia Polo Rosso team, and they are ready, once they've sure refueled the car, to head back out and get back into this race. And this will be another race for them. We've said it before, but this will be another race of what could have been for them. I genuinely hate to say this, but their chances of getting a good result are over. But still, if they can make the continued achievement of just getting to the finish now unscathed, that'll be, I think, at least some form of comfort and silver lining. They've still got 18.5 hours to go to try and get something from this race, whatever that might be.
Now, 2 years ago, when they did the race, and again, they had a fantastic opening couple of stints. They were up near the front, and then they had an engine go. So they got a replacement engine, and they fitted it into the car, and then they had a second engine go. And it was the first time the emotion that came over both myself and Robin Welsh, who owns the series, was down there as well. And we were both in tears, and we both had to walk away because we were so overcome by it. This is a team that gives absolutely everything, and they're a group of friends that come together and they go racing with just with a spirit like that, a proper family team. You know, they don't have all the mod cons, they don't have all the equipment set up in the garage. They have what they need to do, and they're such a happy group of people. Proper races, proper hardcore clubby races. Euro car parts still hanging up there in second place, but Colin Bysal, such a good job by the #Bless squad. I think Aidan Hills is going to be a bit happier now, sir. Have we got some radio names?
To be fair, I quite like Tom Pledge's first. It's not a silly one, but it's actually quite a cool sounding one.
Midnight Apex Radio.
I like the sound of that.
I like it.
That's quite. Forgive me for calling it early, but I think I might just go with that one. Midnight Apex Radio.
Go with that one. Luke Turnbull, the chicken has come home to. Come on, Luke. Oh.
He does put a nice one in when he says, "I applaud them for doing the work and getting back out there." So some people would have given up as soon as it rolled into the box.
Yeah.
But this is C1 racing. You don't give up until you feel it's absolutely over.
Yeah.
It's the phrase. It ain't over until it's over. Particularly really not in these guys.
Right, let's get through some more of these radio station
Scroll
names.
up a tiny little bit as well.
Chris, another car off at Beckett's.
Oh,
well spotted, sir. Who's off then?
Looking back to our CCTV cameras,
we might be a bit slow on the comments. Sorry, guys. I think they may have recovered themselves.
Possibly.
It has got a big escape road there, so they've got a lot of furniture to use.
Yeah, no signs of anyone still there at Beckett, so obviously whoever has gone off has managed to self-extricate themselves. We can look at the interlink as well. No, there's no one else staying there as far as I can see on the CCTV cameras. So again, genuinely appreciate the info and do keep it coming from what you see out there. It's being our eyes and ears a little bit out in that part there as well.
Hopefully no speeding under the full course yellow penalties again. Why, Luke? It brings an element of into the equation.
Yeah. Divide said Group B actually raced at Le Mans back in the days before the single class Group C regulations. Imagine an Audi Quattro on the Mulsanne Straight.
Could you imagine the noise?
I think the only true, it's not the first time I'll probably do it. I'm going to Fort Anorak Road, and I don't apologise. I'm sure there's going to be some fellow Anoraks here who can go with this as well. I think the only true, what you call Group B sports car, if you like, or if in that sense, was probably the Porsche 961, which was the racing version of the 959. And I think it raced. I'm sure someone's going to correct me in the comments. Who knows? much when even I do have the input like Dave or somebody else. I know it did at least, I think, 88. I think also possibly either 87, 86. I did a couple of years. I think 87, 88, I think. You pointed out the window and spotted what?
The chicken is on the move.
Excellent. So Scuderia Polo Rosso fans.
The rooster's flying the nest, folks.
And
Was that good? That was good.
not bad. Back to our friends at WRC Developments. 586 is in, and again, they're steadily making some really good progress. They're up into 8th place now.
I don't think that's a planned stop. There's no one of the team members out to meet them, and they're flashing their lights madly.
They were flashing the headlights. It hasn't gone into the box. It's just stopped in its regular 45-degree angle.
Let's get the binoculars out again.
Indeed.
Just about to see.
Oh, I think they're pushing it backwards, are they?
Drivers out.
It looked like it was being pushed back briefly for a second, like they were going to...
Yeah, so what they're doing there is they're trying... Sorry, I'm trying not to dob you guys in, but the pit regulations, they're meant to have it behind the solid white line in the pit lane, which
okay.
I will point out tomorrow on the live stream segment. I'll do some Mark Larkin moments again, if you want to watch that, folks. There's more flashing going on the void out on the track, so there's going to be some more pit lane activity coming soon. So I'm not dobbing you in, WRC Developments, but they needed to push the car back. There's fuel going into the car, so they're all good.
Yeah.
They're just having a bit of a splash and dash. They're having a bit of a BP run.
They reckon that the car that went off in the gravel, I think initially, this is Chris down there, he says it was 393 that went off. I think that's the first. I think that's the first one that went off.
Right.
So that would suggest 393. Where are you? 393. Unless I'm being daft, I can't see a 393. I probably am being daft. Oh, there it is. Oh, it was the RP Luso car. We distinguished that, so it was that car that went off. So that's fine. Not for them, it's not. Let's have a look. And someone did actually mention, I'd only spotted it above, but yeah, Divide did say the Porsche 961 is a Group B. It was. It was a very multi-purpose one. In fact, so much so that when Porsche launched the concept version of that, it was literally called the Group B, as in GRUPPE B.
Very good.
And then, yeah, it was very, very, very multi-purpose. It won the Dakar, it raced at Le Mans. I think they were planning to possibly make it into a proper Group B car until the category closed in 1986. So
someone did mention when we were talking about hot C1s earlier, someone did mention a C1R6R4.
That's very true. Luke Turnbull saying, did the 961 have a Rothmans livery as well? I think it raced both in a Rothmans livery, but also I'm sure it raced once just a plain white livery with like just Porsche on it. I'm sure it did. I'm sure it did one year.
Now I'm hoping we're not breaking any sort of advertising rules here, but I don't know about you. I miss tobacco liveries. It doesn't make me want to go and have a cigarette. I don't want to go and have a cigarette. But
Same.
I really want to see a car in a Rothmans livery, or a Marlboro livery, or a JPS livery, or a West livery.
One for Dave Goddard, silk cut livery.
Silk cut livery. Oh,
yeah.
The liveries.
I know for a fact that he will confirm this in the comments. Dave Goddard's one of, if not his favourite race car of all time, silk cut Jaguar XJR9.
Yes. I had the model.
It's at the very least, it's one of his favourite race cars and race liveries. I know that for certain. And he won't mind that I've mentioned that out there because he's as much of an anorak as I am. So we both fully admit it.
Speaking of which, he's just said, "Anoraks, did you call?"
Yes.
Hi,
we
Dave.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did, Sir Goddard. We did. Great memory here as well from D-Zeus83 saying 6R4 done the Super Prix. They did. So the Metro 6R4s, but they had a an actual road race. Yeah, on the streets of Birmingham. I think it was not long after not long after Group B. I think it was maybe 86 or 87, like when Group B was going out, and had a load of like spare 6R4s. So they did do. I think it was. I think it was a load of the cars that they hadn't actually. I think it was some of the Clubman spec 6R4s that they obviously hadn't sold. They converted them to be more tarmac race cars. I'm sure if you, those who know what we're talking about.
Did they have the one make race on the Birmingham Super Prix as well?
Yes, they did. They did a one make race for 6R4s at the Birmingham Super Prix. So you imagine a bunch of what I think it was like 15, 20 Metro 6R4s on the Birmingham City Super Prix course.
Yeah. Like
at a race weekend on tarmac, making quite a lot of noise. That's
outstanding.
That's pretty much something.
Nowadays it's just a tuned Audi A3 with someone at the wheel that's No comment. I was going to say it's probably nicked it, but you know.
Yeah.
Luke Turnbull, that silk cut lap with Jag was lovely. I mean,
It was.
Yeah.
And Dave here saying as well, indeed they are by far for silk cut tags. He says it was a special moment when they got to the silk cut tags in the Group C Revival Series in 2022. When it comes to Group C cars that I want to see, and I will see it, or even commentate one in my lifetime as well. For me, I love the silk cut Jags and the Porsche 962s. For me, the ultimate Le Mans, not just Group C car, but ultimate Le Mans race of all time. If you're with me in the comments and know this one, then shout it out as well. For me, hands down, Peugeot 905.
Full course yellow. What
Anyway,
have we
full
got
course
going on
yellow.
here? They're preparing
Yes.
for a full course yellow. It's time for the CCTV.
It's time for our spotters down at Beckett to do some work as well, I think.
Scott Woodwis is on the CCTV for Big Brother.
There he is. Right. I have to go. I have to cycle through literally, I think, the entire cycle of CCTV cameras. So drag them through and see if we get anything. Nothing on the national grid section as far as I can see. Nothing on the national pit straights. Let's look at cops. Nothing obvious at cops.
There was flashing yellows at cops. Chris, Beckett's all clear. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. I'll just skip the entire section of Beckett, shall I? Fair enough. Where's the interlink? That's fine. Nothing at Chapel.
So,
I can't see anything at Chapel. Hanger Straight looks clear as well. Let's look at Stowe. Nothing at Stowe, as far as I can see there.
we got a recovery.
Oh.
Somewhere
around here, we think.
I think
Around about Vale. Oh, I think that's the trackside one, isn't it?
That could be the trackside. Okay, my bad, folks.
Vale, anything at Club, nothing at Club. To be fair, we're getting, for the size of the screen we've got, some relatively clear CCTV pictures. We're actually, the vast majority now in what we call night vision mode, so they're all black and white.
International.
Here
we go. That's the chicken. That's Scuderia Polo Rosso.
Polo Rosso has pulled up.
If the team can hear us, the Polo Rosso car has pulled up on the international pit straight. They are stuck on the track. They've got the hazards on, but Scuderia Polo Rosso are parked on the circuit and will likely have to be recovered back. We can see it on the CCTV. So Scuderia Polo Rosso, their problems get a lot worse, unfortunately. They are stranded on the international pit straight. I don't know if they've got the live stream up, folks, so if someone could go and let them know, that would be fabulous. Cause
or not, given all the work they've done.
Yeah.
Put the car back out.
Gutting for them. Absolutely gutting for them. Well, I'll try and keep my emotions in check, because Luke Turnbull, absolutely no way. Absolutely gutting for them. I can't believe that. Metro Super Challenge 88 and 89. Jesus 83. There we go.
See, these are our people in the comments. These guys know what they're talking about.
Definitely you do. Dividers come back. A couple of years ago, I was flabbergasted when I discovered there was a British F1 Championship.
Yes, there was. Aurora AFX Championship. We genuinely had a British Formula 1 Championship. And it was cars that were only about roughly, a year, 2, even 3 years old at the time, back in very late 70s, I think possibly even early 80s. It was like sort of 78, 77, 78, 79, I think 80, 81, that sort of period, I think.
Yeah, so the V8 powered Land Rover, sorry Scott to cut across you there, the V8 powered Land Rover has just turned up to pick up the Scuderia Polo Rosso, so they're going to get a tow back. So I don't think we're going to be under full course yellow for much longer. Hopefully they'll be pulled straight back to the pits. Should we go back to the comments?
Yes. I just going back to, I think there is some footage of some Aurora AFX F1 races. Believe it or not, there was even F1 races in that series at Mallory Park, of all places.
Fantastic.
F1 cars of the period are at Mallory Park. I think I've seen some video clips. I think some video clips do exist. I'm not going to play them on stream. I'm going to just have a quick look on my YouTube. It gives some advice, and as expected, now we are on full course yellow. There are teams already coming in to make pit stops. Project 63 is in. Someone actually shouted out, I think it was Mia Bezel shouting out Adam, who's got that car up to 11th place. It's another car that's gone silently up the road, up the order, onto the verge of the top 10.
I was going to say,
they're
all silently going up the road, because standard road cars.
You know what I mean. But for 586 WRC Development's car, that car still hasn't left the box since it came in.
Oh.
I think they haven't anyway, because we saw that car came in, and it was doing something on the lines of possibly refueling, but I don't think that car's been out again.
Let's get the binoculars out again and see what's going on down the pit lane. I'm in my mid-30s, but I already feel like my eyesight's going. Now, they're working away on the car down there, so there's something going. What is that? It looks they could potentially have pulled that into the garage then, because that was a so apologies for that. That was Team Insane, I think I could see. I'm definitely getting old, Scott. My eyesight's going.
Your eyesight, I mean, I'm the one wearing glasses, so your eyesight's going. Mine is practically gone, but there you go. Yeah, I'm doing a very, very quick Google. I'm not going to play anything, obviously, but very quick search. But I was trying to find the Aurora F1 series from somewhere, and I'm sure I'm certain that there was some footage somewhere. I'm sure someone will find it from them racing at Mallory Park, and I'm sure I've seen some footage of one of those years when they raced. So we're going full anorak on this part of the stream, and we make no apologies for it. I'm certain there's some fellow anoraks also getting involved in this one too. Again, still very impressed that we've still got 363 of you watching. So again, thank you for being part of the stream. We genuinely appreciate it. We can't say thank you enough for those of you who are still watching.
So I've got a question for you, Scott.
Have you?
So Scuderia Polo Rosso are currently being towed back by the V8 powered Land Rover. V8. Remember what I was saying about V8 C1s? Oh, we've gone green now. That's good.
Yep. We go back to green.
So we were under full course yellow at that time, right?
Yep.
What happens if the Land Rover speeds and goes above 50 miles an hour? Would that result in a penalty for Scuderia Polo Rosso? Because
I mean, to be fair, it's not being pulled along under its own power. It's being pulled along by. So surely, ultimately, they can claim all. It's beyond their. Obviously, we're not clerks of the course or don't the rule book inside out. We're simply just talking for the sake of talking for the street.
We're also human.
Yes, we're also
human. If you're driving
a
V8 powered vehicle, you're going to want to go above 50 miles an hour. That's all I'm saying.
You went full Clarkson at that comment. You're going to want to go 50. You went full there, so that's good stuff.
Right. Let's go back to the comments because this is amazing.
Yeah, WRC has dropped 5 laps now, so yeah, they have been in for quite a while. So unfortunately, they're dropping down. So that's agonising. They were in the top 10, and they've slipped all the way back down to 19th at the moment. They're still in the pit lane. So again, that's another team that's just hasn't had the rub of the green in this race.
Is this going to turn into a race that no one is going to want to win?
Are we going to get our own version of Monaco 82?
I think that's where this is heading. But you look at the top 5. So we've got CMR Racing and Par Motorsport that have just snuck up there. You sneaky chaps. Hashtag Blessed are leading this race by a lap. Colin Bysouth, keep going, lad. Euro Car Parts, Aidan Moffat in 2nd place. He's having a nice quiet stint, which is great to see. JW Bird Motorsport in 3rd. They're up there they're on the same lap as the Euro Car Parts car. Alpha Trojan in 4th place after having to visit the pit lane for their rear beam issues. Now, their fastest lap being a 2 minutes 58.7, and they haven't fallen off the scales at all. They were lapping around 2:59, so last time I saw, albeit before the full course yellow, they've got quite significant lap times on there now. CMR Racing in 5th, WRC Developments car number 486, that is in 6th. JW Bird Motorsport car number 449, that is in 7th. Burton Power Racing are up to 8th. They're back up there again, Scott. Emax Motorsport 585 and Fighting Torque. Brilliant name for any racing team. They're in 10th place, and Luke Harberman has got the OPC PR car in 11th place.
Yeah, they're on the fringes, aren't they? That's the car which houses, amongst other drivers, Tom Ingram. In case anyone wonders,
he's done a bit, hasn't he?
A little bit, yeah. Just in case, for those who have to say the comment, those who are wondering, yes, it's that Tom Ingram that you're thinking about.
It is, definitely.
As in 2022 BTCC champion Tom Ingram, who started the car. So this is quite good. We've had Team Insane who have completed their pit stop. They've now made a driver change, and they're coming back out in. It will be at least 22nd.
Yeah.
So they'll be back out once again to finish that one.
And Silver Lake Racing car number 458. They're currently 13th at the moment. Talking to the guys earlier, they can't get much into. Couldn't get the pace out of the karts, and George Davis qualified the Gen 1 car up to 5th, but Mike Chapman unfortunately dropped back in the opening stints, and they just haven't been able to match the pace of the front runners. It's a shame, really.
It is a shame. The crazy thing also, what's also is actually quite insane, what actually is quite crazy now, we haven't hit a quarter distance in this race yet.
It's nuts.
We've still got 18 and a quarter, just over 18 and a quarter hours to go in this race, which is mental.
It's astounding, and it's another 9 hours until we actually get live cameras in front of us. This is absolutely astounding, Scott. And we've got so much to talk about when we come back on there in the morning.
Definitely so.
What's going on?
Yeah, and the fact there's so many people who are sticking around, I'm sure at whatever time at night watching us. You're mental for doing so, but also we appreciate you also too, which is excellent. Jodie Whitworth says, if my fiancé Paul Dickinson makes one more place to 16th, I'll be able to see him on the on-screen leaderboard, then I won't be able to go to bed yet. So.
Okay, so Dicko is currently out in the car. If it's the same Paul Dickinson I'm thinking of, he will be in car 4, 5, 8.
He's in 13th.
Yeah, or am I thinking of Silver Lake Racing, the car that's in 17th? That's 558. Yes, because he would have replaced Alan Preble in the car in the Gen 2 car. So Paul Dickinson, a former winner with Team Sailor V.
558.
Yeah, Paul Dickinson.
Yeah, and they are. Yeah, so they need one more place to come up onto Jodie's screen. So she's basically not going to go to bed. So basically, Paul, don't put Jodie through the ringer on this one.
Exactly.
Just get up to 16th so you can go to bed.
Dave, he echoes the comments about George Davis, who's worked with the Silver Lake team. And,
yes.
He's a good youngster, George. He's keen. He's fast. He's had a few nudges. He's had a few incidents and a few scrapes getting in the car, but he always tries his absolute best. And he's been through Fiesta Juniors, him and his sister Bryony. Dave, as you say, Dave's obviously got to know them when they were very young, racing in Ninja karts on the ovals. Yeah, Jodie Whitworth, wow, you really are geeks, impressed with the knowledge. We just haven't got a lot else to do, Jodie. That's no. In all seriousness, Jodie, I'm quite tied in with Silver Lake. I used to work for them, so well, I commentated for the C1s first. Then I got hired to work at Silver Lake, and now I've gone back to engineering, but I still do the motorsport commentary and still get involved with the Silver Lake vehicles when I can. And Paul Dickinson, a brilliant driver, very, very good driver, and he's doing a great job in this stint. The Scuderia Polo Rosso team have been recovered and are back into the pitch. You can see the Land Rover on screen in front of you. I reckon they've gone above 50. You can't drive a V8 and not go above 50 mile an hour.
Please don't lose sleep over this.
David Meenan, how many non-UK spec cars are there? Technically one, because there is a City Car Cup here, and that's a UK spec car, but City Car Cup UK spec, if I'm being pedantic.
Yeah, and of course the goals for next year is to have more overseas cars to come and do it, because I think the fact that this 24 hours is back now, that people see it on their radar, they'll think,
yes,
we're going to come and do this now for next year. So essentially what we've done, we've basically got an entire calendar year, both from when the race ends tomorrow, to convince them to actually, right, you've got to do this. Hopefully they'll do that. So
yeah, let's go back to some of the comments and see who we see. I'm struggling with this one. Divide, he's leaving now. I'll see you guys back in the morning. Great to have commentators engage with the fan. When we go back on the live stream, we probably won't be able to engage with the comments as much, because we'll be unfortunately we'll be doing the physical in front of camera, commenting on the racing that's going on as well. But I'm quite enjoying this part too, bit, Scott. It's
yeah.
Good.
Well, we talked about this before the event in terms of wanting to do something, because it almost was a little bit kind of we come away from the full commentary cameras we've got, which is always a great job everyone does.
Yeah.
Then we get to 9 o'clock, and then we come to this kind of locked off camera here. There was just part of me that looked at it and thought,
we can do more.
Yeah, we had something similar. If you watched 2 years ago, when the absolute genuine legend of endurance commentary himself, Paul Trustwell, he has a habit, and I guess in this scenario, it's a good habit of pretty much staying up for just about the entire 24 hours of a race. And so he was in. I'm certain. I'm not sure if it was this box or the one outside there, but if it was there if they were using this a couple of years ago or not, I'm not 100%. But if he wasn't, it was the box on the outside of Woodcote, which is the main box that there was. And he was essentially kind of doing a little bit of comms here and there in terms of stuff that was going on. to kind of keep people entertained. And we'd flick, as we've done here, they'd flicked or faded up the circuit feed, so that then he could continue commentating and do what he was going to do. Sadly, Paul's not here this weekend, so it's down to us to do that part instead. That's going to be key to do so. We've got
some personal best laps coming in.
We've also got some in the pits as well. It's some from outside the top 30. If I might just very quickly steal the binoculars to have a look and see if I can look through these and actually get some kind of handles to who it is. It is 597 are in. So 597. That's the that's the Capers team, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cartwheel Capers who had their earlier issues. So they are currently in for a looks like a scheduled stop because they are refuelling by the looks of it.
There's a few packs forming out there at the moment, especially with the full course yellows. It hasn't stopped the cars.
I tell you what, you want fast, particularly in these conditions, right? Even though they can see practically nothing out there, Alpha Trojan in 4th place has just pumped in a 259.114 in the dark, in complete darkness.
Adam's had his carrots, that's why.
Definitely.
Adam Willis aboard that car as well. He's definitely munched on some carrots this afternoon, ready for the night stint.
That's one thing I've worked out, and I kind of picked it up from Le Mans and stuff, is that when you get to the night time, because it's in many ways cooler, it means that you can technically push a car a little bit harder in those conditions. You can kind of get away with it's the wrong word, but you can kind of, the oil temperature's a bit lower, that you can regulate the tyre temperature a bit better because the track's a bit cooler as well. I've always found that if you can get the temperature in the sweet spot on a slightly cooler circuit, they'll help just regulate the temperatures and pressures a little bit better. So the fact that the sun's gone down, it's cooler. It means it's much more manageable temperatures. It means that you see it also as well, for example, at Le Mans at night as well. You will see it at times, occasionally, you will see cars, even though it's hard to fathom, given that the visibility is severely reduced. You've only got the light of your headlights and other stuff around you where possible on the circuit. Some cars and some drivers will go faster at night because the conditions are conducive to it, and they're just that much quicker.
Yeah, and the nice cool air as well is helping with these cars. I mean,
engines too.
The engines all like the cool air as well. It's going to be moist air, which there's going to be a bit of dew forming on the circuit as well, which will help the cars drift around a bit more. It'll be a bit more slippy, but we are seeing some personal best laps going in here, in particular from the 558 Silver Lake car. So 558 is now 3 minutes 2.7. That's the best lap there from Paul Dicko. I am surprised they're not going quicker in that car because they have struggled all weekend with the pace of those two cars. And 458 as well, that's the fastest lap of that. It's a 3 minute one, so they really are struggling. Scott's just getting the Met Office data out for us.
Yeah, we had in the comments Luke Turnbull asking, it might be a dark question, never a dark question, but what's the forecast moving forward in terms of...
It was highs of 12 for tomorrow, quite overcast. The only thing I'm worried about, particularly the Brit car races of old they used to have here when they had the 24 hours, and it's happening in C1s as well, is the fog. Will we have fog moving in overnight with the moisture? We've got a cold front coming in.
I can't see anything which is... the forecast, you can never always fully trust a British weather forecast.
Oh,
but
no.
Looking at our forecast, searching it on Google, it's telling us that it's going to be, what's that classing it as? It says cloudy.
Yeah.
It says chance of rain and precipitation 20%. So
okay.
It's barely anything really, you can call it that, in terms of, I think, with the wet weather.
Slightly down.
So, well, the humidity is going to be 53 percent, and the wind speed is going to be 30. There's going to be a bit of a breeze blowing through as well, and there's going to be a low of about 4 and a high of about 11. So you've got some info there to work out a few things.
Looks like just to go across you there, Scott. Sorry about that. It looks like Tommy Valentine's going great guns in the Burton Power because he's gone one place. The JW Bird 449's dropped down 2 places. They came past our commentary box and on the live stream just then in a massive battle pack, and it all looked like they were going utilising the toe. Let's put it that way.
Definitely so.
Some pack racing going on out there at the moment in the darkness.
There is some, definitely. So we're coming up to a quarter distance in this race now, which is quite hard to fathom in some cases. 18 hours still to go on that side. but there has been plenty of eventfulness that can almost fill up practically even half one of these races. They've packed in so much eventfulness, particularly with some of the front runners in that short space of time. It's been quite extraordinary. The Cartwheel Capers car it's a relatively lengthy pit stop, but I guess they can kind of take their time because they are so far down the order. They don't really have to rush through anything. They can just take their time and make sure they get everything right with these pit stops, which is a key thing, also to make sure they can do so. David Mead is saying, apart from dew, it's the morning when the happy hour properly comes at Le Mans. Like early hours in the morning, I'm guessing that must be the period of what, 5 o'clock to about 7. I'm sure when it gets to that kind of early point when you get the bit of sunrise and the early morning dawn, which is great. Luke Turnbull saying, just thinking it's been hot, so thought that there might be some cheeky rain is all, but that's good.
I'll tell you what, it threatened earlier on. We had a few clouds come over.
It was a bit cloudy, yeah.
It was just before the brick car race, and it did get quite dark and quite overcast, and we did have a front sort of come over in the distance. I think it just missed us here in what was effectively Northampton. Whether it rained elsewhere, but then speaking to Richard John Neal earlier, he was told they did have a brief rain shower yesterday, so there's been showers in places. That's all I can kind of note on that at the moment. We've got some further pit lane action going on at the moment. So we've got a couple of cars in. And we got 586 WRC developments still in the pits with those issues from earlier on. Now, are we looking at potentially an engine change or something on that? So, another note for my...
This is for which car?
WRC developments 586. This is the ongoing issues, isn't it?
Of course, yeah, they have been there for quite a while. Maybe that's an investigation for one of the Ramsey Goffs that might be down in pit lane at the moment.
Maybe.
Figure that out.
Albeit it's just past 11:30 at night, so it could well be they've gone for a little nap.
Wouldn't surprise, given it's been a relatively full-on day in so many cases for most people out there.
Back to the comments. I know it's going to be slowly winding down there, folks, purely because it's it's 11:30 at night.
But there's some hardy / foolish souls that do continue on and push on because they're crazy like us. They're probably the same kind that will stay up and just literally watch pretty much Le Mans all the way through. So that's quite interesting.
You know, we're the foolish souls.
Yeah, exactly. I fully accept we are as well, absolutely. So we're probably the most foolish of the lot.
Absolutely.
So yeah, coming up to... I don't want to do like a quarter race update yet until I get to 5 minutes, but I've got to wait 5 minutes to do that, so I'm in two minds. I want to do an update, but not for the 5 minutes. And everything else appears to be ticking over just nicely at the moment.
It does. Cut 558 flashing across our screen there, the Gen 2 car. It does look good out on the circuit.
Team manager of car 442, that's the Team Insane in Southern to Race Control.
Oh dear. I believe they just visited the pit, so I'm wondering if that's something that the scrutineer spotted during the recent pit stop.
Possibly. That's a definite possibility. Just looking on the tracker that we've got for TSL, which I always find it's a bit of it's almost like a predictive tracker, because of course they must take an average of all the lap times or go by what their best lap time is to kind of figure out, you know, whereabouts they're going to be roughly in terms of on track. Pretty much accuracy, it's it makes no difference. Fairly spot on in terms of accuracy, bar a few tenths of a second or so. But the leaders are currently heading a bunch of cars down towards Stowe Corner at this point, and the Europarts car 599 they're a lap behind, but on track they're also quite close together. So Aidan Moffat, his last lap was a 303.431, whereas Colin Bysouth did a 301.684. And I guess some average, thinking about that, you think of Aidan Moffat's a vastly experienced, even though he's still quite a young guy. I think he first did touring cars at what, 16, 17. So he's done touring cars practically ever since he could first sit into a senior race car at 16 years old. He's got like, what, 10, 11 years worth of experience.
Yeah.
Just this insane amount of experience. Someone who's pretty sure still in his 20s. But the fact, some people might look at that and think, well, how can Aidan Moffat be slower than Colin Bysouth, even though Aidan's got all this experience? You have to bear in mind that, you know, Colin Bysouth has done these cars a lot more often than Aidan Moffat. Probably his first ever time racing this car, literally ever. So yes, he's used to a front-wheel drive touring car, but a front-wheel drive C1 is completely different. I'll give a case in point as well, and that was with Paul O'Neill. Now he did the MX-5 Super Cup on a few guest appearances, and I think it was a bit of a shock to the system. I think, at least, if I can tell this wrong, I apologise, but he sort of found it as though that, you know, I think there were some maybe in that championship example that will go in there thinking they've won championships elsewhere, this and that. It's not going to come in there and win straight away. But it's all the regulars that race in the championship and know the ins and outs of those cars after racing them 2 or 3 seasons. Yeah. They're the ones that regulate the front, and some of the newcomers who, yeah, they're genuinely good drivers and they've won stuff elsewhere, but they get a shock to the system when they're not fully on the pace and actually up there, because cars like the Super Cup car take a year at least to kind of fully get to grips with, year to year and a season and a half. I guess in some ways it's kind of like with C1s. I mean, from what you've seen in more recent times when new teams are coming in, do you find that most teams, is there an adjustment period or a period for them to get up to speed and finding the ins and outs of these cars, or do you find that this is one of those cars in the spec that it's in, it's relatively simple for them to pick up, and it's like plug in and go? Do you find there's some teams that take to it better than others?
Mixed, really. I think there's a good driver will always, any race car he gets into, they're always going to drive it fast. That's just hands down. That's just how it's going to work. Yeah. And the likes of, I mean, Josh and Jade, like I said before, they got into the C1 with Sylvain. Sylvain was a good friend of theirs, wanted to get into racing, so like, right, let's go C1 racing. And and straight away Sylvain was bang, he was straight on the pace, relatively new driver. I think Josh and Jade had given him a bit of tuition.
I say, good driver coaches. So.
Yeah, fantastic. But he took on the information, and I think it was Brands Hatch a couple of years ago. I wanted to interview him, and he was quite shy, quite timid. He said, no, it's first time out, so I left it, and that was fair enough. And he was on pace with the front runners. It was fantastic to see. And then we spoke about it earlier. So they came here the next year. So it was Brands Hatch sort of halfway through the year, midsummer, impressed a lot of people. And then they did the first round here, 3-hour race, Grand Prix circuit, the warm-up to the 24 hours that happened 2022, 2023, one of the years, and it was Sylvain, Josh and Jade that won it, and I think Sylvain was one of the quickest drivers that day. So it kind of goes to show that a relatively brand new driver can come into the series and be on the pace, surely. And then you can get absolutely experienced drivers to come in. I mean, the likes of, we missed them being on the grid. Patrick Watts Racing, you know, Patrick and Amy Watts, you know, the amount of one make series that Patrick has gone and won, and the fact that he was a factory touring car driver back in the day. And, you know, okay, he was one of the faster drivers out there. I don't think he was the fastest. And then you had Amy on her day would go out and beat him. And chatting to Chris Diamond in the Par Motorsport car, and we're talking about how you drive these cars. You cannot drive these cars like a race car to make them work. You've literally got to drive it like you've just stolen the car and you're trying to get away from the police. And it's one of those, the apexes aren't apexes, they're roundabouts. The barrel is still hanging out the side of the door. You've got to throw it into the corners because you don't want to get nicked. That's kind of the way you've got to drive these things. They're completely different to any race car.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Whilst we're talking, a few things have happened. So we put Silver Lake is in. Also, so is 487 MH Racing as well. A couple of things also happened. Alpha Trojan, despite it being night time, and they're still going quick on this current lap, new fast lap of the race, 2 minutes 58.408 at night, which is pretty impressive for that car.
It's those carrots.
It is those carrots, definitely. You talked about that Silver Lake also, and that car's been pushed in. 558 has been pushed into the garage.
So that's more work to do on that car.
And that's coming from what was, top 15?
Yeah.
So that's interesting as well. One thing also is a pleasant surprise. 2 of my favourite people have also come into the pit and come into the com box as well.
Do we have a pair of Ramsey Goffs?
We do indeed, yes.
So the coordinators for the C1 Racing Club.
To cement their status as legends, they have brought us. They brought gifts.
Oh,
they brought a bottle of water each, and they have brought the best of sustenance in the 24 hours. Sweeties. Thank you very much. That is very much appreciated. Full tub as well. Incredible.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much indeed.
They're keeping the party going. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what's going on with the Silver Lake car. It's gutting for the team. Greg Rose, the way he prepares those cars.
Yeah.
And they were bare shell rebuilds. He stripped them right down, cleaned them up, bare shell respray, build them back up again. Greg doesn't build a bad race car. Absolutely astounding cars inside and out. Although saying that, the good news for the team, the sister car, the 458 car that's in 13th place, has set its personal best, and that's a 3 minute 1.127. So they're going fairly well. Let's get back to the comments on the stream. We've got some people heading to rest for the night, but David Meenan. Oh, hang on. We have some other comments. Go on.
Just while you're talking as well, Mr. Ramsey Goff here said that apparently the issue they believe with the Silver Lake car, you might know the proper sensor to one. It's possibly some kind of exhaust sensor. OT, like an OT sensor, like a CO2 sensor.
Oh, lambda sensor.
Lambda sensor. That's the issue with the 558.
So what's the lambda sensor doing? Is it just cutting the car out? And he's looked at me with a blank face.
You put him on the spot with that one.
So
it's overfueling.
So it's overfueling. See, now if he had a cherry bomb exhaust on it, which I told Greg to put on the car just for giggles, he would have got no. But if the lambda sensor's just chucking the fuel in, it's going to be down on power. That's probably why it's going quite sluggish. So if it's overfueling the car, the mixture's not going to be at its most efficient. It's going to be draining the fuel. It's not going to go well. But car 458 is going relatively well. So swings and roundabouts.
Car 442, which is Team Insane, is still being called to race control. The message is still up there, so they haven't actually responded to that just yet. They're still circulating and trying to make the most of the current stint they're at the moment. I completely missed my key for the quarter update, but it's gone past 4 minutes past that, but I'll give it anyway. So we are now officially a quarter, incredibly, even though it is quarter to midnight at night on Saturday, we are officially now past a quarter distance in this race. So let's give a rundown of where we are, at least in terms of possible. I'll do at least top 20 or so, if not, see what we get to. So currently in the lead of the race right now, having completed 115 laps, is #Blessed with Colin Bysouth at the wheel. They lead the 2025 Brscc 24 hours. Second at the moment, with Aidan Moffat at the wheel, is Euro Car Parts. They've steadily moved up the order after being hovering around the top 10. So they're in the mix there now in second place. It's now then JW Bird Motorsport, the head of their cars, in third position, car 347. Silver Lake R&D back out as well, as Rob just mentioned, watching out the window. So that's a quick check and obviously fixed over the issue for that lambda sensor. Fourth is Alpha Trojan, defending 24-hour winners from 2023. They were in for about 12.5 minutes, we believe, with a cracked rear beam. But that's the question: did he really fix it that quickly in 12.5 minutes? They ground it out and re-welded it. Incredible. 12.5 minutes. I thought Audi were quick with changing a whole rear end on those R8s, but that's incredible on those.
That's some proper fabrication skills.
That is. You'll hear me with a sweet pass, forgive me. WRC Developments, their 486 car, despite having that stop go, still up in 5th position. 6th for CMR Racing Par Motorsport. Good effort from the 333. That's a really good run so far to get to P6.
Brilliant effort, guys. Keep going. Burton Power, 7th place. Go on, guys.
A silver lining for Emax. 585 is up into 8th position.
Yeah, it's a top 10 for them, but we know Glenn wants to win.
Yeah, so 585 for the record. That's the Jolton Chaboy, Scott Lawrence and Tristan Judge car. That's the car that I guess we can only refer to as the Wombles, shall we say. It's that one. 9th is JW Bird, the second JW Bird car 449. and then the 309 Fighting Torque also up there in the top 10 as well in P10.
Yep.
11th is now the OPC PR car. It's Luke Harperman's machine.
And who's that coming into the pits underneath us?
542. 12th is in the pit lane. It's the highest placed car in the pit lane right now. It's Rautech International, 564. 13th is the best placed Silver Lake car, 458 in 13th position. 14th, whose progress has been blunted a tiny bit, it seems, is Project 63. That's the AV Motorsport supported car in 14th position. Rounding out top 15 is RP Lusso. 547. 16th again, still making steady-ish progress, is Bacon Racing. They're actually lapping pretty quickly. They're in the 3 minutes at the moment. They're one of the fastest cars out on track right now. 17th is Rabsport Racing 432. 18th is Red Sky Racing 527. And then 19th is our only sole European car, which is the BM Sport car with Per Burns at the wheel now in car 250. And they're rounding out the top 20, again making steady progress, but just silent, but not dramatic, but still just steady progress up the order. Midway Motorsport, which we've nicknamed it the Unicorn because it has the huge blue wraparound light on the antenna. We can thank the comments for that as well, because that was decent as well. If there's anyone else who's in the comments that wants to know anyone outside of the top 20 that wants an update on where they are, you should be able to see them on the left hand side of the timing screen via numbers, but if anyone wants to try and give us a bit more detail on which numbers they want in particular any updates on, let us know, we'll try and tell you. There was something in here from Luke here, and all the questions from Luke Turnbull, which I know you'll probably know this a bit more, and maybe Nick might also know this as well. He might give us some comments from behind. He asks, spec-wise, what's been changed with these? Weight reduction, I know you guys mentioned shaved tyres as well. I assumed apart from the above, nothing else. So I guess what he's trying to figure out is, aside from weight reduction and possibly putting on different tyres on it, what changes are made to, I guess, a standard C1 that makes it into a C1 endurance car? So I guess that's what interpret he's asking. So given we've got two people who know these very well, I'm sure they'll be able to give us
some insight. So these cars, you do have a C1 spec kit. I cannot remember the price off the top of my head, and it will have changed with inflation and parts costs, etc., etc. Effectively, suspension-wise, you've got a club spec damper and springs. That it's damper and springs, isn't it, or is it just the dampers? Yeah, it's just the dampers, so it works with the factory. So it lowers slightly and it's slightly stiffer. Nothing too drastic. You've got a mandated Team Dynamics wheel, which is a 14-inch wheel. And the tyre itself is a C1 mandated Nankang tyre, but it's a road tyre. It's got a road tread. Now, when I talk about tyres being shown, I'm going to cover all this tomorrow because we're going to do some segments on the live stream. I'm going to get the tyres physically. We're going to look at the cars. We're going to look at some of the components. They've got mandated Mintex pads, brake pads, standard calipers, drum rear brakes. You've got, on the suspension on the front, you've got extended lower arms, so they've got blocks that are welded into the lower arms to bring the ball joint out, and also extended drive shafts. So you buy that as part of your kit and you fit it, and what that does is enable you to have quite a bit of camber at the front, and then on the back you can shim the camber on the rear axle by using shims. And then you've got basically the rest of the kit is guards. So you've got a fuel tank guard, I think you've got a brake pipe guard, you've got various other bracketry that you use inside and outside the car, and your mandated safety devices cage. There's only one type of cage, which is a C1 Racing Club spec cage that's fitted. It's a racing devices cage. And so basically all of these cars are carrying exactly the same equipment, they're using exactly the same wheels, exactly the same tyres, and they are completely road legal. And obviously, I say through weight reduction, just interior stripped out. I don't think you can go cutting out brackets, etc., etc., because the cars will have a minimum weight, but all of the drivers are weighed and the cars are weighed, and then it's got a very clever weight system. It's got a magic spreadsheet, basically.
And also imagine cutting out bracket stuff kind of takes away some of the structural integrity, doesn't it?
No, not really, because you can have on any road car that you convert into a race car, you've got very small brackets that could be for a piece of trim or something like that.
Ah, I see.
That's kind of spot welded in.
I wish it was more technically minded. I heard removing stuff and I thought, oh, is that going to mess up the structure or something?
Yeah, I mean, if you're cutting the floor out, that can make it a bit wobbly.
I'd imagine.
I get that bit.
Unless you're going for the Flintstones method or the Flintstones look, it's not really going to work, is it?
I'll tell you what, it would have helped some of these cars get recovered, bless them.
Just Zach Chili Stone says, can we have some talk on fighting talk, please? All we can really say at the moment is that they're in 10th position. So they're in the top 10. I've been hovering around the top 10 the last few, in and around it for the last couple of hours.
And do you know what? They're punching above their weight. So car number 309, I want to go and speak to that team in the morning.
So you, again, forgive me for saying uneducated, you say that in terms of fighting talk, what pace would you normally associate them being, obviously, you know, in terms of where you'd normally expect them to be? Are they literally much higher than you would normally anticipate them to be?
They're, to be fair, they are about where I would expect them to be, sort of high top 10, mid-teens. They've always been that kind of team. A very tidy car, very tidy team. They go about things the right way. I'll say that about a lot of the teams in the pit lane as well. But they're one of those teams. They will sneak under the radar. It's not one of those teams where you think, right, who's going to be your chances for this race? You wouldn't immediately say fighting talk. So, but no, they're punching well above their weight, and I'm looking forward to seeing them in that top 10 once sunrise comes, which, according to David Mean, is about 5 AM.
Apparently so.
Yeah. Chris, trackside reports from Beckett's clocking off for a walk around the circuit. Have a good one, lads. Keep up the commentary. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, and I appreciate your efforts in helping us out to identify a couple of the cars that had issues, particularly down that section of the circuit. So
yellow flags at Cops again. What have we got? Let's go back to the cameras.
CCTV time.
Back to the Big Brother house. So, Cops in is clear.
5 hours into the C120.
Just as Chris leaves, fancy that. He's going for a walk around the circuit.
That was...
I'm not doing that now. Someone is moving the CCTV.
But there was a car coming out of the pit lane, but whether that was just them getting up to speed or whether that was actually someone with an issue.
Yeah, it didn't look like he was getting up to speed. He looked a bit slow there. But
is that green flags on the exit of going into Maggots, possibly?
Yeah, so Cops.
So it's between Cops and Maggots.
That's Cops out. Cops turn 9. So that's the green. So someone's off somewhere. Oh no, the flag's now disappeared. So
possibly, unless it was that car we caught a brief glimpse of, that was the one that was recovering after, I guess, is maybe a spin at Cops.
Maybe we've had a little pirouette.
Possibly.
Yeah. A little bit of a sideways moment.
Possibly. Tilda Holloway says, Team 394 run by the one and only Toto, aka Ollie Allwood. Project 63. Well done on that great comeback.
Bear with us, we're just sacrificing sweets at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh. We're meant to be grabbing handfuls for...
apparently so, yeah. But, no, it's, great to have in the comment box briefly, just to have a hangout, Nick and Katie. So
back to the comments. So David Meenan quite rightfully has come back and corrected me on a few things. So as well as the control parts, they've got Powerflex bushes in the arms and the rear beam. A hybrid tune have also developed a map on the ECU that gets flashed in. It's the standard map and takes anomalies between the cars, so they're absolutely even from the early cars to the facelift. Because I think, and David will be able to correct me here, there's 25 different variants of the CCU, I think, that's used from the C1s to the Argos to all sorts. And time penalty number 442, a 3-minute stop-go penalty for car 442. How?
It's team insane. So
a 3-minute is normally unavoidable contact. I'm not going to lie.
Do we think it's linked with one of the recent incidents of full course yellows we've had, maybe?
Potentially.
Well, they're in now to serve it, so they'll be sat there for 180 seconds. Top of the pit lane. You just see the pair of headlights just above the ASSOCIATION flag on the screen. You can see that is...
Thank you, TSL. Refueling infringement.
Refueling infringement. There we go. They're either listening or they kind of they hadn't got to that bit of putting in what the penalty was for yet when that happened.
So look at the time in there. So for refueling infringements, they're clearly taking it very seriously. But you got to think, a 3-minute penalty here, they're dropping a lap.
Absolutely, yeah. That's a it's basically, yeah, you're right. It's a lap penalty basically.
So
Good news for you on Burton Power. Personal best last time by 3-minute 1.039. They're motoring along, and they're quicker than just about the next 4 cars in front of them.
Tommy Valentine's having fun out there. It's great to see.
So in this pace, I mean, he could very soon get up as high as 5th immediately, because he's 1 point, what's that? About 2 seconds behind. There's 2 seconds separating WRC Development's 486, CMR 333, and Burton Power at the moment. So the rate in which he's going, particularly he's just set again a personal best first sector also. Although that said, WRC Developments has woken up, because they put a personal best first sector, and that was what, half a second quicker than Tommy there. So it looks as though they've woken up and started to put the power down a bit.
Looks good.
I wonder if maybe those last few laps there, they're not fully all together. But I wonder if they got caught up in a little bit of traffic, although it's quite a coincidence if they were all caught up in traffic that much, I'd imagine.
I'm loving having David Meaning in the comments, going through the anomalies of these C1s. An experienced 2-time winner of the 24-hour race. I'm hoping I'm making up for my previous mistake, David. But
we've had a very important question asked by Ashley James Aspin. What sweeties on offer in the box? What's our go-to? What we've been provided very, very kindly by both Nick and Katie Ramsey-Goff, who are absolute gems of human beings. No, I mean, serious, they are. They're brilliant. We weren't there, of course, as being... well, you're part of the... I'm an ambassador for Driven Wines. You're being a step further than that, or you're kind of
on the committee.
On the committee, there you go.
Which is very much an honour.
Indeed, so just before we get to that, we've got into pit lane comes 393. So 393 with its Marlboro-esque looking thing on the top of the rim. It's got some extra aerodynamics, because the boots, the rear boot glass, as we call it,
DRS has been deployed.
That's RPE Lusso in 393 with its rear boot lead up. Now, either that's come up of its own accord, or it's had some assistance.
Had a bit of a nudge.
Assistance, shall we say. But yeah, we had the question asked, what sweeties are on offer? Well, there's 2 variants. We've got a bag full of, I'm going to read this out really. Mao-Am Mao mix, all sorts of different things, including these large Mao-Am blocks in there as well. And then there is according to the tub, a party-size tub of, it's 400 grams, but Haribo Super Mix. Now, if I'm honest, if I'm going to go-tos for sweets, for me, it's either going to be a combination of, if you ask me actually ideal go-tos, hint, hint, it's either wine, it's probably either wine gums, or I'm quite into the proper the twin cherries sweets, jelly sweets.
You can't beat jelly beans.
See, I don't mind jelly beans. But they're not for me like an immediate go-to grab. If I'm going to, like, I don't know, a supermarket somewhere like Aldi or Lidl, particularly the best, you get a bag of the twin cherries.
Yeah.
Now they're quite nice. I quite like those in particular. I'm guessing yours is jelly babies, or is it something a lot more sophisticated than that?
Got to be jelly beans.
Jelly beans. Jelly beans. That was it, not jelly babies. There we go.
I can't get on with the texture of jelly babies. I don't know why.
Yeah, they're okay.
They're okay. They're not the go-to. Definitely not the go-to. David Meanan, I'll send the invoice. Yeah, if you could send it to Mr. R. Welsh.
Yeah. Yeah, we promise you won't tell him it's on its way, so he'll figure it out himself.
As soon as Robin gets it, I just won't answer the phone. What's this, Rob?
Why is my number blocked from calling you, Rob? No idea, don't know. We probably glitched your WhatsApp. Emax 315 is in. Luke Ferrer into the car. Let's have a look. David Binning depends. I'm presuming about the invoice to Rob, because he needs one and all. Okay then.
I'm still partial, after many years, to those sour pink and blue bottles. They are good, Luke. I will give you that.
I think they're like the fizzy bottles. I think.
Yeah.
This kind of things. I think there's a. I think this is going off topic for a second, but there's a social media account I follow. I think it's JJ's Ices or something. It's like an ice cream thing.
Yeah.
And they do like a fizz bomb tray or something. That is. And it's like sherbet with like raspberry sauce, and they put these little those little pink and blue like fizzy bottles on there as well. And obviously, of course, they've got really nice ice cream on top, obviously underneath that as well, which is great. This is Dave Goddard. He's heading off for the night. So keep up the excellent work. Good night. Thank you very much, Dave. And likewise to yourself, of course. Dave's a long-standing friend of mine, and as well as a commentator from the Downforce Radio days, of course. And he's carving up his own path in motorsport. He does a lot of things for. we could be able to obviously to commentate for. He does commentary for a lot of the BARC streams.
Yep.
He also does a lot for British Rallycross these days as well. Does that excellently. Has done stuff in the past for some kind of Speedway as well. He's been getting back into that recently, and also doing some stuff for, I think, World Superbikes and a few other things he's done in the past as well. And does it with his own unique style and, again, like me, an encyclopedic knowledge of motorsport, which some of which, particularly on some of the more local national racing and stuff like that, he's got such an incredible amount. I've got good knowledge, but he's got more of a slightly closer ties with different clubs, different championships. And some of the things he can remember about cars and stuff is just, again, even beyond what I can do at times. So again, hats off to him for doing a grand job as always. Also, Dave Meehan's off as well. He's saying, I'm off as well. Great work on the Collins. Big Sens drivers. Big push WRC. Catch you tomorrow. Thank you very much, David, for all your input as well. And of course, being a two-time winner of the 24 hours, his knowledge is invaluable.
Good to see you.
Let's have a
Good
look.
to speak to you, David.
To answer this question straight up, is the broadcast director asleep?
Yes.
Yes, he is. Yes, and he says, why do we have only 2 cameras for a 24-hour race? Quite simply, because we have had fully manned cameras all day at ASSOCIATION for the support races and for the first few hours. And so part of the setup for this is that we do the first few hours. We have to bear in mind that with only one kind of set of camera people, they have to go and eat, sleep, get rest, and actually get themselves back in the mix. So ultimately, not giving them a break means they can't do so. Speaking of, whilst I get back to that point as well, I've just noticed also we've had a second car come in with its boot lid up. Now, how's that happened? I don't know if it's just the pressure in the air or just not shutting them properly, whatever it is, I don't know, but that car's now got its boot lid open, I think firmly shut again. They've got to be careful with that too, because of course that kind of boot section is not necessarily a boot, it's just one piece of glass.
It's a piece of glass, yeah.
So if they shut that too hard, they ain't going to have a boot anymore.
Fighting Talk are in the comments. Hello, guys. Fighting Talk 309 will be heading back up the order over the next 60 minutes if our idea works out. Have you fitted that turbocharger, you sneaky devils?
I'm intrigued by this idea. Interesting.
Yeah.
Quickly go bouncing from subject to subject, as my undiagnosed but certainly I'm certain ADHD and ASD brain tends to do quite a lot. Back to Sebastian's question about why do we only 2 cameras for 24 hours. We do have more, as I mentioned, because the setup that we have with just one crew of people. We don't have like a rotation of people because it's down to cost and availability on that side of things. So we have a setup here where we've got a couple of locked off cameras, so we can give you some coverage. We're not just shutting off the coverage and not giving you anything. We're giving you something as much as we can. We've got the timing tower on the left. Full commentary and cameras will resume from 9 AM, well, this morning, because we've just gone past midnight. So in a few hours' time at 9 AM, we will go back to full commentary and cameras with not just myself and Rob Lewis, but also Andy McEwen and Richard John Neal, who we always say they do anyway, but once again, that we have to praise the fact both of them in today/yesterday's coverage, as always, exceptional job from them all day.
Absolutely outstanding. It's a pleasure to work with them.
So we'll have that one as well. And Sebastian actually says, you guys are absolutely amazing at reading and actually answering chat. Well, in a nice positive way, we could just talk rubbish amongst ourselves and nothing else and just keep repeating stuff on the screen. But the fact we've got you guys keeping us engaged and, let's face it, in some cases awake whilst this is going on, is actually quite beneficial. So it's almost like slightly duty bound to go through the comments, because ultimately it gives us things to talk about and things to actually interact with. And of course, as well, you guys of course are interacting, keeping things out. And if you're watching, there's 355 of you watching at 360. If you haven't commented yet, don't be shy. If you want to be a lurker, fair enough, and we're still watching in the shadows. But if you want to give us at least a comment or hint of what's going on, there's no question you could ask or anything you could want to find out about that's too silly or too dumb. It's a case of if anyone know anything, feel free to fire in the comments. And again, like we talked about earlier on, let us know where you had some people watching as far as the Falkland Islands. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know what you're enjoying about the race, if anyone you're supporting in particular, if you haven't told us of that already. Any questions you've got, anything you want to shout out, any in terms of motorsport related topics or anything else that you want to go through. Just in case of no one's seen any results, I haven't even seen the results of the qualifying session. We're not going to go through anything Formula 1 related in terms of results from today in Miami. I know the result of the sprint race in Miami, but not the qualifying session, so we won't go through that just in case anyone hasn't seen it yet and wants to look at the highlights. We won't spoil it just in case. But
you know me, Scott. I'm not a Formula 1 man, so I'm not worried.
But there might be someone in the chat though. They might not have watched the results yet, so they might have to look and see. So I'm just being considerate that side. But Jeff Hillier is saying, right, that's the Rutex Support Club off to bed. Keep going all and get through a night in one piece and bring it home and be like tomorrow. Keep the greasy side down and the shiny side up. So thanks for being here, Jeff. We'll see you in a few hours' time, I'm certain. Sophie Seward says these boots are sturdier than they look. Mine is totally intact from my crash. I was surprised it didn't shatter because I was always scared of shutting it too hard and smashing it. So at least that's one piece she doesn't have to replace on her C1.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
There's a silver lining on that side. Only 2 cars in at the moment. It's been 2 of them, and unsurprisingly, they're both in the RP Luso squad. I think also hashtag Blessed as well. Yes, from the lead.
Yes.
So our leaders are in, making a mandatory pit stop. And also I think no, it's just the 2 RP Luso cars. There's also somebody else in pit lane, but he's a bit further down the pit lane. Well, that's 1 RPE Luso car out. Hashtag Blessed are also out as well. Part of me wanted to immediately say it was the WRC Developments car being wheeled back out, but I don't think it is.
That's the other car being worked on in distance. Looks like the EMAX City Car Cup.
So, yeah, that car. Yeah, it's well outside the top 30. Into the pits comes 486. That's the other WRC Developments car. That's the one with the We Buy Any Phone livery. So they're still working, I think, on 586. It hasn't reappeared just yet. As hashtag Blessed trundles down the pit lane back out onto the circuit. And it's WRC Developments with CB Auto Services. They're currently Touchwood OK running car is in for one of its scheduled stops.
And the marshal's looking like they're expecting someone to come in for a penalty soon, perhaps, or are they just keeping an eye on cars coming into the pit lane?
And that was a very late and sudden braking from 585 EMAX Motorsport. I think they just got to the line before to get to the 40 kph speed limit.
Bacon Racing were absolutely full send coming into the pit lane then.
As with the EMAC car as well, that just about I think got to the line, just as it dipped under 40 k's. Luke Turnbull says, don't think hashtag Blessed here have put a foot wrong so far in 6 hours.
Oh, now you've...
now you said it. But in all fairness, you know, joking about commentators' curse aside, apart from maybe Aidan Hills hanging back a tiny bit in that first part of the stint, I thought he was a little bit tiny. It wasn't lacking pace, but compared to the other 3 in front, he fell back a little bit and kind of dropped back a little bit of time.
There is a bit to explaining that. So
I see, go ahead.
The car did start to get a bit warm.
Right.
It's explained to me, so we put the heater on and it dropped off the pace.
Yeah.
And then as soon as he got... So they then went off into a pack in front. So he couldn't get the toe off of them anymore. And then once he was just out on his own, he could then get the times in and match them in terms of times. But you know, he stayed with that lead group. That's the important thing. So at the moment, the leader of this race is a certain Aidan Moffat. So the Euro Car Parts car takes the lead of this race. So we've only just, and I mean only just, gone over the quarter length of this race on certainly what is a roller coaster. I mean, Scuderia Polo Rosso, a big shout out to those guys. They've been absolute warriors getting that car rebuilt, new parts on it, going through the heartache once again. Unfortunately it's not come through for them, but that whole team, Graham's messaged us a big shout out to the Scuderia Polo Rosso team, because they give absolutely everything for that car. We've got an EMAX car into the pits for one of their scheduled shots and scheduled stops, and it's the 585 car that's currently sat in 8th place.
Shout out from Graham, said to us, as an hour Graham from Driven Wise, saying, I think he's not sure in the chat, but any chance to shout out to the SPR crew who are fixing the car again?
We have done, yeah.
They are legends, they said. I think I'm right in saying, is that Trojan in pit lane? Yes, it is. 41 Trojan in pit lane.
So they're flashing,
and
I can't see...
I thought there was a tiny bit of damage on the front of that car. It looked like there was possibly some damage on the front of that car, maybe.
CMR are in as well.
Well, Trojan have pulled in normally anyway. They've pulled in at the regular 45 degrees. They're not going straight into the box. But unless it's just some wear and tear on the front of that car generally through this 24-hour race, there was part of me that looked like it had like a hint of some front end damage. Not massive, but like it looked like it was a couple of bits or a bit.
Give it a nudge.
Possibly they give it a nudge to something or somebody. CMR Racing, as you think you said it in as well. So we've actually got quite a few top 10 callers actually. We've got Alpha Trojan in from 2nd, CMR Racing in from 6th, JW Bird in 449 from 8th. We've had WRC developments in the pit lane anyway from 10th as well. Also Emax 585 is in, we saw them coming too. Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly in 14th are in as well. So a few cars on the top 15 are making some scheduled stops. Lawrence Smith saying, hi, I'll watch it from Torquay and supporting the touring car boys and girls 599 and 431. So surprisingly, that's OPC PR and the Euro car parts guys. He's been giving them support. Mark Baker says, say hello to BRSC Rescue Steve, John and Graham. Hello to you guys. Again, thanks to all the hard work you're doing on the rescue crew, which is amazing to see. And so we are now past that point of getting quite late into the race. Well, into the day, of course, not late into the race, of course. Bacon Racing have made their driver change. Oscar Peretti now at the wheel. Just see on the left-hand side of Stree as the cars head down the pit straight. CMR Racing are still in the pit lane, making their stop from what was 6th position. Mark Bennett has got into the hashtag blessed car now in car 326. So he's come back out into 4th position, so 30 seconds behind JW Bird's 347 car. Important question apparently from Sebastian for the Coventry team. Senna, Hamilton, Schumacher or Latifi? If you want my gut choice on that one, Senna. Senna's been a hit. Hamilton's and Schumacher are incredible. Yes, Latifi is the GOAT in some people's eyes. But for me, it'll always be Senna.
Or we're just going to miss out Pastor Maldonado.
It wasn't an option on the table. And so Sebastian didn't give it to us as an option. So, but he is also up in the foothills of F1 greatness. Is Maldonado too as well. But yeah, for me, obviously, a couple of days ago was the anniversary of his passing. But yeah, so for me, in terms of a hero, in terms of inspiration, definitely for me, 100% Senna.
Luca Harberman is in the pits in the OPC car, so it'll be interesting to see who he hands over to. The CSR Racing crew will get ready there. Yeah, and Senna for me. You need to look at a driver on the legacy he leaves on any sport, and I think Ayrton Senna arguably has one of the greatest legacies. And Mark Baker, James Hunt as well, a fantastic legacy. And you know what? Meeting his son Freddie and having a good chat with Freddie Hunt as well, he is an absolute gentleman. Ayrton Senna, the legacy that he left the sport when he tragically passed, is probably part of the aura for him. But when you hear the likes of Martin Brundle talk about him in the epic battles that he had in Formula 3, and then, you know, a lot of people think, oh, you know, Senna and Prost and what happened there, and they were so against each other. But you forget, in '94, when Senna was starting his difficult tenure with Williams, as soon as Prost got out of that, and I think he was doing commentary, especially on that Imola weekend, you know, there was great love between them all, and, you know, Alan Prost being a trustee of the Senna Foundation. So, you know, they're all great rivals on track. We all know that, but I think if out of all of them, Ayrton Senna, okay, he may have only been a 3-times world champion. There is, without a doubt, he would have been multiple more champions, more championships. And I just think the legacy that he leaves, the charity work that he used to do in Brazil as well, everything, absolutely everything.
I think there's somebody predict that he possibly would even go on to become president of Brazil. I think that's not at one point in his career he'd go on to do that, because he was so philanthropic, of course, and not doing so. He was philanthropic and also did so privately. Like people only found out after he passed that he'd given millions of his fortune, anything he'd won and owned and earned from racing in F1 and for anything else, and sponsorship deals and everything. He gave, I don't know how much he gave, but if he gave a substantial amount to, you know, foundations, institutions, and charities to help, you know, his people have a better life, and the children growing up have a better education and better quality of life. So I think it wouldn't surprise if he would have gone into the politics route, and even at one point become president of Brazil. He was that much loved and respected. The reason why, you know, the fact that practically the whole of Brazil stood still for like 3 days of national mourning. Yeah. And the amount of people that lined, it's not many people that get literally, must be tens of thousands of people lining the route that you're travelling to your final destination. So forgive us for being a bit dark in saying that, but
well, no, I'm pretty sure as well. So Brazil won the cup that year, didn't they? They won the World Cup. It was 1994.
Yes, they did.
Because that was the one with the penalty shootout against the Italians. Wasn't it when they got? I was told. I can't remember who it was that told me. It was when I was quite young. But when the Brazilian team got off the plane with the World Cup, everyone expected them to get off the plane holding the trophy. But they had Senna's helmet instead.
I'm sure.
Supposedly.
I'm sure Google search would turn that one up.
Yeah.
A couple more cars are coming to the pits, one of which is the European 250 BM Sport car. Perburn bringing that car in from 18th place.
Yeah, unfortunately they've been beset by a few issues, and then they had the penalties. Car 458 moving itself up the order. They've gone into 6th place now in fighting talk. They said it in the comments. 5th place they're currently sat. The fastest lap of 3 minutes. All is quiet here at the moment.
Almost too quiet. I think that we're now coming up towards midnight in this race. You know, I still can't believe we've still got 17 and a half hours to go in this race. It doesn't feel like it. It may be because it is the nighttime parts. You think in the nighttime, but you think, oh, we're about halfway through now. It's like, nope, there's still just under 3/4 of it to go. But again, plenty of fluctuations in people at the front. Different. Yeah. I can't remember how many teams are taking the lead here, but this because of other teams that have had issues. This hasn't been a simple kind of, for example, hasn't been a simple Emax job or an Alpha Trojan job. No, they've had their own issues, and so this has been a genuinely quite unpredictable 24 hours so far, and hopefully it continues. And obviously we don't wish dramas or problems on anyone and everyone, of course, and that sort of thing. We just want to see a good, interesting battle up and down the order. That last lap in particular, because obviously there's been some pit stops and other changes around. From 6th down to 13th, there's quite a shuffle around, because the order now is, if you can follow me here when I say this, in 6th place now is Silver Lake 458, having gained 2 places. 7th is Alpha Trojan, they've lost 1 place in that last lap. Project 63 gained a place and up to 8th. OPCPR dropped 2 places to 9th. Emax Motorsport and WRC Development and Rabsport Racing, so that's 585, 486 and 432, have all each gained 2 positions. 449, which is JW Bird, lost 2 spots, and 333 is the big loser out of that. I think they've just come out of it. They're doing a lap coming off an out lap anyway, as are also JW Bird, 449 and OPCPR. But they've now dropped from that pit stop sequence down to 14th. So they've dropped 4 places. So down to 14th now, just the verge of on the outskirts of the top 15. It's CMR race now after that pit stop.
Quite a long pit stop for them as well. 9 minutes. Well, it was a 9-minute lap. We can't see anything on the net and Senna Brazilian football team thing, so we'll come back to that.
Yeah.
But according to articles, he did serve as their inspiration during their cup run.
He did.
I mean, it comes back to you look at what and that's the same with any sports person, what they mean to a country. And Britain has had some great sports people over the years. And I'm not just thinking motorsport, I'm just thinking in the wider sporting world.
So it's the touring car squad that now leads the way. Euro car parts 599. We still Aidan Moffat at the wheel, and they have currently, I don't think a lap lead over anyone else yet. They've still got a quite substantial lead. Past the pits goes the Unicorn 373. 373. They are into 18th place now because they've just leapfrogged the BM Sport Squad 250 Per Burns. Nick has re-arrived, and I think if I'm right in saying, not to make anyone jealous, I think he's arrived with things like cake. So thank you very much. Thank you to Rebecca for that as well. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. A big shout out to Team SCR.
Yes, thank you very much.
Feeding us well up here in the commentary box. I'm not going to lie to you, I am flagging, so I may have to take a leave soon to go and have a strategic nap.
Yeah, I have to say, not to make anyone jealous, give food jealousy, but this is basically like a rather chunky, basically Oreo brand. It's the actual full Oreo embedded in the centre of this and within it as well. So I'll take a second to very quickly sample these. I think bear with us a second. I'll be very, very quickly refuel. Can confirm that is an excellent brownie. So again, massive thank you to Rebecca from the from the garage there for that one. I was half joking when I said to Nick that he could go down there and pick us up something for each of us, but generously he's actually going to pick something up for both of us, which I genuinely appreciate. So thank you to Nick and also to Rebecca for this, because it genuinely is. That is an excellent brownie, by the way. Very, very excellent. Just about the right consistency. It's got a great big Oreo embedded in the middle of the slice we've got, and also Rob's as well. Rob's is nearly gone because he's just enjoying that for what it is, which is great. I'll save that a little bit, which is good. Come back to that a little bit later on, I think. So, race continues on. I think the only pit call we've got literally was the BM Sport car, but that's now making its way back out, I think. It'll U-tag itself out in the pit lane. The light goes green, and away it goes. So when it crosses the line, we'll see who's into the car now. I think it will be Per who will have jumped out, and we'll figure out, I think possibly at the first, I think we'll probably activate the first sector, I think, to see where that'll be. You've got some old friends in the comments, Mr. Lewis, because Club Racing UK has arrived. Club Racing UK has arrived in the comments. Good morning to you. Well, good morning, good evening, whatever you classify it. But they are watching on from wherever they are at some point in the UK.
Would that be a Nick or would that be a Steph from Club Racing UK? Sorry, I'm just cleaning brownie off me.
Whilst you do that and get the answer to that question, David Taylor's asking, will there be races at other circuits this season?
There will
if
indeed.
referred to C1s, yes, there will be.
David, if you are listening, if you head to c1racing.club, that's c1racing.club, that's the UK C1 Racing website. You'll have a full calendar on there. You'll learn about the sponsor Silver Lake and what they do. So you've got the full calendar, you've got the build notes, the regulations for this series. Go on, it's good stuff. We have full course yellow.
Ooh, okay.
What's happened?
Right.
It's time for the CCTV.
Back to the CCTV cameras. Right, let's have a search round, see if we can find something.
Incidentally, if anyone's got the music for Big Brother to play while we look at this stuff.
Either that or Spanish Flea or something playing in the background. Right, again, let's go and cycle through the cameras and see if we can find what is going on. Nothing at Maggots. If anyone's watching happens to be in and around some of this part of the circuit and might be spotting what we can or can't see.
Where's Chris when we need him?
Let us know. Interesting enough, I think I can see one of the recovery vehicles. It's right on the interlink road between the national and international circuits. I can see it was just coming out of shot then, and possibly it was going in the direction of maybe Wellington Straight. Let's have a quick look. Something flashing was coming through. It's Wellington Straight, Aintree. Nothing at Aintree. See if we further back at the loop. Car stopped on the exit of the loop, I can see.
Okay.
It's stationary in the road. Again, can't quite tell. Can't tell even the camera shot we've got. Not only is it's decent enough quality, but not sharp enough to fully make out all the details of the C1, and also it's in black and white, so we can't give you a colour. But there is a car that's stationary on the right on the exit on the inside. I think they're trying to they've done a quick, I think, Control-Alt-Delete reset to try and get it going again. They're trying to refire it and get it going. And hopefully, if it can start moving, then they'll try if they can.
Unfortunately, at the moment, it does look like computer says no.
Yeah, they are trying. But at the moment, there is no movement from that car. I thought there was for a second, but no, it's still stationary. And again, I would love to tell you exactly who it is, but unfortunately, with our cameras being black and white, it doesn't give us any colour. So we can't actually tell you exactly who it is that's stopped at the moment up at the exit of the loop. So, as we mentioned, full course yellow brings the speed down for everyone. And again, there's a part of me that might have to go to the timing screen for a second and see if there is anyone showing on the timing screen is not moving. Or oh, that's a good shout. Well, it's not good for them, but according to the timing screen, we think it's Euro car parts. So that could potentially be Aidan Moffat, car 599. That car possibly appears to have stopped.
What is
on the
happening
screen
in this race?
So another front runner hits dramas. I've got to make another note. So the 599, if it is them, that's the only car that's showing as being stationary on the screen, on our timing screen, with the yellow triangle on it next to the position, is Scuderia Polo Rosso. But of course they had stopped on anyway, and that car's in. 393 is in to make, I'm sure, one of a few cars to make a pit stop under the full course yellow. And that car is still stationary, and it hasn't moved. Ever since we spotted it, the car still hasn't moved anywhere. 373 is in. I imagine we are going to get another influx of pit stops happening very shortly.
Callers to the pit lane.
But that was actually well spotted by yourself, Mr. Lewis, because you
just saw the exclamation mark, and that was it. I was going.
That was it. So arguably one of the favourites for the race, as we had with WRC and now for Trojan and others, another favourite hitting problems.
Right, I'm going to call it now. Burton Power are going to win this race. The race to go. I think, and to be fair, they've got themselves up to 4th place. Go on, Burton. But JW Bird Motorsport and hashtag blessed. There was probably cheers up and down the garage there. But what has happened to poor Aidan Moffat? The way it stopped. We got car 560 has just come into the pits. I think that's the Army Motorsport entry, with sparks flying out of the wheels going into the pit lane. So I think that's due a brake change.
I was about to say it's got sparks because it's hit something. I was about to go, do you think that if you put two and two together? But no, I don't think it is. I think
slammed on the brakes going up to the 40-kilometre entry, so I can only assume that there's no pads left on them Nahils. Just back to the comments quickly. It is. I can confirm it is a Nick from Club Racing UK. So good to hear from you, Nick. Full course yellow. What type of cars are driving in this category? That's Sebastian Szuroski. So this is the Citroen C1 series from the UK. The Brscc 24 hours here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit. Luke Turnbull, dust your cake hands off, lads, and get on the cams.
we did just that.
I'm about as good a cameraman as I am a 100-metre sprinter. It's not good. Yeah, Sebastian is asking, do the cars have onboard cameras? Now, a lot of the cars will carry cameras purely to record footage, and obviously they have their own, you know, they'll look back at their data and stuff like that, but nothing that we can broadcast live.
No.
Again, budget.
Yeah, for the record, just looking at the drama down at the loop, we're going to fully presume now, I think with confidence, that it is the 599 car that stopped.
Yeah.
It has been latched onto the back of the recovery truck vehicle.
Yeah, the Land Rover.
It has been hitched, and it is now being towed back down the pit straight. I see, possibly, I think Wellington Straight camera, I think, was full colour. It is, right, so the Wellington Straight camera, it does give us full colour down there, so I wonder...
To be fair, all you can really see is a sea of light.
Well, at the moment, but we'll wait and see as it comes past. If it's, I'm sure some of the lights behind it will illuminate it.
Yeah.
I'm expecting, when this comes down the pit straight, again, I think we're pretty 99% certain that it is 599, but just for the record so I can see it visually.
No, so we've got reports coming through to the YouTube comments that they have run out of fuel.
Oh, Euro car parts running out of fuel.
Luke Turnbull's asking if it's run out of fuel penalty. Yes, the C1 regs mandate that they have to buy everyone breakfast. No, I only kid. I don't believe there's a penalty for it running out of fuel. Oh no, now he's heard it's blown up. Okay, we're getting a lot of conflicting messages here. Again, this might be one for myself and Scott to add to. At this rate, I told you, Scott, I'm going to be very busy tomorrow morning trying to get all this information before we go live on the live stream at 9 o'clock. And don't forget, folks, that will be a separate live stream. So if you want to carry on following this race and put some faces to the names of everyone that's been out there, that'll be tomorrow morning. We get going at 9 o'clock, but we are green as they have recovered Aidan Moffat's stricken C1. The Euro car parts car, who's now dropped down to 7th place while they've been recovering them. Fighting Talk is in 4th place. Fantastic. Silver Lake Racing 458, they're up to 5th place. Alpha Trojan, after their issues with the fastest fabrication job on the rear axle possible, they are up to 6th, sorry.
Army Motorsport are in at the moment, 26th position, car 560.
So this race of attrition I was talking about, and the questions to be answered when I entered the live stream. Turns out we'll have a lot more questions to answer there, Scott.
Yes, we do. I tried to keep tabs on my notes and some of the major dramas that we had, particularly in the last couple of hours. So I've got so far, unless I've missed anything. 599 has a stop, initially has a stop-go penalty. Just to recap some of the events in the last couple of hours, if you haven't been here and just tuning in and haven't seen anything in the events in between. 310, Polo Rosso, came into the pit, they had some big damage on the front end. They did get back out, but they stopped on the national pit straight after a couple of laps, and I think that car's still in the garage ever since that's happened. WRC 486 was called to race control for a drive-through penalty for full course yellow speeding.
Yep.
And a 26-second stop and go penalty. Alpha Trojan, he's one car I guess we didn't expect to have dramas, but that went to the garage at about 10 PM with a cracked rear beam, but they managed to kind of quickly weld it and hammer it back out again. And in just 12 minutes, the car was back out, and it was down to 7th, so it's trying to climb its way back up. It is now in P6. It's got some work to do. It's now 2 laps off the lead, so we've got at least a lap off the lead at least when it comes through. The number 15 EMAX City car, that stopped out on the circuit on the hangar straight at one point. Now that car appears to be, I think, way down, so we think back going again. EMAX 346, it will back out after 2 hours after they stopped. It was right towards the end of our first part of the stream, and that car had stopped down at Vale, where the Grand Prix pits is. So they managed to get it back out. Took them 2 hours to get that car sorted back in the race, but they're way down the order. Rutec has a Rowtec at the stop and go penalty. 586 pitted for the top 10 with an issue also on top of that. Yeah. And then we just seen right now the latest drama. 599 stopped down the exit of the loop. Aidan Moffat was driving, the car was stationary and pulled out a full course yellow. It was in third place when it happened, and it stopped just before midnight. Either we think possibly out of fuel or an engine issue, which has caused it to grind to a halt. So plenty of events in the last couple of hours to keep plenty of us busy to look through.
It's getting a bit tasty out there, isn't it?
It is, and I think when the likes of Andy McKeown and Richard John Neal and Martin Haven and Andrew Mather and John Ward and co come back and see that the order has rather drastically changed in the top 10 to an order I don't think anyone expected. I think the simple exclamation is going to be, what the hell happened during the night? And we'll be like, well. Well. Let's take it from the top.
Yeah, sit down. Have you got about an hour? And we'll talk through it. Well, from myself, Robert Lewis, I'm going to take a leave from the commentary box now and go get some rest. I will probably be up early doors. I'll probably do a bit of a stint up here back in the commentary box before we then switch to part 3.
Yeah, I think so.
So I don't know about if you're holding on for a bit, Scott. Or
I might do so. At the very least, maybe another roughly half an hour-ish or so. I'll give it a go.
So everyone, enjoy the dulcet tones of Scott Woodwish, because
I don't know about dulcet.
He's really been looking forward to doing this. But for myself, Robert Lewis, I will be back in the morning as the sun comes up over at Silverstone. Over to you, Scott.
Thank you, Captain. That was Rob Lewis, who again is one of the gurus of C1s. Again, he doesn't know about C1 endurance racing, aside from Robin Welsh, probably doesn't worth knowing. So good stuff on that one. And once again, as always, he's offering me the Maram sweets, but I'm sure he wants to take them with. He can take those. But Captain, go and get some rest. I'll see you in a few hours' time. So you've got me until probably another, let's say, at least another roughly half an hour, 45 minutes or so, or whenever I feel like I'm able to call time on it, because it won't be fully commentary for all on this part of the stream. It will be a part where we'll have to leave you for a handful of hours to let you go and get some rest and some sleep whilst this is going on. And there was a comment there for Sebastian who said, tell the commentator, I said, and sometimes I don't realise what I say until I've said it or someone says it back, considering our cameras are black and white, we don't give colour. That was quite an obvious Ball Bucks Test comment, so thank you, Sebastian. I know you said you're also heading off as well, so there was a place that said good luck for the rest of the race. Thank you very much, Sebastian, appreciate that. Rainbow Lizard Racing in the comments, I did this race in 2023, gutted not to be this year. There's a lot of teams this year who in the comments who are watching saying they wish they were here and they were gutted that they're not. Hopefully we'll see you back for 2026 next year, because it'd be great to see a few more if you can, if you're on that side. So fingers crossed on that one. Fluffy Pingu says, see you, Rob. So there's obviously, he's got some fans in the chat already. So where are we right now? The only carts in the pit lane I can see that's in at least in the top 30 that's in pit lane. In 22nd place is Rutec International. Tilda Holloway saying, Super Brian, that's Brian Trott, doing a great job for Team Project 63. Yes, he is. That car up into its 7th place. I know Brian from when he was doing Mazda MX-5s, and he would only do like half seasons or so, like odd seasons. And so I always thought if Brian Trott did a full season in Mazda MX-5s, and I'm sure he must have done at least one, so there's so many drivers I can think about and know, that he would have been a genuine contender for the title, but he only dropped in and did a handful of races the last couple of times we've seen him. Last couple of seasons he's done, not as in recent, but the last ones he's done, which I'm sure was a handful of years ago. I remember him for that one. And it's good to see that squad is still carrying on as it is. Course in 1986, shout out to my Team 47. My husband Scott is a mechanic there. I'm rooting for you guys, best of luck. So 427 is... Unless I'm being blind again at this time of night, not in the top 30. So let's have a look and see who is inside that top 30. 427, that's AF Racing, that's the car that had... It was stationary exiting the first part of Club after it made some contact with, we don't know who, but it made contact with somebody. So that car's trying to steadily come back up the order. And if we look at where it is right now, in its classification at this point, it currently appears to be... I couldn't refresh the timing screen. So a lot has happened since it showed me. Euro Car Parts Racing in 2nd place is definitely not. It's a little further back than that. And they are starting to drop down the order now. They're currently showing as being in 15th now, but they're going to lose a couple more spots, possibly down to the bottom of the roundabout towards the bottom of the top 20. The next few spots they're about to lose, I think, are 16th down to 18th, which would be a a shame for them. It is unfortunate, but it shows that problems like this can happen to literally anyone. So you have to really just keep on your guard and try and keep it clean. Team manager of car 343 has been called to race control. 343, as a reminder, is one of the Emax Motorsport cars. 343. So an issue for them. I imagine it'll be possibly some kind of possibly infringement under full course yellows or anything else. Shout out to the Team Brscc with BPC Motorsport car, or as it's was known internally and was initially on the entry list as, and I quote, Grandma White's Welsh Cake Warriors with BPC Motorsport. I'll explain that and hopefully they don't mind. But so Charlotte White, who up until recently was our events manager, the events manager, had a thing with a very lovely grandma who would bake Welsh cakes, and they are, not to borrow a phrase from Mr. Kipling, they're exceedingly good Welsh cakes, very good. And so it always became a thing that she would provide Welsh cakes for some of the BRCC team. And so when this squad was coming to put together, the team were putting together their squad of drivers, they came up with the name of Grandma White's Welsh Cake Warriors and went to go and stick with it. But I wonder, for the purposes for TSL to try and shorten it, it's instead gone to Team BRSCC with BPC Motorsport, whereas the proper or internal name is Grandma White's Welsh Cake Warriors. So you can see, in fact, that car actually in the pits right now, so 4:10 in, so I imagine that's Luke Souch, who is ready to give up his stint. And look at my info bit here. How many laps has he done in that stint? Let's have a quick look here for a second. He comes in, and BBC Motorsport has done team. Actually, I can see if I can find them. Classification. Oh, that's the wrong one. Let's go back to the analysis page. Look at how many full course we had. I think we've had 6 full course yellows in this race, and it was one race that, no, it was 5 full course yellows in this race so far. Drive time, strategy overview. Have a look and see where Team BRCC is. Luke Souch has done 37 laps, so that's that stint there. His average lap time was a 3 minutes 11.496. You won't thank me for saying it was 3 seconds off the average lap time of Paul McCurlin, who did a 3 minute 8.539 average lap. In terms of best lap times, his best lap in that stint was a 3 minute 6.761. Paul's best lap time 3:05.787. And Andrew Schofield's best lap time in his stint, for his time he was running, was a 3:05.267. And we're yet to see both Greg Graham or Charlie Snell get behind the wheel of that car, so it's going to be uncertain either Greg or Charlie. And again, I know we joke about it and it's all being jovial, but at the same time, with them probably having quite possibly one of, if not their first experience of actually racing competitively in the darkness, I don't begrudge them or hold it against them for being a little bit apprehensive, given that it's not an easy thing to go and race in full stop, but to race at night in an endurance race like this is something else that's quite tricky. So fair play to them for giving it a go, and I'll definitely race one day, and hopefully even do this race or something similar. We'll wait and see how that works out. So JW Bird are now back into the lead of the race. They have a lead of just under a minute from #Blessed in second place. Burton Power Racing in third. Fighting Talker having a fantastic run up to 4th place. Ahead of Silver Lake Racing, they're into 5th in car 458. Alpha Trojan, the defending winners from 2023, because there was no 24-hour race in 2024, are currently sat in 6th position as 346 comes in. Now that's the Emax car that stopped earlier on, way down the order outside the top 30, but 346 is back in. And if I look at stints and who was in that car, I think it was David Olstadter, and he's coming in after 32 laps by the look of it. So he's in. Back to the rest of the top 10. Project 63 is 7th, then Emax Motorsports 585 car is 8th. OPCPR with Will Hodgson at the wheel now is now 9th. And then it's the highest place of the two WRC Developments car, because the 586 car I don't think has reappeared from pit lane yet. It's still in there after it came in with an issue. Quickly go back to the comments on YouTube, see if we've got any more coming through from anyone at all. Again, thank you for those of you sticking around. Thank you for sticking around and for leaving the comments. Dan Medhurst said, shout out for all the marshals doing stints throughout the night. Gutted I wasn't available to volunteer for the event. Again, and you're right, and those of you who put in orange hearts in the chat, you're right to do so for that, because again, there's some hardy souls out there tonight who are doing an incredible job marshalling out there, whether they're on the pit wall, whether they are out on circuit, part of the recovery teams, or anything out there. Great job from all of them doing a grand job. I've also got Charlie Ellis who says, is that Charlie Ellis? It is Charlie Ellis, as in Fiesta ST240 racer Charlie Ellis. Good to see him on the chat. Says, sending love from the boot of my car at Vale. So he's definitely hardcoring it out there, out watching at the circuit down that part of the course. It's a fair play to him for braving it out there. Sweeping past the pits. You can see the picture-in-picture, so you've got the sight of them looking up the pit straight as the cars come towards the camera. Just for those who wondered, in case you're trying to work out where that part of the circuit is that's in the picture-in-picture, that's going into the arena section, so they'll be coming into shot on the exit of Abbey, through a left-hander for the driver's left-hander of Farm, and then into what is then Village, and they'll come out of sight from there. So that's a static camera that's been locked off there as well. Just again, just those who are wondering. In case they're wondering, so we will have full commentary and cameras once again back at about roughly around about well, it's going to be at 9 o'clock later on this morning, and that'll be obviously we'll relinquish obviously any us being up here in the circuit comms box to the circuit comms team, but the commentary team for the stream will also be back once more, and they'll be wanting to get a bit of an update on what's been going on. I'm sure that Rob will go down and do his updates, but also I've been keeping notes on what's happened also, and then obviously we can go from there and get themselves back up to speed. Charlie is saying, if you need a co-commentator, I can come around. Genuinely appreciate the offer, and in other circumstances I probably would, but I am probably going to be signing off within the next roughly 30 minutes to 45 minutes or so, because even I need my beauty sleep as well, and to get a bit of rest from what's been quite a long day for a lot of people here at Silverstone. I need my rest too, and the commentary box is also going to be secured up as well anyway, until we come back in later on. So, genuinely appreciate the offer, but I think on this one, I'm going to be heading off within the next 45 minutes anyway. So, I will be coming back a little later on, probably when most people are still asleep, maybe possibly 5-6 o'clock-ish, or whatever time we're able to come back in. But there will be, I think, some of them. Laura Christina, forgive me if I butcher the name, but Laura Christina Creeches says, never watched a 24-hour race before, but it's being way more addictive than I thought. Sporting Team 427, go guys. Thank you, Laura. 427, who again are outside the top 30, but again, I think for some teams you've got their own support. They've got their own supporters. They're simply just racing now to get a finish, to kind of get themselves going. It's not uncommon that you get some endurance races where teams will try and fix the car as best they can, so it makes it still raceable, race-worthy to go out on track. And they'll come out for the last, let's say, I don't know, 20 minutes, 15 minutes or so, to actually come around and actually be part of the finish. They might not even be classified in the end, but they just want to get the car back on track and actually part of the finish with those who are coming around to take the victory. It reminds you of those old Le Mans finishes when you had like a massive bunch of cars would just all stack up behind the race leader and therefore the race winner, because they didn't want to do an extra lap because either they were running out of fuel, just wanted to finish the race and not be having to do another 8 miles of the Le Mans circuit. Victor Turnbull says, I see the chickens never came back out. That's referring to Scuderia Polo Rosso. Sadly, they haven't, I'm afraid. So it looks like that car has had more issues than we thought. I don't know if it's a legacy from the first time they tried to fix it. Of course, it had the new front bumper on it and a few more different parts they fixed, but I don't know if the issue is tied to further complications from the incident and stuff and something that the repair work didn't manage to fix and cropped up once again. So that is genuinely unfortunate for Scuderia Polo Rosso, considering that for them is always going to be a race of what might have been, because if you look at the pace they had, at one point they were on the same pace as the Trojan, same pace as the fastest JW Bird car with Rory Clark at the wheel. They were trading the lead with those two cars at the front of the field. I know they won't want me to remind them of that, but they had a car that I think, had everything gone right, genuinely could and would and should have been a contender for overall victory. If Fortune's has gone better, they've gone way much better. It's a genuine shame. But that is motor racing. That's just how the cookie crumbles. And unfortunately, sometimes you get the rub of the green, sometimes it just doesn't go your way, but it is what it is. So I know that Scuderia Polo Rosso, they'll be gutted, of course they will, but they'll simply just be trying to get that car fixed. They can at least get back out there and just salvage something from the race and just be out there and be part of the event and enjoy themselves as much as they can. So JW Bird leading from #Blessed. The gap is now just over a minute. Bird and Power, who's one of the teams that I know that Rob's been rooting for quite a lot. That car currently sat in 3rd place overall at the moment. Really solid effort from car 337. To remind myself who is at the wheel of Burton Power Racing at the moment. Tommy Valentine, so he's doing a grand job. Also, a car that we thought was having some issues is now back out. You're absolutely right in the comments there, Dan. 599 is back out. Jade Edwards now taking her first stint at the wheel of the Euro car parts machine. She's got some work to do. She's currently, well, again, sadly, that car is going to be out of contention for victory now. Nothing's impossible, I guess, but even so, seven laps down off the leaders, unless she gets. And Jade's a quick driver, don't get me wrong. She's incredibly talented and definitely can show anyone a thing or two behind the wheel. I think, though, they can get some laps back. I don't know if 7 laps is too tall a task. It might well be, but nothing impossible, never say never. Now, speaking of the chickens, Scuderia Polo Rosso, that car has now reappeared. So once again, for the second time after a lengthy delay in the pits, you can see on the screen just down the left-hand side with the white bumper, that is Scuderia Polo Rosso. They are back out once again. So good to see we've got them back out here. Now, of course, again, like with others who have hit troubles, they will be nowhere near in contention anywhere else. They're right down the bottom of the field. They are currently in 41st position. Behind now, of course, Team Brscc, which meanwhile I should mention, and there has been a driver change. It did say on the screen initially that it was Luke Souch who'd gone back in again, done a double stint, but it's not. It's actually Greg Graham who's gone in there. So there was a slight glitch, I think, with the Hugh tag, but now Greg has now jumped in for his first stint in the car, so he will now go and tackle the night stint. And we're actually coming up to a third distance of the 2025 Brscc 24 hours completed, because in the next 46 minutes and 35 seconds or so we will get to 16 hours to go, 8 hours completed. In the pits has come the 564, I think that's Rutec International has come in by the look of it. Someone else also in, I think, in pit lane is, I can't quite tell the number. I think their number panel on the back has had a bit of a glitch, so I can't quite tell exactly who that is. Rutec International in, but 309 Fighting Talk are in the pit lane, definitely. So that is 309 in for 4th place. Gary Wager in car 342 is currently running right at the bottom of the field anyway. That's the SF Racing car. That's set a personal best for what it's worth. The car that also came in as well was 315. 315 is the Emax Racing RRM machine. That's back down outside, just outside the top 30. And the Rutec International car, Dan Campion brought that car on as well from 29th. So, as you can clearly see, headlights ablaze all around the Silverstone GP circuit. And this race becomes one of those races where everyone that's done it will say to anyone else that's thinking about it, quite simply, do it. You have to do this race at least once. Because it's such a special experience, being able to do a full-on 24-hour race, to kind of live out a fantasy of Le Mans or the Spa 24 hours. And actually, in many cases, series like this, the C1s, and if I may mention other series that are in similar vein in this country, particularly the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, these series are great proving grounds, are great ways to, if you, let's say you might be a young driver that wants to get themselves into sports car racing, GT racing, prototype racing, you want your route to take you to GT3 or to even these days hypercar or anything similar to that. These kind of club level endurance series are great practice for driving long periods on track, for cooperating with teammates and other team members to make sure you can execute a strategy. All these different elements are very, very crucial. And so being able to use series and even events like this to get practice and to understand how do you survive a 24-hour race, what strategy do you employ, how do you deal with obstacles, how do you deal with unexpected problems and incidents and issues that you've got to try and fix. You can't, in motorsport, you can't always prepare for absolutely every single eventuality and every single issue, but you can try and be as prepared as possible to make sure that you can fend off the majority of these things, whether it's having spare parts, whether it's having a routine, whether it's having a plan of action, a sequence of things to do if something goes wrong in general, like a mechanical issue, or if you have to kind of come in for an extra stop, an offset, some strategy, lots of different things you can think about, and you might never know how much that you can progress from a championship, a series like C1s, or a championship like Fun Cup, or a race like the 24 hours, into something that will take you towards the heights of British GT, or GT World Challenge, or World Endurance Championship, European Le Mans Series, Michelin Le Mans Cup, heck, even going to IMSA in America, or over in Japan, things like Super GT. There's a lot of different options that you can take, and you can all start from here. Yes, driving a C1 around Silverstone for 24 hours, but it's still an endurance test. I said it earlier on, as one of my favourite lines I've ever heard in motorsport was from the Canadian Alan Moffat, who did a lot of his stuff in Australia. And what he said was very, very true. He said, unless you're there on the very last lap of the race, all the others count for nothing. It's quite simply, if you want to make this finish matter, if you want to make sure that you make sure that all the effort that you put in actually fully matters for something, and sure, all the effort you put in up to that point still does matter for something. You want it to truly matter and truly showcase what you did to get through to that point. Unless you can make it to the very last lap of the race and complete that last lap, unless you do that, every single lap that you do, it counts for nothing. And there might be some that disagree with that, but it ultimately means that, and it's other things like, you can't win in the race, you can't win a 24-hour race on the very first corner. To race that, not so slow and steady, but you've got to have a rhythm, you've got to have a pace, you've got to have consistency, a strategy that you can execute, teamwork between your team members and other drivers, and the trust in them also to be able to handle the car out on circuit without getting into an incident, without throwing it off the road, without buzzing the engine or causing a mechanical issue. Some of those things are unavoidable. You might be involved in an incident that was complete, wasn't your fault, you were a complete bystander. You could have something that mechanically you've been all fine with the car, haven't treated it harshly, then it grinds to a halt. And some of that could just be completely beyond your responsibility or completely beyond anything that you may have done to the car or with the car at some point. But it all comes down to just getting it right. And yeah, there is also an element of luck in there too as well. That also counts for something also. So that's quite key. Now, whilst I was sort of thinking through that, quite simply, a couple of team managers have been called to race control. Cars 3, 4, 6 and 560 both called to race control, so they'll have to go and see the clerk. 581 Rutec Racing in from 19th place. Also in the pit lane too is the RPE Lusso team car 474. So that's a key one. So that car was in from 28th position. There's been no more stats about. There's been a change for 4th because Alpha Trojan have just taken 4th position from Silver Lake 458. So Charlie Bingham has put the 421 car back in the mix. The car is still a lap behind the current leaders, JW Bird. And in terms of his now gap to try and close for 3rd place, he's got a 90-second gap to make up, although Burton Power haven't made their 3rd stop yet. Alpha Trojan have. So they are trying to motor along here and try and execute the strategy as best as they can. I've got personal best first sectors coming in for both Silver Lake 458 and Project 63. I did see to watch out for, I think, Stuart Simmons jumping into the car. Going back to the comments for a second. Let's have a look. Yeah, Tilda Holloway did tell us, watch out for the next driver of Team Project 63, Stuart Simmons. You got it, so he is in the car now and motoring along quite nicely. Personal best last time by. For that car all race, 3 minutes .369, and currently on and that lap was also a personal best in the 1st sector for that car also. So Stuart's certainly fresh in the car and trying to make the most of the car that he has underneath him. Burton Power in the pits, that's a crucial one, in from 3rd position, so that should relinquish the top 3 spot to Alpha Trojan, because they have already made, I think, 2 stops. Well, they've made 2 scheduled stops. They've also made the stop when they came in to have to sort out the cracked beam, the cracked rear beam on that car also. And they've made 2 proper official stops, if you like. 427 in. Outside the top 30, that's the AF Racing car. I think that car's right down the bottom of the timing table, but still fighting on. Haley Graham saying good luck to my dad Greg Graham. Good old Greg. Xander can't wait till he can watch you in the morning. He's in the car now and he's doing his bit in the stint at the moment, Haley, so I'm sure he'll be, apart from absolutely bricking it racing at night, I'm certain, I'm sure he's absolutely fine. Car 585, shout out to the Wombles and Car 585. Thank you to team manager Michael for keeping them in line. Good stuff. Mel Robertson says, well done the chickens for showing real grit and determination. I agree. Good to see that car back out once again. I think they're in for another couple, at least an hour or so trying to get that car fixed, whatever the issue might have been. And fingers crossed that car now has 0 troubles and dramas all the way back to the end of the race. And Luke Turnbull says, it doesn't have to be anything flash like LMP1s, going back to the basics in the box that is great, likely C1s. Exactly, and that's why you've got touring car drivers and you've had other top drivers in previous 24 hours for the C1s come in and jump into these cars, because it's simple, it's fun, as you say, it's back to basics, nothing flash, nothing over the top, nothing too technical. It's just you in a Citroen C1 that's been stripped out and fitted out to what it should be as a race car, as a very basic bog standard race car, and just taken out on track and thrashed to an inch of its life. That's all it should be, and that's all it ever has been in this series. Silver Lake 458 have a personal best. They do, in fact. Good spot for that one from Luke Turnbull. 259.618, and that's going even quicker on the next lap. They've done a personal best in Sector 1, 54.678. So, in fact, also Project 63 did another personal best on the last lap too. They did a 3 minutes .369, so going a bit quicker. And good consistency from Project 63, up into P6 now. Good solid runs up the order. That last lap actually was only 3/10 off the personal best. It was a 3 minutes .648. It's a top effort from Stuart Simmons, who seems to be revelling in the nighttime conditions. To some of the drivers locking in, as the kids say these days. That is a term when you lock in, you kind of lock in mentally to be able to focus on something that you're trying to do. I think particularly given the fact that visibility is limited to none, unless you're in a pack of cars around you, which they're illuminating the track a little bit. really do have to lock in to really properly fully focus and concentrate. And it's those moments when you're in the darkness, when you've only got the sound of the engine, sound of the tyres and everything in the car with you, that your senses do get heightened. You end up, unless you're in the groove, you start to listen to and pick out any little sound, any little noise, thinking, was that a mechanical fault? Was that just a stone? Was that something else? And then you start to kind of get paranoid, particularly when the race goes on, and especially if you're in a good position and it starts to get into the closing stages of the race. You start thinking, what if this goes wrong? What if that noise means the car's about to see its engine fail or something along those lines? It is quite tricky at times for drivers to kind of really properly focus, but if you get yourself into the zone, get yourself real focused, there's a good chance that you'll be able to pull off a good result or two, and that's always a key thing in that sense. So we are past, for those interested who might be watching outside the UK, we are not long past 1 o'clock in the morning. As you can see, we haven't hit halfway yet, but we're getting there. Not too far away. So we've got another 4.5 hours to go. Burton Power having their stop, they've dropped to 5th behind not only Alpha Trojan but also Silver Lake 458. A message about 25 minutes ago that from Nick Ramsey-Goff that, as has now been proved, that they're back out on track now. 599 seems to be running under their own power in the paddock, which they were, and he did say expect to see them back out soon, and they are. They're already up to 22nd place now because Rautech International made a pit stop. So it's 22nd, and they've got Emax 343 not far behind them either, but a minute behind. Lap times last time by 4 Jade Edwards to the 3 minutes 6.313. I think she might just be picking your way through traffic and getting to grips with the cars around. JW Bird 347, the race leaders, are in for their next scheduled stop. So getting out the JW Bird car is going to be Anthony Prendergast, I think. He's into the pit lane. Now Burton Power have changed over from Tommy Valentine to Stephen Gilbert. So Gilbert now has his chance to make his mark on the 2025 Brscc 24 hours. Now that he's come back out in, at best it looks like initially 6th. Although the timing screen is saying that Rabsport Racing are about 6 minutes behind, which is interesting. Maybe that's a glitch from a pit stop or something else, but they're continuing on. A couple of cars shooting into pit lane. We have 458 Silver Lake in for a scheduled stop, and also into 387 the BPC car as well. So 387 and Silver Lake. So 458 who are running in 4th at the moment overall. That was George Davis who has entered the pits in 458. Benjamin Doty, who's in the BPC cars, also in for their stop. It's that car BPC featuring 2 Fiesta Junior graduates, George Foxlow and Ben Doughty. I know that George and his dad Tim are here this weekend at the event, so if they're listening or watching out, then shout out to you guys. And also Ben Doughty, both of them of course graduating from last year's Fiesta Junior Championship, both of them now into into Fiesta ST240s, and also as well George Foxlow is dovetailing that with an ST150 challenge campaign, so can't get enough of Fiestas, can George. And that is, I think, George doing that in his Fiesta ST150 that he ran for a part season in Fiesta Juniors last year. He did start the season with a Mark 7 Fiesta ST at GTEC S, but then after that had some accident damage. He then switched to the Mark 6 ST150 for the second half of the season. And then a weekend after he basically ceased being a junior driver racing at Silverstone for the finale. He then went, and a couple of weeks later, to Alton Park in the ST150 Challenge as a guest, and it was his first races on a senior licence in motorsport, and picked up, I think it was a strong second or third place on the podium. So good effort from George, and also as well, fair play to doing 2 seasons in one campaign. I'm sure he'll do as many rounds as he can if there's a clash, and where both champions don't happen to be racing and they're both away on the same weekend. So I don't think that's occurring this year. You have to obviously make a choice depending on which one's which one's the better option. Nice to see the junior graduates popping up. We also had a couple in the racing throughout today as well. Elliot Wilson, who used to race and run a couple of races at Snetterton towards the beginning of 2016, he was in the Ginetta in Brit car today with his dad Ian. And we also saw in British F4 as well, Tommy Harfield, who scored a couple of race wins at Croft last year. And then he was testing an F4 car and tweaked his wrist. So because of that, he was unable to, I think, drive for at least the rest of the season in Fiesta Juniors, and also wanted to do the possibly an F4 round or 2, but wasn't able to because of his hand injury. But it's great to see him now actually progressing forwards and moving into F4 this season. Had some hard luck, particularly in race 3 today, when he had his car either collided with somebody who had an incident which broke the right rear suspension, if I'm correct. So, good effort from them to get in the mix. Fiesta Junior graduates pushing on. Luke Turnbull is signing off for the night. He said, I must tap out finally as well. Thanks for the fantastic commentary. Thank you for the compliment. Today so far, we'll look forward to waking up tomorrow to get some rest and see you in the morning. Yes, thank you, Luke, for being around. We'll hopefully see you in a few hours' time once you're all rested up. This also says good luck to all teams as well. The BM Sport Scandinavian C1 is in as well. Car 250, BM Sport. Fighting Talk says, right, my guys, Fighting Talk 309 just deployed the track weapon in Neil Chillystone mode. So, I think we know if that car starts acting quickly, we know exactly what's happening with them. Personal best first sector now for the Silver Lake Racing Team car. Now that fourth, well, that was the last first sector they put in, so they pushed on quite hard on their in-lap for the pit stop. Also in a Rabsport Racing, that's another team that's quietly crept up the order as well, interestingly enough. Rabsport Racing into car 432, they are a fairly decent squad, but again, one of those teams that, in the nicest, politest way I can put it, you might have immediately expected to be immediately put in mind as a team that would be an instant challenger for the race. I mean by that in terms of the fact that you might think of an Alpha Trojan or an Emax or things like that. But Rabsport can steadily move their way up the order, and they have done. They've made a pit stop. They dropped to 7th because Emax 585 has moved up a place. Also moving up the order and lapping a bit quicker than some of the cars in front is Jane Edwards. She's gone ahead of the BM Sport car, and she's got some, how much time? She's got a lap to make up on the cars in front. The first one being Midway Motorsport. And her last lap was some, what's that, nearly 7 seconds quicker than Midway Motorsport in front of them. And just in the first sector alone, she's 2.5 seconds better, which just shows the pace that Jade has underneath her. It's mighty impressive. Rabsport go to work with a tyre or wheel change at least. Just fixated. You can just see down the left-hand side of the screen the team that's beavering away in all red next with the red C1. That's Rabsport. So just working on, I don't know if it's a full tyre change, but they are at least changing the left rear, possibly both left side tyres. Project 63, we said they were lapping pretty quickly. We've just popped into the 259s now. 259.886 for Stuart Simmons. And again through more pit stops, and that car's now risen to 4th place. So impressive stuff from them. And last year, last time when we saw AB Motorsport, when they did take part in the race, and they had the likes of Stuart Simmons, and also I think Ollie Allwood was even driving. That car and that team were incredibly fast, and if they hadn't had to have made a splash and dash on the fuel, they would have gone on to at least. They did get on the podium, but it certainly would have been challenging for victory in the end, along with both Emax and Trojan. So I reckon that Project 63 are just winding themselves up quite nicely. They're lapping quite well compared to JW Bird, because Stuart Simmons is on his opening sector was another personal best. He's then gone 8/10 quicker than JW Bird on their outlap anyway. So he is currently, in that first sector at least, the fastest man on track right now. His last lap was a 3:0.205, with only 4/10 in it for a lap, so that's pretty consistent. And JW Bird also, of course, have to remember they have just completed outlap, which in total was about 7:51. Alpha Trojan motoring along nicely, 3:0.641 for them. As hashtag blessed with Mark Bennett continues on, and Bennett, I think, can be. I'm certain can be thankful for the gap that he's got, the 1 lap advantage over Alpha Trojan, because even in the first sector, it was a 10th quicker in the first sector for them. Second sector we haven't got to just yet, but we'll see who does what. And it was a 1:32 in the second sector to complete the second sector, so that means another 4/10. So he's already half a second up on this lap. But again, he's a lap ahead. He's a lap behind, so he's got to catch on track and pass Bennett, and then go back around again in the next period of the race, close that gap back around, and then go through. 564 coming to the pit. I thought it was coming a little bit slowly, but it might just be adhering to the speed limit. That's the other Rautech car, I think. 564, I believe, anyway. 564. Yeah, there he is in 23rd position. And Dan Campion has come in to has brought that car in for a scheduled stop. And aside from anyone that's in the box right now being worked on, one of them I think is BM Sport, because they haven't come back out from their stop. They've been in for quite a while now. Some more troubles for the Scandinavian car, which is a shame. And Grapsall says, I was supposed to be there as a support mechanic this year. Did not happen. It didn't happen though. It's unfortunate, but there's always next year. I'm sure that you'll be able to get involved in the team. There's also the rest of the season for C1, so I'm sure you'll be able to find something to keep you occupied in that one. 394 Project 63, which has Stuart Simmons at the wheel, is in. Personal best second sector on his in lap when he before he hit the timing line there for a moment. And that car now looking to stop from 4th. It has stopped from 4th. Instead of looking to stop from 4th, and I just watched it come down pit lane. That's how fried my brain's getting now, I think. I think what you'll find with me is I might well duck out in the next 10 minutes when it gets to, let's say, 1:30, and then make that done for the evening, and then catch a few hours sleep and come back. So I think for a small handful of hours, let's say what, 4, 5, maybe 6 hours, you probably will be effectively without any commentary. It'll just be stuff on screen, and I'm sure things will happen in between now and then. We'll have to figure out what the deal is, and by the time we give you full coverage and camera and commentary, it will be possibly a different looking complexion, but it depends on how well the likes of #Blessed and Alpha Trojan do, and JW Bird and Project 63, Emax, OPCPR, which has Will Hodgson at the wheel, Silver Lake, WRC Developments, Burton Power Racing, CMR Racing, Fighting Talk, Bacon Racing up to 14th place as well. There's a few different teams in there that are on the comeback in this night stint here, and I'm almost certain we might even get a fairly different order than we currently have right now. I just reeled off the first 12 or 13 positions in the race, and there's a real potential that someone could have a drama, and that's the key thing, is that anyone can have a drama any time in a race like this. You saw, the Euro Car Parts team, 599, touring car driver squad, one of the best looking cars on the grid livery wise, arguably nice and clean, good strong performances. Aidan Moffat was motoring along, all of a sudden, bang, issue, and that's it. And your race can turn on a dime piece, from best of times to the worst of times, or vice versa. There's some teams that have been picking their way up through after initial struggles in this race are getting to a point of where they're having a much better time than they initially anticipated they were going to have. Some cars that had dramas early on, just keeping it clean, started to wind back up the order. Others who had the advantage had their own problems. Now they find themselves sinking down to the bottom of the timing sheets because they're having an issue that they have to try and fix. The pit stop is, I think, just almost finished for Project 63. It will either be Brian Trott or Adam Bezel getting into the car. I'd imagine possibly with the cycle, because we've had a stint from Adam Bezel, we've had a stint from Brian Trott, we've had a stint from Stuart Simmons, and also from Adam Bessel. I'm going to guess that it's Brian Trott back at the wheel now. I'm sure once we get to the Hue tag system at the bottom of the pit lane, it will certainly tell me who has decided to jump in. So they'll get to the pit lane, they'll just watch them right down the end. They will tag out, which they do, and away they go. If I look on the... Yeah, and it is... and it was Brian Trott at the wheel. So since it was Brian Trott who came in, Stuart Simmons... so Brian Trott was the one that was charging along. Now he's handing to Stuart Simmons. So Stuart Simmons now gets his turn at the wheel of the car. Probably should have looked at the name, should know much properly. I'll do better next time on that. Stuart Simmons then gets his opportunities. Brian Trott was having a good stint there, putting in some quick laps. I'll give full credit to him for the stint he's just done. Forgive me for reading that one slightly wrong. This race is, he says tentatively, nicely settled in now. We've still got incredibly, I'm still trying to fathom how we've got to the point where we still have 16 and a quarter hours left in this race. It feels like we should be at least halfway through it, given the time of night. It has been, we've had a period now so far, touch wood, of fairly drama-free running. All it's going to take, and you watch this play out coincidentally, that we get a full caution though, just as I'm looking to try and sign off, because I might then feel obliged to actually stick around for the duration of that full course yellow, and hope that it's not a long one. But all being well, with no dramas, I think I might well stick around for another 5 minutes or so, and then disappear for the evening, at least for the next few hours. as I say, you will have the next few hours from, let's say, 1:30 to maybe possibly around about 7, half 7, maybe a bit earlier, with no commentary. But you can enjoy at least the sights and the sounds of the Brscc 24 hours. And also do feel free to keep on mentioning stuff in the chat, dropping when things happen, or timing screen, so that when my colleagues both on the live stream and on the circuit comms come back, they can be as informed as possible. Nobody behind the leader is on the lead lap. The best of it is Alpha Trojan and JW Bird. They've both have a lap behind leaders #blessed. They've just gone past the pits they have, so the #blessed comes across the line to complete their 146th lap in this 24 hours. Alpha Trojan second, Charlie Bingham at the wheel of that car. His last lap time was strong. In fact, his last lap time was practically matching that of #blessed. So this is really, at the moment, even though they're a lap behind, Alpha Trojan can't make any inroads into the lead that the #blessed squad has. JW Bird are doing a quite decent job too, but the top three are all lapping in the 3-minute point mark. 3-minute point 3 for #blessed, 3-minute point 327 for Alpha Trojan. So milliseconds in between it, or thousandths of a second between the two in terms of lap. And JW Bird, their last lap, actually they lost time by about 1.3 seconds. It was 3 minutes 1.616. Emacs are on 585 at the moment. Car 585, I think 2 laps back from the leader. And getting close to the point where I think I'm possibly about to get ready to sign off, at least for this initial part. You can see the pit wall still activity aplenty from those who are involved, trying to call the drivers in for regular stops. A couple of pit calls. The BM Sport car is still in the pit lane after it's been there for such a lengthy time with issues to fix. Team Insane car, number 442, that's been currently in 19th place. At the moment, it looks as though that the leading kind of first, 15, 18 cars are just locking in a little bit, just trying to keep themselves in contention in case anything happens. Of course, the current spread between the top 18 is 5 laps between the leader and 18th place team Red Sky Racing. #blessed currently has that advantage, which is quite clear to see. So, as the time ticks towards 1:30 in the evening and we get to just about a third of the race distance in the 2025 Brscc 24 hours, let's just run through then, at least to this part of the commentary I suppose, a run through of where we are position wise. Of course there might still be some pit calls coming in imminently within the next couple of laps. From where we sit right now, it is leaders #blessed that have just come past the pits to complete their 147th lap. And they lead currently with essentially a lap lead over Alpha Trojan. We're not far behind them on the track. They've got to catch them and then pass them and overtake them, and then get that lap back. They can then start to close back in again and start the process to fully unlap themselves and get back on the lead. But Alpha Trojan, if anyone can do it, they are the defending winners. I wouldn't put it past them to push as hard, push like hell, all the way to the checkered flag. Am I good? Are you good? Milliseconds, thousandths, little bits of seconds. It is 1:30 in the evening, and my brain is starting to fade a little bit fighting talk. So I'm trying to call my shot in terms of going when I think it's the right time to go and get some rest. So going back where we were, Alpha Trojan a lap down, but still pushing on. Their last lap was nearly 3 seconds faster than #Blessed. They're trying to keep press on as much as they can. JW Bird 347 currently third. They're 26 seconds behind Alpha Trojan, sitting in third place. Emax Motorsport 585 is fourth, ahead of OPC PR. That's the team that contains Tom Ingram. Will Hodgson at the wheel, currently in the top 5. Sixth at the moment is Project 63. Car 394 ahead of, there's quite a few cars on the same lap as each other, 3 laps behind the leader. So you've got, or at least it'll be 2 laps when they come across. Some are 2, some are 3. You've got OPCPR Project 63 394, the 458 Silver Lake Racing Team car, 486 WRC Developments in 8th position. 9th is car 337 Burton Power Racing. They've been fluctuating up and down the top 5 and around the podium places, not much without much drama. In 9th, CMR Racing Par Motorsport in 10th and 333. Fighting Talk is 11th, car 309 from Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly in 12th. JW Birds 449 in 13th place, ahead of RPE Luso in 14th. Rab Sport Racing rounding up the top 15, followed by Silver Lake Racing 558, MH Racing with SCR 487, Red Sky Racing 527, Midway Motorsport 373, and Euro Car Parts trying to pick their way up the order again with Jade Edwards at the wheel. She's lapping very quickly in the 3 minutes. One of the few cars that is doing 3-minute lap time, 3-minute .017, so she's a fraction away from picking up a sub 3-minute lap time. I'm sure a bit more of a slightly more stronger toe might give her that if she's looking for a sub 3-minute lap in a C1. Then it's Emax Motorsport 343, Team Insane 442, Automax Racing 542, Rautech International 581, Army Motorsport 560, Team MKD 378, RPE Luso 474, Emax Motorsport 345, BM Sport 250 that have been in the pit lane for quite a while, still showing it's been classified right now as in 29th position. And then 597 Cartwheel Capers in 30th. They've actually made some steady progress, Cartwheel Capers. They had some issues right at the beginning of the race, but they've actually managed to claw up a bit more time as this race has gone on. But now it's 29th and in the pit lane as I speak, so just as I'm praising them, they make a stop. 31st, I'll scroll down the rest of the order from 31st downwards. 31st is Emax Racing RRM, 32nd is DSC Motorsport, 33 is George Foxlow in BPC Motorsport, 34th is Emax Motorsport's 15 car, that's the City Car Cup class car, so had issues early on and is back down to 34th. 35th is AF Racing number 427, then it's Rautech International 564, WRC Developments 586, which apparently is out on track, it looks like it is, RPE Luso 393, Emax Motorsport 346, the Team Brscc with BP or C Alt Motorsport C1 number 410, there's Greg Graham at the wheel, so Godspeed to Greg. And then the last couple of the cars in the order, Sean Birch for Scuderia Polo Rosso, and then it will be at the back of it Gary Wager, who has not done many. He's in the pit lane right now for SF Racing. Completes where we are with 42 cars. No official retirements from this race yet, but still cars that are quite far down the order and they've got a lot of work to do to get themselves back out there again. I have to say, for this first part of the race, it has been quite incredible seeing how this race is playing out, and there are still a lot of different stories that could still play out here, given the fact that #Blessed has the lead by a lap. You've got Alpha Trojan, JW Bird who are up there at the top, as is Emax, as is OPCPR, as is Project 63, and Silver Lake, and WRC Developments, and Burton Power, and CMR Racing. And in fact, I called it just before I was about to possibly look at it to sign off. Full course yellow is called, so I'm going to stick this one out and see what's happened. Now then, the game we're going to play here is scroll through the cameras. Is CCTV camera lotto, which is trying to pick through each of the cameras and figure out exactly what it is that's caused, who and what it is that's caused the car. I don't know, is there a car stopped? I think there's a car stopped just on the outside of the entrance to Beckett by the look of it. Don't know if they're stranded in the gravel. I'm certain there is a car stopped in the gravel at Beckett's. Yeah, it looks like headlights to me. Everyone's kind of slowing up around that point. Marshals are also running towards the scene of where that is. And indeed, we do have a car stationary at Beckett's, according to the CCTV cameras. So I wonder if this is going to be a simple push to get it to unlodge it from where it currently is at the moment. I think marshals are trying to push it out of the gravel. Again, the easy thing to be would to see if there's a car that's actually showing as not running, having the exclamation mark. It looks as though it's they're trying to push it out of the gravel, but the car in question that's stuck there is not necessarily playing ball. It's taking a bit more effort to try and get it back out again. So if it's come in, it's possibly gone off the road, and maybe if it is in the gravel, it's fully beached itself in the gravel and is proving an absolute pain to get it pushed back again. I think they're starting to make a tiny bit of progress. What I can see just in the small little kind of segment of the CCTV screen that I'm watching, just on that shot, that's Maggots in. Is there Beckett's in at turn 12 and 13? Is there a clearer view there of what they're pushing? No, it's Beckett's out. No, it's going to be Maggots in, isn't it? Maggots 11 and 12. And they have managed to get the car going, so whichever car it was... What idea might also be, is there a car that's on the tracker that hasn't actually moved for a while? Interestingly enough, car 347 has not got through. Do you know what? There's a part of me that thinks this is 347. This could be 347 that's been stuck in the gravel, because that car has not come through yet the timing beam for end of sector 1. It hasn't broken the beam yet. Now it comes through. I think it's 347. I think that JW Bird have gone off into the gravel. It's back under green flag conditions, so a late drama then, which sees the third place 347 now. When they came through, they had a lap over the fourth place Emax 585 car, so I don't think they're going to lose position, but they will have lost a lot of time. But yeah, JW Bird have come through the first sector, so pretty twisting my tail just as I was about to exit the commentary box. And I thought, again, I almost kind of called it, thinking that what was going to happen. So a late, just as I was about to go, a full course yellow gets called, and I think it must have been, given the fact that they didn't come on the tracker until straight away, that maybe it's 347 that's in trouble. The easy thing to be is that we might stick around to see when the next lap is from JW Bird and what that time is. They haven't. That's interesting. They haven't come around. Right. Well, no, actually, no. It's moving short anyway because it was on I'm slightly talking to myself here a second. I'm just trying to work out loud in terms of sector times, because if JW Bird definitely did have a very slow lap being beached, then I imagine it's because that would reflect on the timing screen, as obvious as that sounds. There has to be, because everyone's lap times are reduced anyway when it comes to lap times. There is also 486, but that might be an out lap. There was a 7-minute 43.855 lap, and that first sector, I suspect that was an out lap, because 486 have only just stopped, I think. If I look on the timing software I have, as into the pits comes 487, MH Racing. And look at the time, this was 486. It's 486. So I think they've just pitted, have they? Well, maybe not, because Dan Cogswell has done 26 laps on his stint, and he's had a bit of a slow lap, but then everyone would have had slow laps behind the full course yellow anyway. Very interesting. Well, I'm sticking to my initial thought that it was JW Bird that had a rough lap and that they've been beached in the gravel. But then again, the only long time to get out has been... That's a very interesting one. I was trying to figure out which one it was. I was certain it was the Emax car. No, the JW Bird car. I'm getting my team name mixed up now. What's the lap? Who had a really slow lap? I've already gone through by now, but... Interesting. Well, I was trying to figure that out a little bit later on, but until then, it is now not far off. Not far, just over 20 to 2 in the morning, and I think it's probably time for me to sign off for commentary for the time being. It'll be either myself and or Rob that will be here in just a handful of hours' time, but I think someone's doing to quickly go and grab some semblance of sleep and get themselves sorted. So just for those who've been watching all day today, thank you very much for those who are watching here now. Do enjoy the stream, the sights and the sounds of the 2025 Brscc 24 hours. Thank you for being with us part of the second part of the stream and listening to both myself and to Rob on comms to talk you through the event and some of the events that have been going on. I genuinely appreciate it, and we genuinely thank all the kind comments about the commentary and how informative we've been and tried to help you out. We're just doing our job. We're just trying to be as informative, as educational, entertaining as possible as commentators, and if we've done that for at least one person, then we've done our job. For the next few hours, again, enjoy the sights and sounds, no commentary. Either myself or Rob will come back in a handful of hours to go through where we are and if there's been any further developments in the next kind of roughly, I guess, 4, 5, 6 hours. Until then, thank you very much again for watching, and on behalf of myself and Rob Lewis, and also for the rest of the broadcast team and everyone here at Silverstone for showing your support and for watching the race, enjoy it, and you will hear us once again in a handful of hours' time when things get back underway on comms. Of course, remember, full commentary and cameras with our full team and commentary and a suite of cameramen will be back on at 9 AM on part 3 of the stream. But until then, I'm going to finally sign off and say thank you very much. Enjoy this part of the race for the next few hours. We'll be back on comms in a few hours' time. And until then, if you are taking a rest or taking a break, do so. Make sure that you come back with us for a few hours' time for more action from the 2025 Brscc 24 hours. But until then, for the next few hours, a very good night.
the welfare team or practice game?